Just One Word. Written by Melanie Jacobson. Narrated by Andrea Coomer. Chapter 1. Emerson Lindsor did not like berets, but she always tucked one into her bag on author days. The bag itself was also toted out only on author days. A leather satchel that was designed to communicate that Emerson was a serious author. They'd both been gifts from Maggie, her best friend, on the day her first book debuted. First and only book. 5 years ago. Emerson squeezed her eyes closed and pushed that distracting fact from her mind, then opened them again, pulled the beret out, settled it on her head, and checked her reflection in the rearview mirror. She repeated the affirmation Maggie had forced her to memorize when she'd presented her with the serious author bag and beret. I am super good at this and people will listen to me. Then, still following Maggie's instructions, she removed the beret and tucked it into her bag again. The beret was a joke. Never actually wear the beret, Maggie had told her. That's pretentious. You just need to believe you have the right to the beret, as much as your mom or anyone else. This is more like a soul beret. Emma leaned forward, checked her lipstick, a tasteful neutral tone that didn't compete with her dark brown hair, and her eye makeup, still smudge-free even after spending the morning grading final essays from her modern American literature students. She was as ready as she would ever be. She didn't love public appearances. The audience rarely knew who she was, but if they did, it meant she would get the dreaded question, "When is your next book coming out?" Normally she would have declined, but this invitation had come from Beverly, her favorite librarian at the Coopville Library. She'd wanted Emma to appear on a panel of local authors, and because Emma was forever indebted to her for the many deep dives Beverly had done for her on book research, Emma had agreed. She forced herself out of the car and found Beverly in the library reading room. Even though she'd made a point of arriving a half-hour early, half of the chairs were already full. "Wow," she said, after returning Beverly's hug. "I knew we had a lot of readers on Whidbey Island, but I honestly didn't think there would be this much interest in an author panel." "That's because of the programming change," Beverly said. "You got my email, didn't you?" Emma wrinkled her forehead. "I don't think so. When did you send it?" 3 days ago?" Emma shook her head. "That explains it then. I've been buried in grading. End of semester and all that. We had to make a change in the author lineup. Kelly LaFell couldn't make it, so I switched in another local, and now we've got this," she said as 3 more women came in, laughing and arguing about which seats would give them the best view of the panelists. Emma had a feeling she knew who it was. "You got Aidan Maxwell?" she guessed, as another group of 4 women walked in. "You know him?" Beverly said, relieved. "I was going to track down a revised copy of the author bios I sent in that email. I guess you won't need it?" "Not necessary," Emma said. She didn't actually know Aidan Maxwell, but it was hard to not know of him. If he sneezed and someone published the tissue, it would hit the New York Times bestseller list. Probably with a cover showing the hot blonde actress who played the lead character in the TV series based on his police detective novels. Not that Emma had an issue with beautiful actresses, but she resented male authors who wrote them busty and smoldering as part of their wish fulfillment. But Aidan Maxwell was a big deal, and from what she'd seen of the relentless marketing materials his publisher used to push his books, he was good-looking. That would explain the steadily growing audience of women in the library. "I should have guessed you 2 already knew each other," Beverly said. "You're both in here often enough." People often assumed she knew Aidan Maxwell because they were both writers living on the same island, but Whidbey Island was big and she didn't want to get into it. Instead, she asked, "He comes in here a lot? Doesn't he have research assistants?" Me. Beverly pointed to herself. When he'll let me help him. He likes to do most of it himself, but he lets me help him often enough that he thought he owed me when I asked him to fill in today on short notice. She glanced around at the steadily growing audience. I think I need to get more chairs, she said, her tone fretful. Will you feel slighted if I have to leave you alone? Not at all, Emma promised. In fact, why don't I help you? She didn't let her distress show at the size of the audience. Now she had an even larger group of people with whom she wouldn't connect, all of them here to see a big shot whose books couldn't be more different than hers. Beverly shot her a relieved look as she gestured for Emma to follow her to a storage closet and pull out more chairs. More women arrived to fill them as fast as she and Beverly could set them up. She kept an eye out for the other authors scheduled for the panel, trying to match the new arrivals with the author photo Beverly had sent in their informational packet. Finally, she recognized Jamal Ingram, who wrote young adult novels in verse. He'd made it with plenty of time to spare, but at 5 minutes till, there was no sign of Aidan Maxwell. He was way past the requested arrival time. I need to go close the doors and be the bad guy to let the rest of the guests know that we're full, Beverly said. I hate to ask, but do you mind getting the panelists settled in at the table? No problem, Emma assured her. She straightened from squeezing the last available chair into the room and surveyed the setup to see if there was anything else she could do to help. Do you mind taking care of this? A deep male voice asked over her shoulder, and she turned to confront a broad chest covered in a denim shirt. Whoever it was stood so tall that it took a good bit for her eyes to travel up and find his face. Then they narrowed. Aidan Maxwell. He looked just like the promo displays for his books. He was shrugging out of a leather jacket, a biker style. She barely refrained from an eye roll. Of course it was a biker jacket. How predictable. And unutterably pretentious. She opened her mouth to tell him she didn't work there, but a woman had rested her hand on his arm and started speaking loud and fast about how she couldn't believe it was really him at a pitch that hurt Emma's ears. Aidan turned to smile at the woman while holding the jacket out to Emma. She should just take it and set it on the chair designated for him at the table in the front of the room. But she didn't want to. Instead, she ignored him and walked off to take her own place at the front of the room. Seriously? She hadn't expected much from him, but to show up after the designated start time and treat her like she was the coat check girl from a cliched 1950s movie? Ugh. If she hadn't been looking forward to the panel before, she flatly dreaded it now. It would be difficult to keep a civil tongue in her head while paneling with a cretin like that. She slid into her seat as Beverly struggled to close the door on two women waving money at her, trying to wheedle their way in to stand and listen. Aidan's seat was at the opposite end of the table from her, Emma noted with relief. She decided to ignore him until he took his seat, turning instead to smile at the other seated author, Jamal. I'm Emerson Lindsor. She offered her hand for a shake, which he accepted warmly as he introduced himself. Are you ready for this? Maybe not. Jamal cast a nervous eye over the sea of eager women, most of whom had their necks craned Aidan Maxwell's way. I don't know if this is a teen poetry crowd. Think any of them would notice if we slipped out? It made Emma smile. It was good to know she wasn't alone in her nerves. She checked her watch, then flicked a glance toward Beverly, who had managed to get the door closed but now seemed to be trying to separate Aidan Maxwell from his fan. Beverly caught her eye and sent her a frazzled look while mouthing, "Can you start?" Emma pointed to herself. Me? Beverly nodded like a bobblehead. Emma took a deep breath. She could do this. She'd imagine it was her first day in front of a new section of literature students. except her biggest classes only boasted about 16 students. And none of them were regarding her as an inconvenience while they waited to hear from an overrated typewriter jock. Each panelist had a mic in front of them. She cleared her throat and leaned toward hers. "Hello." There. That was a simple, logical beginning. Except the tide of chatter continued in the audience, unabated. Jamal shot her a sympathetic look. She leaned closer and repeated her greeting a little louder. This time, most of the women in the 3 rows paused or lowered their volume to look toward her. Heartened, she kept going. "Welcome to this panel of local authors. We'd like to get started to be respectful of your time." She gave the word a little punch, hoping that it would penetrate the cloud of arrogance surrounding Aidan Maxwell. But he and the fan were still talking. In fact, a couple more women had joined. He had an entourage now. Cute. Beverly looked more perturbed than flustered, and that was a pretty good mirror for Emma's own feelings. She lost some of her nervousness as her irritation rose. Now she was simply determined to get Aidan Maxwell reined in. She couldn't believe he was still back there, casually chatting as if he'd never learned common courtesy. "We're so pleased you can join us for a discussion of the subject we're all passionate about, books." Aidan Maxwell turned when she said the word passionate. Of course he did. She repressed another eye roll. "If you could all take your proper seats," she sent him a pointed look. "We'll have Beverly join us as the moderator. Can we bring her up here with a round of applause for the excellent job she's done of organizing this event?" The audience obeyed with some polite clapping. Beverly shot her a thankful smile as the groupies finally took their seats. She touched Aidan's arm to indicate he should go ahead of her, clearly determined to play bouncer for any other eager fans who might be overcome by his handsomeness and try to waylay him again. Even though his seat was at the other end of the long table, Aidan, with his ridiculous leather jacket hooked over his shoulder, broke off and angled toward Emma's end of the table, where he paused and smiled down at her before extending the jacket to her. "How about now?" She opened her mouth to say something cutting, but she couldn't be sure what that might have been because he slung the jacket back over his shoulder. "Kidding," he said. He sauntered toward the last open seat, and instead of sitting in it like a normal person, he turned it around and straddled it before resting his arms across the back. Half the audience looked like it might faint right on the spot. He had to be kidding with this stupid swagger routine. She didn't know if she was more annoyed with him or with the women who fell for such textbook alpha male nonsense. "Thank you for joining us," Beverly said. "We appreciate your patience with the delay as we got everyone situated." Yeah, right. The seating hadn't caused the delay. The late-arriving hotshot had. "We're delighted to have this wonderful panel of local authors here to discuss the creative process. I'd like to give a special thank you to Aidan Maxwell for filling in on such short notice." Emma almost wanted to give him a tiny bit of credit for stepping in at such a small-scale event, until she heard the loud applause for Beverly's acknowledgement. It was borderline thunderous. She shot a look down the table to Aidan Maxwell. He wore a satisfied smile. Emma deducted the few points she had rewarded him for decency, then a few more just to put him firmly in the negative. What a tool this guy was. "I thought we'd dive right in and have you tell us about your work, for those who aren't familiar with it," Beverly continued. Jamal gave a short overview of what he wrote, as if it were an easy question. And maybe it was, if you worked in a clear genre so booksellers knew exactly where to shelve you. Emma was never sure how to describe what she wrote, but she'd come here knowing she might make herself look silly in front of an intimate crowd of 25 when she couldn't explain. She'd been okay with that. She wasn't okay with doing that in front of a crowd well over 100. She racked her brain to find a description of her work as snappy as Jamal's. She came up with nothing. "What about you, Emma?" Beverly prompted her. "It's hard to describe my book," she said. She thought she heard a soft snort from Aidan Maxwell's direction, but he was leaning away from his mic, so she wasn't sure. "It's about life and how we fit into it and redefining happiness." "It's a self-help book?" That was Aidan Maxwell, leaning forward and looking down the table toward her with an expression of genuine curiosity. She felt the beginning of a blush heating her neck. "Well, no." She was really messing this up. "It's fiction." "So, like a romance?" he pressed, looking bored again. "No, I don't work in genre fiction. I write literary fiction." "Ah," he said, directing his remarks to the crowd. "Literary fiction. No wonder you can't explain what it's about." That won him a big laugh, and now her cheeks burned, but this time anger was rising. She'd dealt with belligerent males before. "It's true that every single one of my books can't be summarized with the exact same tagline." Jamal choked back a laugh next to her. "You think my books can? Go ahead and take a crack at it." Aidan Maxwell didn't sound at all ruffled. "Smart man cop and sexy lady partner catch bad guys and put them in jail." She leaned forward so she could meet his gaze. "How'd I do?" "Not bad, although you forgot the part about the car chase and the explosions." "And foot chases with the sexy lady partner in high heels?" "Naturally." She sat back, pleased that she'd held her own, although it would have been more satisfying if he sounded as nettled by her critique of his books as she'd felt by his. The crowd stayed pretty quiet, and as she scanned their faces, mostly she saw confusion. Beverly gave a small, nervous-sounding laugh. "On that note, maybe you'd like to give us your own description of your books, Aidan." He waved off the request. "Nah, the professor got it right. I'm sure everyone in here knows what I write." The cocky assumption turned up the dial on Emma's temper again, offsetting the surprising fact that he'd read up on his fellow panelists enough to know that she was a professor. Well, Beverly looked down at the index cards in her hands and shuffled them quickly. "Given how different all of your genres are, I'm wondering if we'd be surprised by the number of similarities in your author process. If it's not too presumptuous, I'd love to hear about your writing spaces. Let's start with you, Emerson." "There's a little coffee shop near my place. I love to write there," Emma said. "Of course you do," Aidan interjected before she could explain why. "Are you even allowed to write literary fiction if you're not in a cafe?" His tone was light, and his groupies awarded him with another laugh, but Emma sensed a bite in the words. What was his problem? He'd started this by assuming she was a coat girl, and then doubling down even when he'd realized she was a fellow author. Well, not a fellow author exactly. He was in a totally different class, a low one. When Beverly began another nervous shuffle of her index cards, Emma decided to ignore his sarcasm. She didn't want to add to the librarian's stress. Emma smiled at Aidan Maxwell as if she found the cafe joke funny. "I sit at the most isolated table and drink pretentious coffee, black, because it's good for staring into the existential void. It's a sugar and cream-free kind of void." "That's exactly how I pictured it." Humor colored Aidan Maxwell's voice. A hand in the audience shot up, a young woman who looked college-aged. "Why coffee shops, or anywhere busy like that? You don't find it distracting?" "My problem is that I'm in my head too much. Being in a coffee shop, or anywhere with some life to it, it's good for me." It keeps me connected to the rest of the world, and I love to people watch, figure out why they're doing what they're doing, imagine their stories. The more ordinary a person seems, the harder I tend to look, and the deeper the backstory I give them." "That sounds about right for a literary novelist," Aidan said. "In your work, I'm sure all the characters are living lives of quiet desperation." It was true, or at least it was for the one novel she'd managed to finish. But she didn't like the way he was painting her with broad strokes, so she dished it back. It's more because the big personalities and bold details are usually the easiest people to figure out, like macho guys who swagger around in leather jackets, or fussy old ladies covered in rhinestones with little dogs in their purses. Those kinds of characters are cliches. Beverly darted a glance at the leather jacket hanging from the back of Aidan's chair, whose boyish smile turned slightly brittle. "I guess I like looking for the stuff beneath the surface," Emma finished, pleased she'd finally gotten to him. "I understand what you mean about cliches," Aidan interjected. "Like college professors being stuffy tweed jacket and beret-wearing blowhards." Had he seen her beret? She wanted to reach for it, make sure it was out of sight, but caught herself in time. He was acting like her cat when it got cornered, and Emma calmed as she sensed she was getting beneath his skin. "I don't know any professors like that, but to your broader point, I find walking cliches so boring." She expected him to snap back, but instead he tilted his head and narrowed his eyes as if he'd figured out something important. "Emerson Lindsor? Wait, is your mother Ariana Lindsor, the memoirist?" Emma felt the same complicated wash of emotion every time someone made that connection. Her mother was a brilliant writer, and she was proud of her for that. But it was hard for Emma to always have her work judged against someone the notoriously picky New York Book Review had labeled the most searing voice of her generation. "Yes, she is." "No wonder you like your fiction tortured." Emma didn't even know what to say to that, because she wasn't exactly sure whether she'd been insulted. Or had he just made a sly "your mama" crack? Or maybe there had been no judgment in his statement at all. Her mother's memoirs were definitely heavy reading. Even more than not knowing whether she'd been insulted, Emma didn't like the tiny flicker of satisfaction she felt that someone had dared to do less than rave about Ariana Lindsor. "So, Aidan, why don't you tell us about your writing space?" Beverly asked. She sounded stressed, and guilt flooded Emma. She had to quit engaging with Aidan. She had nothing to prove to him, and landing blows wasn't worth making Beverly anxious. "I like being outside on my deck with my view of the Sound. If it's raining," and he paused to let the islanders laugh since rain was a fact of life on Whidbey Island, "I'll still work in my sunroom so I can at least look out at nature even when I can't sit in it with my laptop." Beverly moved on to a question about how they came up with their ideas, and Emma stuck with her resolve not to upset Beverly again. It seemed like Aidan Maxwell went out of his way to goad her a couple of times, but she smiled and answered diplomatically, or deferred to the other two panelists. She wouldn't say the next 45 minutes flew by exactly. The sparring with Aidan had distracted her from her own nerves, but now they flared again. Anytime she had the spotlight, it made time stretch and drag, but just as she was drifting toward the emotional exhaustion that always accompanied pretending to be an extrovert, Beverly opened it up for more audience questions. 20 hands shot into the air, and Emma fervently hoped Beverly didn't plan to take all of them. By the time 8 in a row had gone to Aidan, Beverly asked if anyone had questions for the other panelists. After a pause, Jamal caught Emma's eye and mouthed, "Not our crowd." Emma answered with a tight smile of agreement. They were almost free. A book signing would follow, but there would be no need for her to stay for that. Outside of her students who bought her book from the college bookstore, she didn't even sell enough books in a year to get a royalty check. Not that sales were everything, she thought, eyeing Aidan Maxwell. Finally, Beverly announced there would be no more questions, but that there would be a limited number of books by the authors for sale, and the audience should form a line while she got them ready for purchase. That caused an earthquake level of chair rumbling as ladies jockeyed for position at the front of the line. Emma chatted with Jamal as she watched Beverly ring up the books. Just as she'd expected, the first 10 customers all bought Aidan's books, although Jamal also got a sale. Her small stack sat untouched. She was so used to this by now that it didn't even disappoint her. In fact, it meant she was off the hook and could head home. She caught Beverly's eye and waved a small goodbye, thanked Jamal for being a pleasant co-panelist, and rose to leave. She'd just slung her satchel strap over her shoulder when she felt it collide with something, followed by the sound of a masculine oof. She turned in horror to apologize to Jamal for nearly braining him, but found Aidan Maxwell standing there instead. His hand holding his side, a startled look on his face. "Sorry," she mumbled, not feeling quite as sorry as if it had been Jamal. "Are you okay?" "Sure. You're leaving?" "I came over to say yeah, I'm leaving. I don't have any books to sign since you made it clear that your crowd isn't going to like the kind of stuff I write." It was an unfair thing to say since that was in no way his fault. She never had to worry much about signing books, but she was out of Beverly's earshot and didn't feel like faking any more niceness toward him. If the dig bothered him, he didn't show it. He glanced at the women queued up to get his autograph. "Yeah, they're not much of a beret literature set." "Oh, for pity's sake, I'm not either." That was it. She was well and truly done with him and ready to be on her way to her tiny little house. "See you around sometime." She stepped around him, but the strap of her bag slipped from her shoulder and hit the ground before she could grab it. The beret fell out and landed on the floor. It lay there between them, staring up at her. It was black, but it may as well have been a red flag. Aidan started laughing. She scooped it up, set it on her head without breaking his gaze, gave it a jaunty tilt, and strode out without a backward glance. But it felt like that laugh followed her all the way to her car. Chapter 2. Aidan watched Emerson Lindsor's beret disappear through the library doors before he made his way back to take his seat to continue signing. It looked as if every single person who'd been in the audience had stayed to buy a book and chat with him. That meant another couple of hours of small talk and selfies still to go. He glanced at the dwindling pile on Beverly's table. He hoped he'd ordered enough from his publisher. Beverly had apologized when she'd asked him a few days before to appear on the panel, saying she knew it was a long shot. It wasn't a long shot. Beverly was his favorite librarian, always happy to help him with research, and he'd assured her that he was glad to help her out. When she followed that up by fretting that they wouldn't have time to order in books of his to sell, he told her not to worry about it, made a call to his publicist to send a large order overnight, and then told his editor that all profits were going to friends of the library, not back to the publisher. They never grumbled about stuff like that. He made them too much money for them to balk when he wanted favors done. Ah, well, he'd done what he could, he thought, as Beverly made change for another patron. Next time he'd insist that the publisher bring in more. Jamal rose after another half-hour passed, and it became clear that he wouldn't need to sign any more books. As he gathered up his belongings, Aidan smiled at the next woman in line. "Excuse me a minute. I need to take care of something. I'll be right back, and I'll write an extra note to make up for making you wait." The now flustered woman smiled and nodded, and he went over to crouch beside Beverly. "I'd like to buy the remaining copies of Jamal's books. I'm going to get these all signed right now." "Of course," Beverly said. "What about Emerson's copies? She's a beautiful writer." "I guess if she's your type." She had an understated elegance to her, with her dark brown hair and porcelain skin. "I tend to go for blondes." Beverly tisked and looked at him disapprovingly. "I meant her work is beautiful." He winked to show that he'd understood. "I like dropping off signed copies to places with avid readers. She didn't stick around to sign hers, so I guess I'll pass." Beverly nodded. "Fair enough." He scooped up the stack of Jamal's novel and turned to bring them to the other writer to sign, but paused. "You know what, Beverly? Go ahead and throw one of Lindsor's into the mix for me." He continued on to Jamal, not sure why he'd asked Beverly to ring up Emerson Lindsor's book. The woman was condescending and irritating, the way most literary fiction writers were toward him and his lowbrow genre fiction. Maybe he wanted the satisfaction of proving that her writing was as pretentious as the author herself. "Hey, Jamal, do you mind signing yours? I spent some time at the Urban Renaissance Project, and I think those young men would really connect to your work." Jamal's eyebrows rose. "I hear URP does some good work, man." "Best I've seen," Aidan agreed. "In fact, would you be willing to come in and talk to them sometime? There are about 25 boys from 8th grade to high school seniors. Some of them are readers, but don't like to admit it. I think you could convince them that it's cool to express yourself in writing. They don't believe me when I tell them I'm cool for doing it." Jamal laughed. "You got it, man." "Great. Just shoot me a text and we'll set it up." Aidan dug a card from his wallet and handed it to the younger man before returning to his signing line, where he sat for another 2 hours, posing with fans and autographing books. He was exhausted by the time Beverly closed the door after the last patron, but her face was wreathed in smiles. "We sold every copy you ordered. That's a wonderful boost for our library fund. Thank you for being so generous." He glanced at the sales table. Only the stack of Emerson Lindsor's books remained. "Glad I could help. Check with me next time you do a panel, and if I'm in town, I'll stop by." Beverly's expression dimmed. "About that." He gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about Emerson Lindsor. I've dealt with short-tempered types before. Former prosecutor, remember? It didn't rattle me." "Emerson Lindsor is one of the sweetest people I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Needling her was uncalled for. I'm sorry to have to say it, especially after your generosity, but that wasn't well done, Aidan." She peered over her glasses at him like it was the 5th time she'd had to shush him in the comic book section. Aidan wasn't even sure how to describe the feeling he had as the recipient of Beverly's disapproving look. Ladies always loved him, from the librarians to the little old blue-haired grandmas. The only ones who didn't were the uptight Emerson types, the elegant and cold ones, just like his ex. He didn't like Beverly not liking him. He offered his most aw-shucks smile. "I'm sorry, Beverly. She was just so rude. She took one look at my leather jacket and thought she knew who I was." "Aidan," Beverly said, sounding unappeased, "you treated her like a coat check girl, not a peer." "Maybe I shouldn't have done that," he conceded. "But she went lemon-faced the second I walked in. It's a trigger for me." "Because you're used to women of all ages swooning at your feet?" Beverly asked with an amused smile. "Maybe," he grinned back at her. "Or maybe because I get tired of the prejudices literary novelists have against my work. I took one look at her expression and it wore me out before the panel even got started. I bet she's never even read one of my books. Probably not, but have you read hers? I read all the author bios you emailed me. That's not the same as reading her book. Both of you need to suspend judgment until each of you has done that. Beverly certainly had a way of reminding him that he was a mere mortal like everyone else. Never mind that she just watched an endless line of women adore him as a celebrity. Fair enough, he said. But is Emerson Lindsor going to get this same lecture? She wasn't nice either. It was Beverly's turn to grin. She most certainly will. Aidan left with a laugh and a hug from the librarian, then headed out to his Jeep and drove home to do more writing. He hoped. Normally the words came to him easily. He could sit down and bang out 10 pages a day without breaking a sweat. But lately it took sweat plus blood and tears to get half that. Sure enough, when he got home and opened his laptop, the words didn't come as easily as they usually did. Nor did they the next day, or the day after that. It wasn't writer's block exactly. The story was moving forward, but now it felt like inches instead of yards. He tried moving from the small sun porch on the side of his modest house where he normally wrote to the kitchen table. That gave him a better view of Puget Sound, but the words didn't come any more easily. Neither did moving to his overstuffed leather sofa in his front room, or upstairs to the easy chair in his bedroom. Friday morning, he found himself back on the sun porch, staring at the trees outside without really seeing them. Frowning at the lack of new sentences on his screen, he shut the laptop with a growl and pushed away from his desk. He'd tried something new each day to jog his writer brain, advice he'd heard from other writers, taking a walk to clear his head, rereading from the beginning, watching shows in his genre. None of it was kickstarting his stalled story. It was a different story than his usual, that was for sure. He'd gotten into storytelling as a way to right some of the wrongs he witnessed in real life, but this story, he was having trouble finding his way through it. He ran back through the mental list of techniques for breaking through writer's block. He'd tried all of it except meditation. He heard that one all the time, but he wasn't interested. He spent time alone with his thoughts all day. The last thing he needed was more time with them. The thought nudged a memory. Coffee shops. Who had... Oh yeah, Emerson. She'd said during the panel that she went to coffee shops to be surrounded and inspired by humanity, or something equally grating. But it was the opposite of being alone with his very loud, totally unhelpful thoughts. He slid his laptop into his backpack before he could think too hard about it and headed over to Muggsy, the least pretentious coffee shop he could imagine. He stopped in from time to time because the drink boards didn't use words like Arabica or venti. It was definitely not the kind of place fancy-pants literary writers went for inspiration. He'd no sooner ordered a large coffee and opened his laptop when in walked none other than Emerson Lindsor herself. He was almost embarrassed to be caught in a place he'd mocked her for going, but he wasn't there for pretentious reasons, so he decided not to feel stupid. She didn't notice him at first, and he used the moments before discovery to study her openly. She was an attractive woman, in an understated way. She didn't wear much makeup, and today she wore gray yoga pants and a weathered-looking hoodie that hung past her fingertips. It wasn't the kind of sweatshirt that girlfriends past had paid $100 for a designer to distress and then slap their logo on. It wasn't the money he minded, it was the pretense. Emerson's sweatshirt bore the name of a high school he didn't recognize and looked like she'd done the hard work of wearing it in over time. Yet somehow she looked better in it than his last girlfriend had in her high-end athleisure. Emerson gave the barista her order and turned, giving him another split second to notice again that she didn't need much makeup to accentuate her natural attributes. She had a wide, full mouth and a thick fringe of dark lashes that matched her brunette hair, both of which set off her eyes, a clear, strong blue. Eyes that spotted him and narrowed. He brought his coffee up for a sip to hide his smile. His irritation that she, of all people, would show up in Muggsy faded now that he could see he'd gotten under her skin with no effort. This should be entertaining. She hesitated, looking as if she were debating saying something to him. But ultimately, she decided not to acknowledge him and claimed the table furthest away from him instead. Well, he couldn't let her sit without a hello. That wouldn't be neighborly. He rose and wandered over to her table, drawing out the other chair. "Is this seat taken?" "Yes," she answered, as he sat in it anyway. She eyed him with a look he'd usually only inspired in opposing counsel during trials. "I don't think it is taken, Emerson. I think you just don't want me to sit here." "You're right. Goodbye." "Am I really bothering you?" He didn't mind giving her a hard time, but he absolutely didn't want her to feel threatened or harassed in any way. Must be an Aidan Maxwell library panel hangover because, yes, you are. "Emma?" the barista called. "Emma?" Aidan repeated. Somehow it fit her better than Emerson did. "Ms. Lindsor to you," she said, scraping her chair back to get her order. She frowned again when she came back. "You're still here?" He thought he heard her mumble "cretin" under her breath. "Yes, but only to apologize." That surprised her enough to let something besides irritation show on her face. "You are?" "Yes. Beverly said I had to." "Your deeply sincere apology is accepted. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to write." "You have to apologize too." He only said it because it bugged him that she hadn't offered one up freely. "For what?" He shrugged. "Beverly didn't tell me. I asked if she was going to give you the same manners lecture and she said yes. Guess you haven't talked to her yet?" "No, and I don't want to talk to you either. Go away, please. I need to work." He rose. He sensed that she viewed him as an annoyance, not a threat, but he wanted to be careful not to cross a line with her. "Have a good morning." He crossed to his own table and woke up the laptop screen. Not that there was anything to see. Maybe he just needed to rethink his villain. This was the part of the job he hated. When he'd worked in the DA's office, his whole goal had been to lay out a clear trail of evidence that proved a defendant's unmitigated evil. As a writer, he had to think more like a detective, trying to figure out and anticipate a villain's next move. He knew everything about the crime he'd given his detective duo, Winder and Cruz, to solve. His stories were always fictionalized versions of cases he'd tried, but with truly satisfying endings. Despite knowing how it all ended, the pieces weren't coming together the way he needed them to. Maybe he needed to try one of these free writing exercises he'd heard a friend mention. A character journal where he wrote everything he knew about the character. He opened a new document and titled it Mara Lanzini. That was the character name he'd given to the victim he was modeling the story around. This part was easy. He'd come to know the real victim well, even though he only ever met her when he'd begun building the case against her killer. With the wealth of information provided by her family and coworkers at the time, he didn't even need to embellish much to color in the details. His fingers flew over the keys as he put down everything he knew, not bothering to check his notes. He never forgot the details of the cases he worked on. Never. These were the kinds of things that were burned into his brain. He easily filled 2 pages when a sound penetrated his concentration, and he stopped for a second to process it. A sigh. He looked up to find Emerson staring at him from her table. Emma? Ms. Lindsor. His lip twitched as he remembered her correction. The almost smile seemed to irritate her further, and she drummed her fingers on the table. He lifted his eyebrows in the universal sign for, "Is there a problem?" She responded with an eye roll and turned her attention to her laptop. He went back to his character sketch, adding more details from his mental case file on Mara Lanzini's real life, feeling a flicker of excitement as he flew through them. It was a flicker he knew well but hadn't experienced in too long, a sign that his creative juices were ready to flow. He paused for a second. Creative juices was a slightly gross expression, even for what had Emerson called him? A cretin? It was gross even for a cretin like him, but whatever it was, he welcomed it, determined to chase the feeling until the pump was truly primed and ready to pour forth all the words through his fingers. He'd just wrapped up the last of the true biographical details and was about to add his own unique flavor to it when another, louder sigh distracted him. This time, he found Emerson regarding him with something far more like a glare than a stare. When he lifted his eyebrows at her, she imitated typing on her tabletop, her fingers striking the wood surface with a jarring staccato. She gave him a wide-eyed look as if to say, "Well, was that supposed to be him? Did she think he was making a lot of noise?" He didn't even have fingernails long enough to click the way hers had on the tabletop. She was being ridiculous. It wasn't possible to type more quietly. He typed another sentence or two, paying attention to the noise of his key strikes. Just as he'd thought. It was quiet. Far quieter than the low conversation happening at the only other occupied table, or the hiss of the espresso machine. She just didn't want him in her space. Well, it didn't say Emerson's on the sign outside, and he'd gotten here first. She could leave. In fact, he'd given her an incentive to. He picked up his things and moved, so he was now only 2 tables away from her, directly in her line of sight. It meant sitting with his back to the door, something he hated, but it was worth it to see the look of consternation that wrinkled her forehead. He went right back to work, but this time several minutes lapsed without any loud, reproachful sighs. Actually, Emerson wasn't making much noise at all. He spared her a glance. She was staring at her laptop screen, unmoving, wearing an expression of frustration. He had a feeling he'd worn that expression a lot too, especially over the last month as he'd fought with his new story. Well, he didn't have the luxury of not figuring this out. He'd had his agent Tobin negotiate for a record-setting deal on world and film rights so that he could use it to fund his dream of an addition to the youth center, and he'd cashed those checks. This book must get done. There could be no delays because there would be no forgiveness from the executives who'd signed the book contract. He went back to the character sketch he was writing, filling in the details that would make his readers fall in love with the victim so that they would scream for justice on her behalf by page 30. He only got another half page written before the unnerving silence from Emerson's table rattled him. Shouldn't she be typing too? Was she glaring at him again? He glanced up. Indeed she was. This was getting ridiculous. "You blocked?" He gave his tone a fake blend of sympathy and condescension, as if he understood that this was something that happened to mere mortal writers, not author gods like him. It was mean, but he didn't care. He was tired of being glared at just for working, especially when he'd come in and attempted to be nice. This wasn't on him anymore. Because I'm not vomiting out 100 words a minute? No, Literature doesn't work the same way. Man, this woman was trying his temper, and he didn't even have much of a temper. But something about her got under his skin in the worst way. Vomiting out words, he repeated. He gave a small snort. It wasn't worth it. He wasn't going to paint her a picture of how hard he worked at his craft, because even if he did it as paint by numbers, she still wasn't going to see how seriously he took his work. The highbrow types never did. He wondered if they ever looked past the moral victory of the starred reviews they collected from fancy critics to consider why no one bought their books. Couldn't they see that it was because they failed to connect to real people? The ones who needed redemption and clear victories and escape. Yes, word vomit, she said. It's when you spew a bunch of stuff that forms sentence-like shapes and then publish it. And then go cash big old checks afterward? He nodded. I'm familiar. I'll just get back to my word puke. I don't want to distract you. It must be so hard to write when you write about nothing. It's not nothing, she said in a borderline sputter. I write about nuanced people with complex thoughts and feelings. As if he didn't. As if the victim he was avenging through his Mara Lanzini character hadn't lived a rich and complicated life. But whatever. He kept meaning to ignore Emerson Lindsor, and this time he'd stick with it. You go ahead and think your deep thoughts. I'm going to just keep word vomiting over here. He went back to his keyboard, kicking into high gear as interesting layers for his Mara character came to him. Never mind that none of it would help him move the story forward. It was just satisfying to bask in the anger rolling off of Emerson the faster he typed. It was only a couple of minutes before he heard the soft tap of her keys, moving at a pace close to his. After a couple of minutes, he couldn't resist looking up. She was focused on her screen, the tapping sound getting faster, like she could feel the weight of his stare. Well, good for her. He sped up even more, blasting through the rest of his character sketch for Mara at what had to be his all-time best pace. When he finished, he decided he needed a restroom break and more caffeine before he moved on to the next character. Hey, he called softly to Emerson. Her keystrokes over the last few minutes had grown louder and somehow angrier sounding, though her expression hadn't changed much from the half-frown he'd seen on her face since she'd spotted him. If she really was concentrating, he didn't want to interrupt, but she answered with a half-muttered, "What?" right away. "Can you watch my laptop for a minute?" She stopped typing long enough to stare at him. "Seriously?" "Seriously. I'll do the same for you." "Fine, whatever." She went back to typing. "Sounds like you've had a breakthrough." He offered the observation as an olive branch. She smacked it right out of his hand. "Yeah, I've been trying to write this total jerk without any luck, but I've magically found my inspiration since coming into this coffee shop." Okay, she was funny. He had to give her that, and he might have even deserved that. "You mean since spotting me in this coffee shop?" "You said it, not me." She kept her eyes on her screen. "Then you're welcome. And thanks for watching my stuff." He stopped by the counter to place another order before heading to the restroom. When he came out, he waited for the barista to finish making his drink. Emerson didn't look his way, but her fingers flew even faster the second he was back in her orbit again. Man, she was on fire. Although it hadn't been his intention, his angle gave him a clear view of Emerson's screen. Normally, a screen of fiction had no visual pattern. Paragraph sizes were different. Sentence lengths varied. No one page looked like any other. But even without being close enough to read it, Aidan could see that there was something off about Emerson's page. The rows of text were too even, and the spaces between words all matched the ones above and below it, almost as if she were writing lines. He took a quiet step closer so he wouldn't startle her, close enough that if he squinted, he could make out the words on her screen. It was a cardinal sin to look at another writer's work uninvited, but his instincts told him this was a special case, and his instincts were rarely wrong. A grin flashed over his lips as he made out what she was writing. Aidan Maxwell is an insufferable braggart. Aidan Maxwell is an insufferable braggart. Aidan Maxwell is an insufferable braggart. He leaned down and said, "That's your problem, you know. Your vocabulary." She squeaked and slammed her laptop shut, then twisted to face him. He immediately straightened to stay out of her space. She pressed her lips together and took a deep breath before answering him. "I don't like you." "That's better," he said. "That's how people talk, not like they ate a thesaurus. They say things straight, not call people insufferable braggarts. No one talks like that." His tone was a perfect reflection of his mood, laced with amused detachment. Instead of answering, she narrowed her eyes and turned back to her laptop, opening it to pick up where she'd left off. "Good tip," she said, typing again. "Aidan Maxwell is a jackass." "You're welcome," he said. "But maybe try the green tea. I read that it sparks creativity. Looks like you could use some. Might help you come up with more varied sentences." "Only if it goes well with a plate of thesaurus," she said. "Do you mind?" She gestured as if she were brushing him away like spring pollen, just as the barista called his name. Great. Now when he went to get his drink, it would look like he was retreating from their sparring. "Aidan?" the barista called again. He stifled a laugh as Emerson's fingers picked up speed on her new mantra. How did he always come up short on their exchanges? That woman was really starting to get under his skin. Chapter 3. Aidan was the literal worst. That was the only conclusion that explained how he kept bringing out the worst in her. It had been bad enough when he invaded her favorite coffee shop after mocking her for writing there in a room full of his fans. It had been worse when he'd sat down and gotten right to work, as if he could conjure words as easily as breathing. She had to fight for every single one, and those fights were long and excruciating. Then again, maybe he could conjure words as easily as breathing because he didn't fight for very good ones. The man's novels were thick as Bibles, but without the Enlightenment. He did that derivative ripped from the headlines kind of work, sending his sexy blonde detective and her smart partner all over Seattle, solving crimes that he didn't even have to invent. No wonder he could rattle his words loose as easily as the barista ground beans. She dumped them in the top of the grinder, pressed a button, and just like that, coffee in a neat little mug. Aidan did the same thing. Opened his laptop, dumped in a bunch of words, pressed send to his editor, and just like that, he had a slickly packaged bestseller, even if it was about as well made as instant coffee. When he sat down with his refill, she sent him a saccharine smile. "Watch my stuff for a minute?" He nodded, and she rose for a bathroom break. When she returned, she stopped by the counter to place another order, not for green tea. She was trying to write a moment laced with bittersweet nostalgia, and she needed the right drink to match her mood. But that was why she always chose this coffee shop. "Hey, Haley." "I know that look," the barista said. "What do you need this time?" "I'm working on a scene where my main character visits her grandmother's home. She loved it as a child, but now she's looking at it with adult eyes and seeing all the sadness that hid beneath the surface. What do you have for that?" "A tea, definitely." Haley turned to the menu board and tapped her chin as she scanned it. "Happy afternoon," she decided. Emma read the description. Salon Sonata? This grandmother wasn't much of an exotic type. Trust me, the rose hips and vanilla in this blend will give you that nostalgic feeling, but with some sharp notes that keep it from being strictly sentimental. Sounds perfect, Emma agreed. She half expected to hear something snide from Aidan Maxwell, but while she heard the deep murmur of his voice, he didn't seem to be talking to her. He was probably on his cell, like his call was so important that the whole cafe needed to hear him take it. She turned to give him her best quelling stare, the kind her mother used on upstart grad students and impertinent interviewers, but found him standing and talking to a woman in running clothes instead. He wore the same plastic "I'm so charming" smile he'd deployed on the women at the library. She couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but she was sure he was agreeing with the woman's assessment of his awesomeness and encouraging her to buy more of his books. The woman dug into her purse and pulled out, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." There was Aidan's book cover with the blonde cop, a sultry look on her face, her male partner behind her, eyes hidden by mirrored glasses as he stood there looking competent and cool. This time, Emma couldn't stop the eye roll which Aidan caught the tail end of when she let her glance fall back to the ridiculous scene playing out in front of her. His eyebrows rose, but he returned his attention to his fan, signing the title page as he listened and nodded. She took the book back from him and gave him an enthusiastic hug before rushing out. He sat back down and met Emma's gaze, his eyebrow up again, this time like a challenge. "Magic tea?" he asked. "Some of us work instead of fraternizing with groupies." "Another bite of thesaurus sandwich, huh? Your insults would be hurtful if you edited them down to something pithy." "Pithy? Who's being pretentious now?" She leaned over the counter and called to Haley, "I'll take that tea to go." Then she went back to her table and closed her laptop, packing it away and gathering up her notebook and pens. "Leaving so soon?" "No, not soon enough. The minute you walked through the door should have been my cue to exit." He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Hey, I've just been kidding. Running into you here was dumb luck." "Bad luck." He inclined his head slightly as if to acknowledge the point and rephrased. "Running into you here was a coincidence. Please don't leave on my account. If this is your usual place, I don't want to run you off. At all." Run her off? That stopped her cold. Why was she leaving? Didn't he have a big, fancy sun porch to write on, attached to his giant mansion built as a monument to American readers' bad taste and the soulless publishers who pandered to them? She straightened instead of sliding the notebook into her laptop bag. "You're right. This is my scene. I shouldn't have to leave. You should." "Will it make it easier for you to work?" "No. Nothing about writing was easy." "It'll make it less irritating." Without another word, he shut his own laptop and shoved it into his tattered backpack. He rose and, with a mocking salute, left the coffee shop. Haley called her name for her tea. As she reclaimed her seat and eyed Aidan's empty spot, she sipped her tea and couldn't decide if the tea, or victory, tasted sweeter. Thank goodness she was done with that man for good now. She worked for another hour and had about a paragraph to show for it, one made of actual words for her novel, not a mantra about Aidan Maxwell. It wasn't a lot in terms of word count, but they were almost exactly the words she wanted to describe her main character Victoria's feelings as she steps into her grandmother's home. Haley's tea recommendation had been right on the money, as usual. "Thanks, Haley," she called as she packed up to leave again. "I should trust you when you recommend something. You've never failed me yet." "No problem, Professor Lindsor. See you in class." Emma drove the short distance to her cottage, still mulling her completed paragraph. Maybe it wasn't right after all? She'd used the scent of black currants to evoke sensory memories, but how many people knew what black currants smelled like? It wasn't an effective image if no one could relate to it. Then again, good literature didn't spoon-feed its readers. It asked them to stretch, and in the stretching, to grow. She pulled into the driveway of her one-bedroom house, a relic of one of the old fishing camps that used to cover Whitby until the waters were overfished. The owner before her had updated it 20 years before, but its bones were plain. She'd kept it simple when she moved in 3 years before, not being able to afford much beyond IKEA furniture. But she liked the clean lines and muted gray and white color scheme of the pieces that met her each time she walked in. She called for Oates, her cat, who slunk out to brush against her leg and disappear again. Ah, well, she probably wouldn't get much more attention until she filled Oates's bowl, which she did, also filling a bowl of granola and dousing it with strawberry-flavored milk. It was a choice that would have horrified her mother, but that was the beauty of living alone in her God-forsaken backwater. Another thing Ariana Lindsor didn't like. According to her mother, all true writers and artists lived in Manhattan, with the occasional exception made for Brooklyn. So long as they'd won some sort of literary prize, Brooklyn was allowed. Whidbey Island's distance from her mother was one of Emma's favorite things about it. Her mind drifted toward her paragraph again, wondering once more if she should stick with the black currants when a chirp from her cell phone broke through her distraction. She didn't get many texts, mainly because everyone knew she loathed them, which meant that it was most likely Maggie. A glance at the screen confirmed it. "You owe me an email." Emma sighed at the message. She'd sent Maggie 2 emails on the subject of the Muses' retreat, a getaway sponsored by their mutual literary agency. What Maggie really meant was that she wanted an email from Emma saying she would go. Emma was over it. She could do pithy. She tapped her response. No. Her phone rang with Maggie's name. She answered it. "I hate talking on the phone." "Good to talk to you too, Emma girl," Maggie said, refusing, as usual, to be drawn into Emma's crankiness. "You need to go on the retreat." "No." "Why?" "I hate people." "You do not. That's why your students love you." "Those are barely adult-type people. I find them more tolerable." "This isn't about hating crowds. It's about your fear of failure. You live in your head too much. Besides, have you been paying attention to Valeria's emails?" Valeria Moreno, literary agent extraordinaire, represented both of them. Although Maggie definitely kept her busier since she had the ability to finish a book more than once every 5 years. Unless the subject line had something to do with Emma's non-existent royalties, Emma generally didn't read Valeria's emails, as it got harder and harder to think of reasons why her book wasn't ready yet. "Never mind," Maggie barreled ahead. "Of course you haven't, so you don't know that she just added a new keynote to the lineup. You're not going to want to miss him." "Who is it?" Emma was curious in spite of herself. "Luther Van Dyke." Whoa. Luther Van Dyke was a legend in literary criticism. His podcast interviews were some of the most incisive examinations of contemporary literature, and the course he taught at NYU, Forensics of the Short Novel, had produced 6 major award winners in recent years. "You'll come," Maggie said, with certainty born of knowing Emma far too well. "I wish," Emma said, and meant it. "I can't afford that, though." "You really haven't read any of Valeria's emails, have you? It's in Winthrop. No airfare, meals are provided. I booked myself a suite, and you can have the extra room, so you have no excuses." But my classes will be over. I already checked. It's next weekend and you'll be done 3 days before your new term starts. I guess I'm out of excuses. But also, I really want to meet Luther Van Dyke. Yay! Maggie's cheer was so loud that Emma had to jerk the phone away from her ear for a second. Let's carpool. I'll text you details later. She hung up after a quick goodbye. It was one thing Emma appreciated about her. Maggie knew when she'd won and let it go before Emma felt backed into a corner and changed her mind on principle. She opened her laptop and set to marking the final essays from her lit students. Grading could often be boring, but essays weren't so bad, especially not final ones where she could see their growth over the semester. In fact, it made her proud knowing she'd been part of that growth. The only downside was that grading essays from 3 sections of lower division literature students took days, even if she worked as fast as she could. By the time she submitted her final grades the following week, she was looking forward to the retreat, if only for the uninterrupted creative time it would offer. 3 solid days to hole up in Maggie's suite to do nothing but ponder words and shape sentences with no other responsibilities? Yes, please. She packed mindfully, ignoring that idiot Aidan Maxwell's mocking voice in the back of her mind as he snarked about tweed and turtlenecks. She owned more of each than she'd realized. Not that she left them out because she was dressing to please him. It just wasn't tweed or turtleneck season. Instead, she chose some tailored poplin shirt dresses that were comfortable for the early summer weather, but still professional enough for her to be taken seriously if she bumped into Luther Van Dyke. By the time she pulled into the long driveway leading up to Maggie's house, her skin practically buzzed with the gentle tingle that signaled impending adventure. She didn't feel that often, and she admitted to herself what it meant. Luther Van Dyke's presence at the retreat was a little nudge from destiny, pushing her toward the answers she needed to finish her second novel. No one had a more incisive eye than he did, and while Emma hated trading on her mother's name, she would absolutely do it if it would get the famously selective critic and teacher to look at her work and help her see what it was missing. Because it was something. For such a slim volume, it should be so easy to see it for herself, but she couldn't. There was just a slippery feeling inside that told her she hadn't nailed down every piece of it yet. He would know. Then she could make it perfect and send it out into the world, no longer a one-book wonder. She pulled up in front of Maggie's house. It wasn't a mansion exactly, but at over 3,000 square feet, it was more than Maggie needed for herself. She didn't even have a cat to keep her company, but she liked it that way. Maggie had written a series of high-profile novels all based on women braving the wilderness. In fact, comparing to what Maggie could have bought, her $1 million home was almost quaint. Emma pulled her suitcase up to the front door and waved at the motion-activated doorbell, not even bothering to knock. Maggie threw the door open a minute later and flung her arms around Emma before dragging her further into the house. I need a few more minutes. I meant to pack last night, but I finally figured out what was driving a wedge between Sarah and her sister, and I chased that until 2 a.m. I just woke up. Emma took a closer look at her, recognizing the bleary eyes and bedhead that came after a creative burst. Congratulations. Thanks, Maggie said, beaming. Seriously, I'll be ready to go in 15 minutes. She was as good as her word, chattering at Emma as she threw outfits one after another into a weekend bag. Are you even looking at what you're packing? Emma asked. It all fits. Does anything else really matter? It helped that Maggie shopped the same 3 designers. She could grab anything from her closet and look perfectly polished, including whatever she was currently wadding into a ball to fit in her bag. Ready, she announced. Let's hit the road." A few minutes later, they were on Highway 2, heading toward the Wenatchee Forest on their way to Winthrop in Maggie's Land Rover. "I can't wait," Maggie said with a happy sigh as the suburbs fell behind them. "I totally need this retreat." "I thought your writing was going fine." "It is. I don't need the writing time. I need the people time. Time to be among other creative types who aren't freaked out by my author tics." "That's where you and I differ," Emma said. "Half the writers I run into are pretty decent." "Like me," Maggie interrupted. "Like you," Emma agreed. "But half are pretentious or neurotic, so worried about who's on which list and which connections can get them farther. If you're no use to them, they look through you like you're vapor, and they're off to find someone worthier of their time. Like..." But this time she broke off on her own. She'd given Aidan Maxwell more mental space than he deserved. "Like..." "Never mind, it doesn't matter," Emma said aloud. "I'm planning to stalk Luther Van Dyke in the most charming way possible. Make myself irresistible in conversation so he'll beg to see what I'm working on, then take his every suggestion and turn this book into a piece of creative genius." "Tell me, how does one stalk someone charmingly?" "I was exaggerating. I brought a t-shirt that says, 'Hi, Luther, I'm Ariana's daughter. Let's talk.' I'll wear it and go from there." "I don't foresee any problems. Go right ahead. But for real, if you hide in our room too much, I'm going to drag you out every now and then to be with the humans." "No, I don't want humans. My difficult word babies need me." "They need you to stop suffocating them. You'll come to the social activities or else." "Or else what?" "Or else... There's really nothing I can threaten you with, is there?" Emma dropped her sunglasses down over her eyes and leaned back into the leather seat, smiling. "Nope." "Fine. But at least promise you'll pop out for the keynotes. I love listening to other writers talk about writing. Pretty please, or I won't have anyone to sit with." "Is that the real reason I'm here? I feel so used." "But you're going to do it anyway?" "How many keynotes are we talking?" 3 keynotes, 1 each afternoon. And they've brought in big names for it, too. So I go to 3 keynotes and you won't drag me out for cocktails and small talk. Ever? Not unless Luther Van Dyke is in the room. Deal. They spend the remaining 4 hours of the drive plotting Maggie's next novel, then rehashing the current season of Eligible, their favorite reality dating show. This season's contestant was a former pro baseball player who had narrowed his field of love interests down to 5. They hate-watched it together every Wednesday night. Well, Emma pretended she hated it. Maggie loved it without apology, and Emma somehow couldn't look away from it even though it drove her crazy. Sometimes the final couple got married after the show. That meant it couldn't always be fake, and she couldn't help cheering for at least one contestant every season who she believed was there for the right reasons. Not that Emma's pick ever won, but still. Maggie finally slowed for the turnoff to the resort, and they left the densely forested state highway to follow the private road into the property. It was still full of trees, but Emma spotted hiking trails winding through them, and as the large rustic main lodge appeared before them, she caught a glimpse of the silver lake beyond it. Something in her unwound, and she grinned at Maggie. Maggie pulled under the portico for valet parking and pulled her key from the ignition. "This place has an amazing vibe. I literally just figured out how to close a plot hole while we were coming up the driveway. I'm not sure you even need to worry about me trying to drag you out of our room. I'm so ready to sit down and write that I may not come up for air." "Stop bragging," Emma grumbled, and Maggie laughed. She'd offered many times to help Emma noodle through her plot, but since Emma's characters were the type who felt their way towards self-realization with no major story goal in mind, there wasn't much Maggie could do, as Emma had reassured her many times. "You should ask Aidan Maxwell," Maggie said. "He seems like he's got this down to an art." "More like a stale formula." Emma blinked. "Wait, I told you about Aidan?" Maggie had been digging through her purse for something, but now she stopped and looked at her, a lively curiosity on her face. "There's a story to tell about Aidan?" Now Emma was really confused. "Why did you bring up Aidan Maxwell?" "Because he's the first keynote speaker today." "Why are you talking about Aidan Maxwell?" But Emma's only answer was to bury her face in her hands and groan. Chapter 4. Aidan shut his laptop and stretched in his hotel room's surprisingly comfortable armchair. It had been another slow work morning. Ironic, considering the president of Muses had asked him to keynote at a retreat designed to motivate writers to write more, so that the agents could sell more books and make more money. He shook his head as if to clear the thought. That wasn't true. A big part of the reason he'd signed with the Muses agency was because they really did try to nurture artists and grow careers, not just sell flashy books, then move on to the next sizzle then fizzle market trend. But sometimes his old prosecutor instincts crept in, and he couldn't keep his cynicism from flaring up. Job hazard, even though he'd left that job 4 years ago. He glanced down at his watch. He was due in the main lodge in 2 hours to deliver the first keynote address of the retreat. He wasn't at all sure he was ready. He'd spoken many times in front of huge ballrooms full of unpublished writers, and it was easy to figure out what to say to them. Feed your passion, hone your skills. You are worth the time you're investing to learn this craft. But this would be a small room full of professional authors who took their work seriously and didn't need to be encouraged to keep at it every day. They already did the work. And because Muses represented both literary and genre fiction, it was a safe bet that none of the literary writers would be impressed by him. Not by his upcoming movie deal. Not by his wealth. If anything, his big publishing deals would be another mark against him for chasing the dollar instead of the critical acclaim. He scrubbed his hands over his face, running through the points he planned to make in his mind, trying to figure out why it felt so flat. He opened the folder he'd received at check-in with the schedule of events and list of attendees. Maybe he could tailor his message if he had a better sense of who was coming. He scanned the names, guessing there were about 50. Some of them were heavy hitters like himself, and others were names he didn't recognize. And then he saw it. "Emerson Lindsor, as I live and breathe," he drawled in a fake Southern accent as he read her name off the list. Well, well, well. He couldn't have written a better plot twist himself, and he was known for great plot twists. She'd come here knowing full well he'd be here too. She must want to go a few more rounds with him. He was looking forward to it. But her presence represented a different kind of opportunity too. If he could deliver the kind of keynote address that reached even Emerson Lindsor, then it would surely be the words the other writers there needed too. He downloaded her book to his phone and opened it to page 1, a dedication to her father. Interesting. He'd have expected it to be to her famous mother, the writer she'd grown up with and presumably the biggest influence. He grimaced before swiping to the next page. He'd read Ariana Lindsor's memoir for a college literature course, and while she had an incredible grasp of language, her pain had been icy, and it had left him cold. Not that he hadn't pitied her, losing her husband so young. He cast back through his memory for the details. If he remembered correctly, Emerson had been 8 when her father died. That was a tough age. He had seen it often enough in victims' families. How had her father died again? That often made a difference, too. He closed his eyes and dug further into his memories, pulling up the details of the book. Oh, yes. Oh, no. It had been sudden. A head injury after he'd fallen from a ladder in their home library while searching for a book. Man. He leaned back and began reading. From the first page, he could see that Emerson had inherited her mother's brilliant command of language. An hour later, he set down his phone. It was a short novel, almost more of a novelette, and he'd read more than half. It was spare and unflinching, and sad. He opened his laptop. He knew exactly what to say to Emerson, and to the rest of the writers there. She might not realize he was speaking directly to her, but he was, and the words poured from his fingertips for the first time in weeks as he found the words he wanted, exactly the way he needed to say them. Chapter 5. I will give you $1 million if you let me out of this one. Emma sat at the edge of the suite's living room sofa and clasped her hands in front of her, making her face look Dog in the Humane Society commercial sad. I already have $1 million. Maggie turned to examine her reflection in the mirror over an accent table holding a vase of flowers, courtesy of Muses. She appeared utterly indifferent to Emma's plea. I'll give you another $1 million. Don't make me go. You don't have $1 million. Maggie checked her reflection from another angle. I'll rob a bank. No thanks. She turned to face Emma. But I'll give you 50-50 odds that if you tell me why you suddenly hate Aidan Maxwell, I might let you off the hook. Emma already knew how that would go. Maggie would be so delighted by the story of their ill-fated panel together that she would drag Emma down to the main lodge early to get a front-row seat for the action. Never mind, she muttered. I'll just go. You're really not going to tell me? Emma answered by wandering from the comfortably appointed shared living area to her own room to decide on a dress. It shouldn't be anything that looked like it should also be paired with a beret, because Aidan would... Who cared? What she needed was a dress that made her look approachable but also professional in case Luther was already here. Maggie followed her into her room, watching as she laid out her choices on the bed. It's fine. You don't have to tell me. I'll get Aidan to. Emma whirled. You know him? Maggie's eyebrow rose. Is that fear on your face? What an interesting reaction. This must be a very, very good story. Uh-oh. She'd activated Maggie's storytelling antennae, and like any writer, she would be relentless in ferreting out the details. Better give her a sanitized version and kill her curiosity early. It's not that big a deal. We appeared on a local author library panel together and didn't see eye to eye. She debated whether she should tell her about the run-in at the coffee shop, but she dithered a second too long because Maggie's eyes narrowed. There's something else. Not really. He showed up at the coffee shop where I write, and we didn't get along much better. So you're saying there were sparks? Now Maggie looked absolutely elated. No, more like a distinct chill in the air. Really, Emma said, picking up a dress to study it. It was nothing. Okay, Maggie said, wandering off toward her room. Emma breathed a sigh of relief. She'd known Maggie would find chilly disdain boring, but she'd lost interest even faster than Emma had hoped. Emma had just decided on her navy and white pinstripe shirt dress when Maggie's muffled voice called her from the other room. Maggie? She answered. In my bathroom. Maggie's voice filtered through the door. I feel like an idiot, but I forgot to bring a razor and I'm already in the shower. Will you run down super fast to the lobby and get one from the concierge? I'll love you forever. No problem. It took less than 10 minutes, and when she returned, she knocked on the bathroom door and cracked it open. I'm setting it on the edge of the tub, she called over the sound of the shower spray. Thanks. She returned to her own room to get dressed, but stopped short inside the doorway. The shirt dresses she'd laid out had all disappeared. Instead, there was a knit dress in a soft shade of coral. She checked the closet, but it was empty. Maggie? She yelled, storming toward her friend's bathroom. Suddenly, Maggie's loud and off-key singing drifted over the sound of the spray. Emma grabbed the door handle, but it was locked now. Maggie? She knocked loudly. Maggie's singing grew louder. Emma spun on her heel and marched back to her room, where instead of getting dressed, she set up her laptop and sat down to write. Why aren't you dressed? Maggie asked from the doorway 15 minutes later. Someone took my clothes. But there's a pretty dress right there that would look perfect with your coloring. It's not my dress. Looks like your size. You should probably wear it. No, I'm not going. Then I'll have to pry all the details you're not telling me out of Aidan Maxwell. Go ahead. Emma wasn't going to be manipulated anymore. But if you want me down there, you'll give me my own dresses back. Otherwise, I'll stay here being productive while you run around trying to sniff out the details of a non-story. Maggie growled and disappeared, returning 2 minutes later with Emma's dresses. She dropped them on the bed and walked out muttering about not being able to help those who won't help themselves. Emma changed into her dress and smiled at her reflection. With the tailored dresses, she had an elegant coolness about her. She was right, Maggie was wrong. End of story. Maggie seemed to have gotten over her irritation when they both emerged into the suite's living area a few minutes before Aidan Maxwell's keynote. Ready? Maggie asked, her tone bright as she adjusted a red sandal to go with the turquoise romper she'd chosen. A romper. Only Maggie could pull it off at an event like this. She looked sexy and confident while her choice communicated that she didn't give 2 cents for anyone else's opinion about how she dressed. She'd dressed to please herself, unlike Emma, who had dressed to project an image. Emma shook her head. She probably should have just put on the coral dress. Let's go. They made their way down to the conference room, which was really more like an enclosed sun porch with a gorgeous view of the lake. About 50 chairs had been set up in front of a podium, and they slid into 2 open seats near the back with a few minutes to spare. Maggie greeted everyone around them, but Emma nodded and offered polite smiles until she broke into a real one at the sight of a familiar face. Valeria! Their agent wore a chic white linen tunic and black capri pants, looking as if she'd walked straight out of an ad for the Chanel spring collection. Well, possibly. Emma didn't follow fashion that closely, but the outfit's crisp simplicity is what she imagined Chanel clothes looked like. Emma! Maggie! So happy to see you! Valeria swept in for a lightly jasmine-scented hug and took the empty seat beside Emma. The seats were almost all filled, and after only a quick exchange of pleasantries, a middle-aged man stepped up to the podium and introduced himself as Gary Resnick, the president of the Muses Agency. He received a loud round of applause, and he gave the simmer down gesture with his hands. Save that for our first keynote speaker, a guy whose book sales make it easy for muses to put on a retreat like this and spring for the good champagne. That met with appreciative laughter. Emma stifled a yawn. In all seriousness, he continued, Aidan Maxwell is a dream client. Not just because his books are constantly at the top of the bestseller lists, but because he models the concept of creating art with integrity. It's not something people outside of our industry realize. In fact, it's something many of you might not recognize. But as an author, he's a model of how to make your moment count in the ways it really matters. Must be a different Aidan Maxwell, Emma joked to Valeria, who shot her a vaguely confused look. But no, it was the same insufferable Aidan who'd smirked at her across her favorite cafe table the week before. He strode up to the podium to shake Gary's hand and then settled in behind it, looking perfectly at ease. He ditched the stupid leather jacket for a gray blazer over a black shirt, open at the collar, no tie. He'd kept the jeans. "Good afternoon, everyone," he said. "When Gary asked me to speak, I worked up a rehashed version of the talk I give at writing conferences everywhere, trimmed it to 20 minutes, and called it good." He scanned the crowd, and his eyes rested on Emma for a few seconds. "I'm really going to need the whole story," Maggie murmured, following his gaze. Emma shifted in her seat and wondered if it was too soon to fake a bathroom break. Aidan broke her gaze and held up his phone. "I have that speech here, ready to go, but it didn't seem right for today, so I'm putting this away and speaking from here," he said, tapping his chest. "None of you needs to be told to make time in your life to write, to practice what you do, to seek out opportunities to learn from the best. The fact that you're here means you already know that. What I want to talk about is how very bad people can make good art, and how good people can make bad art, but how if we learn to approach our work the right way, we can always make real art, true art. And that is the best art because it's the art that matters." Emma blinked. She hadn't expected him to talk about art at all. Art was a word critics reserved for giddy use about the writers she could only dream of joining in the most exclusive literary reviews. Writers like her mother. He continued on for several minutes, talking about how the best stories were the ones that came from the realest places inside each of them. How people needed stories that came from the heart, not from their minds where the work was too often sanitized and polished, but lacking the pulse that drew people to it and left them changed. She looked around the crowd, all of them listening intently. "This is the weirdest thing to hear coming from the mouth of a guy who writes his lead detective as a blonde bombshell," she whispered to Valeria. Valeria's expression reflected surprise again. "Have you read any of his books?" "No. You have?" Valeria only represented highbrow literary fiction, so it would surprise Emma to no end to hear that her agent curled up with pulpy crime thrillers. He knows what he's talking about. Emma turned her attention back to Aidan. He was talking about empathy now, about how they didn't each have to live the exact stories they told, but that the spirit of empathy would animate their work for readers if writers were willing to dig into hard places. She listened more attentively, drawn in despite herself. The words were good, but she wished the message were coming from someone she could believe, someone who understood the kind of writing she did. The one thing she had to give him total credit for was not mentioning a word about his own success. He didn't make a single reference to the phenomenal sales of his series, and when he talked about working hard and putting time in to get things right, she believed him. No amount of money could save him from having to show up to his laptop and putting in the time. Heck, she'd seen him at work with her own 2 eyes in the cafe. There was no question he did the work, even if she didn't like the result. He took a long pause, one that suggested he was gathering his thoughts again before concluding. His eyes met hers once more, and when she looked away again, she thought she caught a slight flicker of a smile. "What we do is hard, but it's important," he said. And looking for the right words, that's important too. But painting the most beautiful word picture in a reader's mind isn't going to matter if we don't first listen how to make them care about the picture we're painting. Always, we must stay rooted in empathy and write from our hard places, even as we make up beautiful ones for the readers. Thank you. He was met with loud applause. Almost a quarter of the audience rose to its feet. Emma shook her head at Maggie, who was clapping hard. "Must be the genre readers," she said. Maggie shook her head at her and kept clapping. The resort had laid out a light afternoon snack buffet of cheeses, fruits, and breads, as well as some craft beers and the promised champagne. When the applause finally died down, Emma drifted toward the food, lured by the bread. Valeria and Maggie joined the small crowd that had gathered around Aidan to congratulate him on his talk. A few minutes and 2 onion rolls later, Valeria found her on the edge of the patio, eating some brie and watching the other authors mingle. "I'm not going to ask you how your book is coming, so if you're hiding over here to avoid me, don't worry." Emma smiled. "Thank you. And I promise I'm working on the book during every spare minute of this retreat. I'm trying to stay long enough to be polite, then I'm diving back into it." "You don't like Aidan Maxwell, the agent asked. "Not really. Had a bad run-in on a panel several days ago." "Bad how?" "He was super condescending, kept taking shots at literary fiction, was just in general a windbag," she concluded after a pause, as she searched for the politest way to say it. "That surprises me," Valeria said. "He's widely known as one of the nicest guys in the industry. Maybe even too nice." "Not that day." Valeria shook her head as if she couldn't reconcile it. "You should give him another chance. Read his books. I have a feeling they're going to shock you." "It's not my thing. It looks like he has enough adoring fans already." "That's not his fault." "Not unless you want to also blame him for writing excellent books. But also, one of the things I respect most about him is the way he uses his platform for good. He's done an astonishing amount of charity," Valeria said, also turning to watch the crowd. "He'll almost never let his name be associated with any of it because he doesn't want the credit." "What kind of charities?" Emma asked. People's causes said a lot about them. "Some victims' assistance and domestic violence survivor organizations. I think those are his prosecutor roots. But what's even more interesting is where he spends his time. He mentors at-risk young men." Wow. Emma was genuinely impressed. "Don't tell him I told you," Valeria said. "I only know about it because he's reached out to me to get some of my clients to come help at the mentoring program. I think it's called Write It Out. That's to help them with healthy self-expression. But then he does other mentoring, trying to connect them to sports leagues or job training." "That doesn't sound like the guy I met at the literary panel." "I don't know him well," Valeria said. "He could have terrible interpersonal skills, but his efforts to make a difference, they're not for show. And I can sniff out inauthenticity like an airport drug dog with a palate of pot. Aidan's charity work isn't a stunt." Emma had to admit that none of this fit with the guys she'd met in the Coupeville library or the cafe. She turned to study him as he listened to one of his well-wishers, his head tilted toward the other man, his expression thoughtful. Valeria excused herself to speak to another client, but Emma kept watching Aidan. He gave the same attention to each of the next 3 people, too. Maybe Aidan Maxwell had some layers beneath his ridiculous leather jacket charm the ladies persona after all. Chapter 6. Aidan spoke with each author who approached him after his keynote, either accepting their thanks or listening to them as they shared their own mindset breakthroughs. He didn't mind being the center of attention. No former prosecutor ever did. But he preferred these moments, where the connections were about craft and storytelling, not fans but colleagues. Or he usually did. Today, he'd been far more vulnerable than he normally would. Catherine had taught him to keep that side of himself guarded, and it had been a long time since he'd been so honest about his own writing process and how much it mattered to him to connect with his readers. He hadn't been so open about that since their marriage. He'd learned the hard way that she didn't get it, and she definitely didn't respect it. Here, with this group of writers trying to grapple with their work the same way he did, it had felt right. Still, he was glad when the small crowd around him dwindled and he could make his way over to the buffet. He already had a vulnerability hangover, and pretty soon he was going to want to hole up in his room and breathe. But for the moment, he kept an eye out for Emerson Lindsor, wondering if she'd understood that the person he'd been speaking to most directly was her. She had a powerful gift, but he sensed a level in her writing that she hadn't yet unlocked. What surprised him more was the prickle of his instincts telling him that a harder look at her writing might help him figure out what he was wrestling with in his own novel. He spotted her at the very edge of the outdoor deck, her back against the railing. She was dressed in both a more formal and a more understated way than most of the other authors. Most of them were in bright floral dresses or aloha shirts, as if they were on the beaches of Cancun and not Lake Pearlwater. But Emerson had gone with something more subdued, neutral city colors and a dress that fit her nicely, as if she'd chosen it for the way it hinted at her figure rather than announcing it. He suspected she was debating whether she'd like to climb over the railing to escape or try to thread her way back through the milling authors to get out of there. But one thing was sure, she definitely wanted to leave. He gave a mental shrug and made his way over to her. Why not? It wasn't like she could hate him more than she already did. A shadow slipped over her face when she saw him approaching, making her look even more guarded than before. He hadn't thought that was possible. He abandoned his plan to open with some gentle teasing. Instead, he stopped what he hoped felt like a comfortable distance from her and slid his hands into his pockets, keeping his stance relaxed. "Hello, Emerson Lindsor." He kept his tone friendly. "Hi." She didn't look any less guarded. "Why do I get the feeling you had no idea I would be here?" Everything about her body language screamed it, and the tiny flicker of surprise in her eyes confirmed it. She'd been expecting him to give her a hard time. "Sorry about ruining your weekend." She gave him a small smile. "Once I get back to my writing, it should be fine." "Fair enough." He grinned. He couldn't help it. He liked that she didn't back down from him. He glanced around the patio and recognized the look in a few people's eyes that meant they'd be edging over to talk to him soon. He softened his smile to Emerson in hopes that she could read the sincerity in his next words. "Hey, I owe you an apology and I'd love to make it in full, but this is an awkward place to do it. Could I buy you dinner tonight?" She looked startled and then slightly distressed. "It's not a date," he reassured her. "File it under the category of the least I can do." "Could I bring my friend Maggie?" she asked. "So this is going to be a public apology?" "Sure." The tension lines around her eyes disappeared. "I'm not actually going to bring her. I was testing whether you meant it about it not being a date." "It's not," he confirmed. "Just me eating figurative crow while we eat literal dinner. Humble pie for dessert?" "Absolutely. 6 o'clock?" She agreed and excused herself as another writer approached him, one who had seen a fair amount of success with her series of young adult novels about teenagers running an Ocean's 11-type heist ring. He accepted her thanks for his keynote and asked some questions about her work before he finally excused himself to his room again. Once safely inside, he'd meant to nap or zone out in front of ESPN, two sure ways to get past the discomfort he felt any time he opened up, but instead he found himself reaching for his laptop. He'd just gotten an idea for his lead detective, Sonia Winder, to find a connection to the victim. That's what always drove Sonia, a strong personal connection that made her unrelenting in pursuing a killer. Somehow, even though the source case for this novel had consumed him more than any other case of his career, he'd had a hard time figuring out a way in for Sonia. He had the first glimmer now, and oddly enough, it was thanks to that flutter of uncertainty he'd seen in Emerson Lindsor's eyes. She'd been sharp-edged and biting until that small moment, and the contrast had set off a light bulb. He wrote for 2 hours straight, something he hadn't been able to do in weeks. It used to be his normal pace, and he'd worried that he wouldn't get there again. So by the time he saved his work and slid his jacket back on for dinner with Emerson, he floated out of his room on a writer's high. He waited for her at the hostess stand, relieved when she showed a few minutes later. Not that he was super invested in having a meal with her, but he would have felt kind of ridiculous hanging out there by himself, and he really did want to apologize. "Hi." Her voice was low, and everything about her was guarded. She wore the same neatly pressed and buttoned shirt dress from the afternoon. She also wore a watchful look and a stillness that spoke of readiness, as if she could pivot and walk out at any moment. But she did offer him another small smile. "Thanks for coming," he said. "I'm glad you're giving me a chance to make this right. I'm just here to order the most expensive thing on the menu." But her lips twitched, and he smiled in return. The hostess led them to their table, and when the server appeared to take their order, Emerson ordered a modest roast chicken dish. "You really can stick it to me," he said. "I'm happy to make this a lobster apology." "That's not necessary. Do you like lobster?" "Yes," she admitted. "Then I'd love for you to have some, if that's not overstepping." She shook her head at him, but it was a slight shake, disbelief more than disagreement. He waited. "All right, lobster," she said. "Thanks." "I'm supposed to thank you." "Nope. I reject all thanks. You don't owe me any. So, should we get the awkward part over with?" "If we have to." Her small smile had grown a little wider. "Don't act like you're not going to enjoy every minute of this," he said. A full grin broke out. "I won't. Please, apologize away." He laughed. "I deserve all of this. Let's start with the panel event. I honestly thought you were Beverly's assistant when I handed you my jacket. I was trying to get to my seat as fast as possible since I was late after the... Well, it doesn't matter. I would never assume random strangers were waiting around just to take my coat." "Late after what?" "Excuse me?" He looked confused. "You said you were late to the panel after... What was it?" "A phone call. Does it matter?" She shrugged. "Maybe not. I just like details. Helps me understand better." "Wasn't an important phone call?" It had been one of his protégés from the youth center, a kid named Jared, calling because he'd finished reading one of Aidan's books and wanted to talk about it. It wouldn't normally be urgent, but this was a kid who hadn't opened up once to Aidan, and he wasn't about to cut Jared off early when he finally did. "Yes, it was important," he said, and left it at that. "Then I understand." "Yeah?" She nodded, and something inside him relaxed. a knot of tension he hadn't realized he'd been holding on to. She meant it, and the fact that she trusted his judgment of whether it was important without knowing the circumstances gave him the same feeling of accomplishment he'd experienced when he'd seen Jared's name in his caller ID. Anyway, I didn't read the room as well as I should have. I already had several people trying to talk to me when I walked in. I saw you helping with the chairs, I assumed you were an event worker, and I handed you the jacket. I understand all of that, but... She tilted her head and studied him. But you're wondering why I kept up the bad behavior? Make this good, because you were pretty bad. That startled another laugh from him, and he took the bait. It's a good thing this isn't a date, because these next words would be the kiss of death. It's because you reminded me of my ex. Her eyes widened. That was definitely not what I expected. Not the way you look or anything, it's just that she spent a lot of time giving me that you idiot look you were drilling me with, and I think it was a Pavlovian thing. So your ingrained instinct was to double down and make me madder? He shrugged. There's a reason we're exes. She considered that and then raised her glass in a toast. Exes are the worst. He touched his glass to hers. Sounds like you've got a story of your own. It's like every boring ex-boyfriend story ever told. Predictable and not at all worth repeating. He took a sip of his wine and set it down. I'd listen, but we can change the subject back to why I was such a tool. One more time. I'm sincerely sorry. Apology accepted. He was in the middle of another sip when she added, Now explain what happened at the coffee shop. And he choked on his wine. You're not going to make this easy, huh? Not even a little. All right, then. The coffee shop was because I felt dumb when I realized I'd picked your spot after making fun of you, and I went on offense. You know, attack first while your enemy is disarmed. She tilted her head at him. I think it's because your feelings were hurt when I wasn't happy to see you. You got me. She grinned at him, a hint of the sassiness he'd seen in her from their very first run-in surfacing. I knew it. The rest of the meal, they stuck to polite conversation. She didn't follow any sports, but she paid a lot of attention to Seattle politics, and it made for an interesting discussion. When the waiter came to clear their dinner plates, Aidan half expected her to use it as a chance to bolt, but when the server offered the dessert menu, she ordered a slice of chocolate cake. When he chose a cheesecake, she shot him a mischievous grin. Sounds delicious. What will you have for yourself? I guess that slice was also for the lady, he told the server. I'll take one more for myself. I was kidding, she said. I can't eat that much dessert. You can't? I shouldn't. But you should. I think fat and sugar molecules fuel creativity. I thought that was caffeine. I'll have room service send up a pot of coffee for you. Stop, she said. You are fully forgiven. You don't have anything left to make up for. I'm going to decline the coffee, and even though I should decline the cheesecake too, I'm not going to. I've got a mini fridge. Breakfast of champions. He nodded. It's practically a cheese Danish. They smiled at each other again, and Aidan had the same feeling he got after watching a summer blockbuster. He'd enjoyed himself, but it was the surface-level kind of entertainment that left him vaguely restless. He'd often go home to watch YouTube footage about the making of the movie and interviews with everyone from the writers to the special effects guys. Only then did he feel that itch scratched, that sense of being fully immersed. It was his nature to dig deeper, and he'd barely scratched the surface with Emerson. It shocked him. The one thing he didn't do was dig deep with women. His relationships were easy and uncomplicated. So why were the sharp angles and shadows in Emerson's personality what drew him to her the most? Chapter 7. Emma smiled as she pulled the cheesecake from the fridge. She hadn't been kidding about eating it for breakfast, and she settled at the table in front of the suite's balcony doors overlooking the Silver Lake. She was halfway through when a knock sounded at the door. Maggie was still sleeping after having socialized at the bar the night before. Emma had gone to bed at 11, and Maggie still hadn't made it back, so who knew when she'd finally stumbled in. She answered the knock before it could sound again and wake her friend. A room service steward stood there with a full-service coffee cart. Aidan, she thought with a rueful shake of her head. She should have known he'd do it anyway. Compliments of Mr. Maxwell. He left a note and took care of the gratuity. He set an envelope on the cart, rolled it to the table for her, and left with a smile. She picked up the note. Emerson, thank you for joining me at dinner. I'm glad we're good now. I don't want to be afraid of stumbling across you in any Whidbey Island cafes. I hope this makes up for that invasion once and for all. Happy writing. Aidan. She poured herself a cup and sank back into her seat to enjoy it along with the rest of her cheesecake. Before long, Maggie emerged looking like what her students would call a snack, dressed in a swishy floral sundress and snappy wedge sandals. Why do you look adorable? Emma demanded. What time did you even get back last night? 1 a.m. this morning, Maggie corrected her. And it's because I get the best eye cream money can buy. You ordered coffee, so sweet, she said, helping herself to a mug. Not me, actually, Aidan Maxwell. She braced for the interrogation, which began almost immediately. Tell me that story right now. Why did he want to have dinner with you? Why did you agree if you think he's such a sellout? And why is he sending you coffee? And why are you drinking it with a smile? How did you know I had dinner with him? Emma asked. Because I was in the dining room last night and you were both so deep in that conversation that you didn't notice me. That's a big 180 from where we were yesterday during his keynote. And by we, I mean you. Spill. Emma sighed but didn't try to fight it, giving Maggie the short version. He was totally ridiculous the other 2 times I met him, but his reasons make sense and his apology felt sincere, so I guess we're okay now. Then you should date him. Emma blinked at her. I was just sort of shooting for not wanting to kill him the next time I saw him. He's hot, he lives on Whidbey, and most importantly, you're available. Proximity isn't a good enough reason to date someone. He's not the jerk I thought he was, but we don't have enough in common to build a relationship. Oh my gosh, who said anything about a relationship? Go out and have a good time with an absurdly handsome man. You're the absurd one here, Emma said, rising to head to her room for more writing. And what do you mean you don't have anything in common? Maggie pressed, as if Emma weren't trying to escape. You're both writers. That is a massive thing to have in common. Maybe the most massive thing. Emma plopped back down. That's like saying high school wrestlers and Olympic ice skaters have a massive thing in common because they both do sports. It's not the same thing at all. Is that disdain I hear in your tone? Emma shrugged. Not as much for him. He's got layers. I heard it yesterday and saw more last night. I get it. But that doesn't mean his work does. Maggie took a long sip of her coffee and considered that. I like pretty sentences as much as you do. I think it's okay for books to have sad endings. I don't think explosions or car chases make stories better, and I think it's interesting when a character doesn't always know what she wants. And I have a lot of readers who feel the same way. But at the same time, I think sometimes writers on our side of the spectrum overlook the lessons we can learn from his side of the spectrum. What are we defining as his and our sides? Book club writers versus formula writers, if you want to put a label on it. Emma grinned at her. Book club novels were every agent and publisher's dream, the kind of upmarket fiction that women told their friends they had to read. The kinds of books Oprah and Reese Witherspoon picked and then optioned for movies. I haven't made it to book club status, so I'll take your word for it. I need to learn how you write those kinds of stories, then maybe I can sit down and look at Aidan's formula. That's a really nice euphemism for predictable. That's what I'm talking about, Maggie said, lazily wagging her finger at Emma. When a story sells millions of copies, it's because the author has found a way to connect to something important in a huge cross-section of readers. Instead of making fun of his formula, maybe you could look at it and see why it works. Lots of writers make fun of Stephenie Meyer's writing in the Twilight series, but are the millions of readers who loved it really wrong? Or is it the writers who can't sell enough books to earn back their advances the ones who are missing something? Emma was tired of the argument and itchy to get back to her manuscript. She'd been working on the same metaphor for over an hour, and it would nag at her until she had it exactly right. In theory, I get what you're saying, but I don't see how reading Aidan's police procedural is going to help me figure out how to bring Victoria's interior struggles to life. Ah, Victoria. Maggie shook her head. She's still not cooperating? She never does, Emma muttered. Let her breathe. Quit thinking about her, then sneak up on her when she's not expecting you, and see what you scare out of her. They were discussing a fictional person. Do you think we sound crazy to normal people? Abso-freaking-lutely. Because we are. Embrace it. I guess I should. Also, Aidan Maxwell. You should embrace Aidan Maxwell. Emma picked up a sweetener packet and threw it at her. Knock it off. On one condition. If you get writer's block again this morning, instead of staring blankly at your screen, read Aidan's book. Then give me a writer's book report. Don't tell me what happens in it. Tell me what you learned from it as a writer. Except I don't have his book. And also, I don't want to do that. Actually, that's the main problem, Emma said. That second part. Hang on. Maggie disappeared into her room and returned bearing a hardback. She waved the cover in front of Emma. I'm going to motivate you. I got this as part of a swag bag from the agency because it's my name on the reservation. Give it a try. If not... She flipped it over where an author photo of Aidan took up nearly the whole back. I'll follow you around and periodically flash this picture at you and offer helpful tips for how to flirt with him. I know how to flirt, Emma said. Do not. You think it's beneath you. But it's fun and you should do it. For example, she held Aidan's picture in front of her face and deepened her voice. I'm sexy Aidan standing in front of you, and now you need to muss up your hair a little and say, Hi, you're a welcome distraction from the writing grind. Then he'll kiss you. Emma placed her hand on top of the book and pressed it down so she was face to face with Maggie. That is assault. Not if you want the kiss. Also, if you don't like my advice and would like to stop hearing it, you should just agree to the deal. Next metaphor you get stuck on, you read this for a brain break. Otherwise, she raised the book in front of her face and changed to her man voice. Flirting lesson. Anything to get Maggie's nonsense to stop. Emma snatched the book from her. Fine. I'll read it if I get stuck. Never use that voice again. She walked to her room to get started again, but Maggie's laugh followed her. I notice you didn't argue that he's sexy. Emma shut the door on her laugh. She tossed the book on the bed and sat at her laptop, determined to crack the metaphor that would perfectly capture the way Victoria saw the world and how it was closing in on her. A half-hour later, she still hadn't found it. "Metaphors are the worst," she shouted, but only loud enough to make herself feel better, not loud enough to summon Maggie. She pushed her chair back and stood to pace, hoping the movement would shake something loose in her brain. Instead, her eyes landed on Aidan staring up at her from her bed. His book had landed with his author photo face up in the middle of her bedspread. It was a black and white shot, so it didn't capture the warmth of his brown eyes when he was genuinely smiling, as he had over dinner. But it did do justice to that strong jawline. She leaned over to touch the picture, then jumped back when her finger grazed his chin. She could almost hear the jokes Maggie would make about this. She also heard herself promising to quit torturing her metaphors if they didn't want to cooperate. Ugh. She grabbed the book and curled up on her bed, then immediately climbed off it again. Maggie's play-acting with his photo had suddenly made it weird to read in bed with his face right there on the cover. She almost went out to the sofa in the living room, but didn't want to give Maggie the satisfaction of seeing her with the book. She glanced outside. It was blue enough, and she should be able to find somewhere quiet to read. It would be a good mental exercise to take apart where his narrative wasn't working. She often learned more about writing from reading bad books than good ones. Several minutes later, she found herself comfortably settled in an Adirondack chair on the lakeshore, tucked beneath a light blanket provided by a thoughtful hotel attendant. 2 hours after that, she looked up from Chapter 8, only because she'd been distracted by the sound of her own stomach rumbling. And somehow she hadn't remembered to analyze a single thing about Aidan's writing. She'd been too engrossed in the story. A hunt for a murderer who had abducted a 15-year-old girl after killing her parents. He'd hidden her in his trailer in a rural community an hour away. The abducted girl had been assumed dead until she wandered to a neighbor's home, barefoot and terrified, to beg for help. At first, the kidnapper seemed to have randomly chosen her, but as Detective Sophia Winder began to dig deeper, she discovered the terrifying threads of a much deeper plot. Detective Sophia Winder. She had been a surprise. She was the blonde on all the book covers. Emma closed the book to study the cover more closely. Based on the picture, she hadn't been at all prepared to find out how tough and smart Detective Winder was. Her picture showed a tall woman with beach curls, a generous chest in a fitted red shirt, long legs in snug jeans and mile-high stilettos, her police badge clipped to her low-slung waistline. But the detective Aidan had written was no-nonsense, tough, smart, intuitive, and extremely logical. And she never wore heels or tight shirts. The cover had gotten one thing right. Sophia Winder should be front and center, because she was the driving force in her partnership with Daniel Cruz, her partner who seemed to be there only as a foil for them to crack jokes with each other, as periodic comedic relief. And even the humor hadn't felt contrived. Aidan's jokes were funny and on point. But what surprised Emma the most was his mastery of emotion. The way he had the ability to make her feel the fear in the community over a sudden evil amongst them. It wasn't that he didn't have room for improvement. He missed opportunities to ground some of that emotion in the setting where he could create layers of language and thought in the same sentence. But he was much better at bringing the emotions of the story to life than she'd have expected. She stared out over the water, noting the swimmers. They all swam with a fast, regular rhythm. Must be training. There was something soothing about watching them cut through the water, and she fell into a light reverie the way she did when she heard a metronome ticking, or her windshield wipers drumming when she idled at a red light. The swimmer closest to her was swimming parallel with the shore rather than out and back. Smart, she thought. Keeps him from getting too far from the shore. When the swimmer drew even with her about 20 yards from the bank, his rhythm changed and he angled toward her, eventually rising and pulling off his goggles. It was Aidan. He waved before walking toward her through the water, and she ogled him for a minute. He wore a wetsuit, and the neoprene did him some favors, contouring his muscles as he lifted his hands to sluice the water from his hair. She pulled herself together enough to tuck his book into the blanket beside her. It would be mortifying for him to walk up to see his author photo staring back at him, propped on her knees as she read. By the time he reached the shore and called a hello to her, she'd found a friendly smile. "Hi yourself," she said. "I almost think your smile is genuine," he replied, returning it. "It is. We've made peace, right?" He nodded and sluiced more water out of his hair. "What are you doing out here?" "Thinking," she said. "Why are you out here? I didn't know we had a PE requirement for this retreat." He flashed another grin at her. "I try to keep up with my training." "For triathlons, probably." All Seattle men in their 30s did triathlons. It was slightly cliched, but nothing she would hold against him. There were worse ways he could spend his time. "I'm certified for dive rescue," he said. "I swim in open water a few times a week, no matter what the weather is, just to make sure I'm ready. Don't want to freeze up because I'm in a storm or something." Her mouth fell open the tiniest bit as she processed this information. Then her forehead wrinkled. "Wait, are you saying you go out in lightning just to prove you can do it?" He shook his head at her. "You just did it again." "Did what?" "Assumed that I have the worst possible motive. I'm not a tough guy." "Even though you swagger around wearing a leather biker jacket?" "Even though I wear a leather biker jacket. I don't swagger. Normally," he amended when her eyebrow rose. "That one time I did, but I apologized, remember? Also, remind me to tell you the story of that jacket sometime. It might surprise you." "I'd like to hear it." She said it to be polite, but was startled to discover she meant it. She was surprised when he settled on the sand beside her, instead of suggesting he share it with her over lunch. Although she hadn't been hinting at it, she felt slightly let down, and she frowned. He immediately rose again. "Sorry, I didn't mean to enroach." She waved him back down. "No, it's fine. Sorry, I was thinking about something else for a minute." He eased back down on the sand. "That happens to me a lot, too. Job hazard, huh?" "Pretty much. That and carpal tunnel." He laughed. "So what are you sitting out here thinking about?" She wasn't about to say, "Your book I was just reading," so she picked the first thing that jumped to mind. Metaphors. He winced. "The worst. Are you stuck?" "Always." The answer to that question is that I'm always stuck. Got any great metaphor writing techniques? I do the spaghetti thing. Throw a bunch into the sentence until I figure out which one is right. It doesn't really help, so no tips." "Same," she said, settling back against the chair and staring out over the water. "Eventually I do always find the right one, but it's never the same way twice. Sounds like the long way to do things." He hesitated before the word long and spoke it with some delicacy, so she didn't take offense. "It probably explains why it's taken me 5 years to write this book," she agreed. "It was definitely the metaphors." and her crippling self-doubt, but the metaphor situation felt more fixable. "Let's make some." She glanced down and found him smiling at her with the glint of challenge in his eye. "Make metaphors? Now? Why?" "Same reason I climbed into this wetsuit this morning. Practice." He pulled at the fabric on his leg. He squeezed into his wetsuit like it was the murder glove at OJ's trial. She smiled. "But yours fits well, so you'd be convicted. Bad metaphor." A pleased smile flickered across his lips, and she realized she'd just admitted that she'd been paying attention to his body. She was glad she didn't blush easily, but it made her uncomfortable to think that he'd glimpsed her thoughts without her intending him to. She reached for a metaphor of her own to divert him from that confession. She pointed at the opposite bank in the distance. The tree line was a shaggy unibrow on the far shore. He laughed. "Okay, yeah, you need practice. I'd have to check my schedule, but isn't there a class on metaphors happening right now? Maybe we should go." "I'm not really here for the classes. That's not my process." "Studying the lake and waiting for inspiration to strike is your thing?" "Basically." She braced for him to make fun of her, but he surprised her. "I get that. I think swimming does that for me. Or basically doing anything repetitive. Washing dishes, chopping wood. Boring tasks make my brain go to work on my story. I think half the writing I do is in my head when I'm anywhere but at my desk." She pictured him washing dishes and chopping wood, and suddenly it made him distractingly attractive. With this easy talk about writing and the soft but growing warmth she recognized as feeling understood, it was both a deeply comfortable and wildly alarming feeling all at once. The alarm was winning out. She needed some space to think, to breathe. He had a tendency to steal her attention to the exclusion of anything else. His nearness was jumbling her thoughts, a charged tension drawing her to lean toward where he sat a few scant inches away on the sand. Maybe it had been seeing him in a new light after his keynote. Or maybe it had been seeing him in a new light as he had risen from the lake, water streaming off him. She didn't have a metaphor to which she could compare the experience. All she knew was that she suddenly craved some space. Actually, she didn't have a metaphor, but she had a memory. She used to get the same soft, warm feeling whenever she'd figured out something important in her work. A character's motivation, the perfect line to end a chapter. And she used to share it with her ex, David, back when they'd been in the same graduate writing seminar where she'd begun her second novel. They'd started dating and often read each other their work. His always left her awed with his command of language and the intricate ideas he'd tackled. She'd wanted to measure up to that so badly, for him to see the same kind of talent in her work that dripped from his. A few times she'd gotten the feeling of having the words exactly right, but when she'd read the words to him, he'd smile and say, "That's a pretty good start. I think you're almost there." And all the warmth would disappear, leaving her feeling as flat as he found her work. She wasn't going there again, not falling for another handsome but self-absorbed writer. Speaking of writing, I should do some. She straightened in the chair and gathered the blanket. I think I'm going to go back to my laptop to work on some real metaphors there. Did I say something wrong? He asked, and guilt pricked her for the genuine confusion in his tone. She wanted to reach over and smooth the sudden furrow between his eyes, and the impulse shook her. Instead, she reached for words she could put up between them to find her safe distance again. No, it's just that some of us don't have million-dollar book deals that let us treat work retreats as vacations, and that means writing while other people... She let her glance trace down his wetsuit before finishing. Play. His eyes darkened. You might try reading one of my books before you decide that I don't work hard at them. No thanks, she said. Formulas aren't my thing. No offense. It's just that I'm obsessed with the craft of writing, not plot points, and I spend my time reading more literary pieces. Hope you enjoy the class, she said, rising. But she'd only gone 2 steps back toward the lodge when the copy of his book she'd been hiding slipped from her blanket and plopped onto the sand behind her. It was a replay of the beret situation. This wasn't fair. It had fallen open to her bookmark, a scene she'd paused at not because she was bored, but because it was so intense that she needed to breathe a minute before continuing. Aidan didn't even laugh. He leaned over and picked up the book, skimming the page. The side of his mouth twitched up in the tiniest smile as he closed it again and nodded. You're right, he said, nodding. He rose too, still holding the book. Since I write by a formula, you won't need this to see what happens next. I'm sure you've already guessed. I'll take this off your hands so you don't have to tote it back to the hotel. See you around, Emerson. And he strolled off. Emerson watched him go, her hands tightening into frustrated fists as she realized she was about to go back to her room and give him another sale. There was no way she could ask for the book back now, and she had to know what happened next. Chapter 8. Aidan walked back to his room in the lodge, but he wanted to storm back. It shouldn't have bothered him that Emerson had taken that condescending tone again. He'd heard it often enough in his marriage to Catherine when she dismissed his writing as a waste of time, or a hobby as frivolous as golf. We're supposed to be changing things in substantive ways, she'd reminded him. How does a buddy cop book do that? Making big changes. That had been the plan. They'd met their senior year of college at an information meeting for Northwestern Law. They'd begun dating, and when they both got accepted, it had felt like fate. They married the summer before their final year of law school, in between their separate clerkships and the beginning of their final term, and then they'd both applied to and been hired by the Seattle DA's office. It had all felt so destined. He snorted as he strode into the elevator and tapped the button to send it up to his floor. Destined. Ha! Destined to fall apart, he could see now. Catherine had envisioned them rising through the ranks of the DA's office, and then, depending on how their careers went, one of them would run for district attorney, preferably her. But whichever one of them it was would eventually run for, and win, the governor's office, where they could make those real and substantive changes Catherine always talked about. Aidan had been on board with all of it from the beginning, but the reality had been different once they got into the trenches. They'd both won an equal number of cases. They were good, equally matched, and they'd never felt any competition from each other. A win for her was a win for him, and vice versa. That's probably why it had taken him so long to notice that the job weighed on them each so differently. So much of what they did was cut plea deals. Catherine was good with that, because to her it meant they'd saved the state the expense of a trial and made sure the bad guys served time. But Aidan hated it. He hated cutting any kind of deal that meant the perpetrator didn't experience the full penalty of his wrongdoing. It didn't feel like justice to him. And it wore him down from the other side, too. He saw so many felons coming through the system who seemed almost doomed to fail because they came out of circumstances that didn't prepare them to succeed in society or the economy. And so crime made the most sense. He cut the deals his boss told him to cut. But on his lunch breaks, and when he went home, and on weekends when his friends went out rock climbing or drinking, he wrote. He wrote different versions of the cases where things worked out the way they should. Part of it was that he needed to understand why the violent criminals he prosecuted did what they did. But the much bigger part was that he needed to give the victims justice. In the fictionalized versions he wrote, the criminals got the fullest possible penalty. Sometimes it wasn't even criminal justice. For a couple of the really bad guys, they got street justice. He'd written the first one because he needed the outlet. He'd never had any intention of getting it published. But he'd been second chair on a case he and another prosecutor lost. Badly. They got the conviction, but they'd had to let the guy, a sex trafficker, plead to lesser charges so they could get the guys higher up. Logically, Aidan always knew this was the best way to eventually get the worst guys. But the guy who'd gotten the lighter sentence was as bad as anyone he'd ever prosecuted. He just hadn't had as much time to do as much damage. It killed Aidan that the scum would be out within 5 years to unleash his particular brand of evil again. So Aidan had written the outcome the way he wished it had happened. A fictionalized version that he knew the other assistant DA would recognize immediately. And when he'd finished the draft, he'd given it to him as a way to make it better? Not that exactly, but to make it right, at least in a parallel creative universe. What Aidan hadn't known was that his friend's father was Gary Resnick, the head of the Muses agency. He'd given it to Gary to read, and it turned out that the American appetite for justice was deep and driving. The rest was history. Catherine had hated every minute of it. The money never mattered to her. She'd seen his writing as lesser work, and the more important it became to him, the more she hated it. Ultimately, she'd claimed he wasn't the man she married, and walked out. And he'd let her go. Because he recognized the truth. He hadn't really known who he was when they married either. But he'd figured it out. And he was becoming more of the person he knew he was meant to be, making a difference in ways she didn't understand. He didn't want her back because he didn't want to go backwards in his own life. The memory of her increasingly less subtle criticism of his writing and his priorities still stung sometimes. But they'd split up 3 years ago, and the hurt had largely faded. Or so he'd thought, until Emerson Lindsor came along, poking him hard in all of his bruises. "That's why you like her," a voice in his head said. "I don't like her," he told the room at large. "And if I did, that crap isn't healthy." That was true. Saying it, hearing it, sunk it in. It was not healthy for him to try to prove to Emerson that his words had value. He'd already had that relationship, and one of the big lessons he'd learned as a prosecutor was how destructive toxic relationships could be. Not that Catherine had been toxic, but their dynamic had. He'd watched a lot of otherwise decent men and women dragged down in their lives because they kept choosing the same type of partner over and over again. And it obviously said something about him that he was drawn to someone like Emerson when she had the same opinion of his work that his ex had. And he was drawn to Emerson. That was the crux of it. "Fine, I like her," he confessed to the empty room. "But I still see that it isn't healthy." This was something that was totally within his control. They'd lived on the same island for years without running into each other. There was no reason they ever had to cross paths again after this weekend. By the time he'd showered, changed, and poked at his manuscript some more, he had his head back on straight as it related to Emerson Lindsor. She might have a sharp mind and clever comebacks, qualities he appreciated in a woman. And she might have a quiet, sexy thing happening that was obvious to anyone who looked past her muted clothes and understated makeup. He definitely saw through it. Her personality slipped through the cracks of that camouflage, a vibrancy and edginess that only made him pay more attention. But not anymore. He was done with her and ready to enjoy the rest of his weekend. He liked hanging out with other authors and talking shop, and there were dozens of people for him to talk to and learn from. Emerson Lindsor was officially off his radar. He pulled up the schedule and noticed that the mid-afternoon keynote and tea were about to begin. The speaker was a woman whose work he'd blurbed. She wrote true crime books, but they were about odd and utterly fascinating non-violent crimes he'd never have considered, including her massive new bestseller about the complicated intrigue of exotic bird feather theft. Who knew? He headed down to listen and enjoyed it even more than he'd expected to, giving her a standing ovation when she concluded her message of how fiction, just as much as nonfiction, had to tell the truth above everything else. Afterward, he headed for the generous spread the agency had again provided, in search of mini onion tarts. He wasn't a fussy food kind of guy, but those had been really good. Now where were they? Aidan? He froze in the act of reaching for a tart. It was a softer tone, for a voice he'd mostly only heard when Emerson was taking him down a notch. He turned to face her, fixing a politely distant expression on his face. He was glad he'd learned the art of the inscrutable expression during trial days, because her appearance caught him completely off guard. She was dressed in a pinkish-orange dress, soft-looking and sleeveless, a matching shade of gloss on her lips, which he'd been staring at for just a second too long, he realized, when she bit them. A distinct air of nervousness hanging over her. It was almost as discernible as the light vanilla scent she was wearing. "Emerson?" he said. "It's my turn to apologize." Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that. He kept his mouth shut and waited to see what had prompted it. "I was so rude by the lake. You just have a habit of catching me in embarrassing moments." He didn't point out that they'd both involved her being slightly less truthful about things like berets and reading material. It wasn't like he'd been trying to catch her out. He waited for her to finish so he could get back to his onion tart hunt. She pushed her hair behind her ear, and he realized that it was the first time he'd ever seen her wear it down instead of in her low ponytail. "The thing is, I really don't wear berets. Or I do, but only in an ironic way. My friend Maggie gave me that hat as kind of a good luck thing, but also..." And she paused to swallow. "Also, I'm sorry I said what I said about your book." "Don't worry about it. I know it's not your thing." It wasn't a validation of his work by any means, but he had enough grace to accept the apology. He gave her a polite nod and turned to scoop up a tart. "It's not," she agreed. "I guess that's why I was surprised by how absorbing it was." He twisted back around, too surprised by this admission to keep his courtroom face on. He didn't even know what to say to that, and he stared at her while he tried to find words. She seemed to interpret this to mean that she had to explain herself further. "I couldn't put it down," she admitted. "I haven't read much genre fiction since..." She looked down at her feet, which were in white sandals that showed her toenails polished in bright blue. He wouldn't have pegged her for blue toenails. "Since?" he prompted her. It suddenly mattered a great deal to him that she finished the thought. "In a long time," she finished. But he knew she hadn't given him the whole story. "Anyway," she continued, "I want to finish your book. I'll have a room porter send it over." He hoped he didn't look stupidly pleased by her admission. "It's okay. I ordered it for my tablet and read another 100 pages this afternoon." He couldn't fight a smile this time. "You're forgiven." She drew a deep breath and blurted, "I think it's my turn to buy you an apology dinner. Tonight, my treat, He only hesitated for a split second. It was the polite thing to do, not the unhealthy moth-to-flame tendency he'd already scolded himself for earlier. This was much different than Catherine's refusal to even read his work had been. Besides, Emerson had been gracious enough to let him apologize when he'd been out of line. "Sure," he said. "I'll take you up on that." Her shoulders eased a bit and she smiled and reached for an onion tart. The last one, as it turned out, and he stifled a sigh. "I'm going to be done reading your book by then. I'll have lots of questions." "Bring it." That won the first real smile of the afternoon from her. "So, what did you think of the keynote?" I didn't think it would have much application to my work before she started talking, but she said a few things that gave me a new angle to consider in this book I'm fighting, she said. "Like what?" And for the next several minutes, they had exactly the kind of writing conversation he loved to have with other writers. It ranged from books they'd both read and books on craft they'd each found helpful. And he was enjoying himself so much that he even forgave her for the things she hadn't apologized for. Eating the last onion tart. "So I guess what I'm saying," he concluded, "is that genius writing is the backbone of everything, genre or literary. And that's why stuff like Star Trek is an enduring part of our cultural fabric." He expected her to tease him about Star Trek. Giving her the opening was his way of signaling that he really was cool with her now. Instead, she said, "Only the Picard episodes." And then she got a funny look on her face, like she'd swallowed a fly. "Anyway, I get what you're saying, but that's why I feel Swedish television offers so much to think about. Thank goodness for Netflix, right?" "Wait, you watch Star Trek?" He peered closely at her, studying her like she was an opposing witness he was about to dissect on the stand. "Don't try to pivot with that Swedish red herring. I heard you." She glanced around, the look of someone seeking escape, another look he knew well from his trial days. But there was nowhere to run, then or now, and he wanted to pull on this thread. "Which is the best episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation?" "I don't really know," she said. "I'm not that much of a fan." She was lying. He had a finely honed instinct for liars. "Let me help you out. It's an episode called Code of Honor." It was a trap. It was easily one of the worst episodes of all time. "You have got to be kidding me." He said nothing, just pursed his lips in the universal sign for interesting reaction. Her mouth opened, closed, pressed tight, opened again, closed, and this time smiled. It's Lower Decks. It was his turn to be surprised. "That's a boring episode. Nothing happens." "Everything happens," she said. "It's the one episode where we're really grounded in the small details of their lives. That makes it more real than any other episode." "You're crazy. It's Inner Light." These were the kind of fundamental philosophical disagreements that led to full-fledged brawls at fan conventions. He knew because his office had to process a bunch of simple assault pleas after a Star Trek convention one year. He was just looking forward to digging into the argument when he felt a shift in her and knew her attention had gone elsewhere. He followed her gaze to a tall man on the other side of the patio. He didn't recognize the man, but whoever he was, he had all of Emerson's attention, and Aidan sensed a distinct return of the nervous energy she'd had before she'd gotten her apology out of the way. "I'd like to talk about this some more over dinner, but there's someone I need to catch." She said all this as she kept her eye on the man in the distance. "Meet you in the restaurant at 7 o'clock?" "Sure." He was too proud to compete for her attention. She shot him a quick smile before she excused herself and crossed the patio to the new arrival. Aidan watched her as she approached him. The man was tall, maybe even taller than Aidan, who was a little over 6 feet. He had Scandinavian features, hair so blonde it was almost white. He couldn't discern the other man's eye color, but he was slim and carried himself with confidence. And Emerson leaned toward him and touched the man's sleeve lightly as she spoke. He knew that move. Women did it to him all the time. But Emerson never had. He was uncomfortable as he realized how much that bugged him. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He might need to take another head-clearing swim in the lake. That was all he needed. That and an onion tart. That weird feeling in his stomach was hunger. Nothing more. Chapter 9. Emma wished she hadn't worn the coral dress. Maggie had been right. It was flattering on her. And she'd chosen it because she needed the extra armor of looking her best when she went down to make her apology to Aidan after being such a jerk to him by the lake. She wasn't above using her feminine wiles to get him to go easy on her when he rightly could have chewed her out for her behavior. She was a feminist, but a feminist with a toolbox that included a really pretty dress. She just hadn't counted on running into Luther Van Dyke at the moment, and for him she'd have used a different armor. The tidy shirt dress that showed she meant business. Still, she couldn't let the moment pass to establish a connection, so she'd excused herself from Aidan, even though it was so hard to leave the argument when he was so wrong about Star Trek, and gathered up her courage to approach Luther. Thankfully, she'd rehearsed a million different approaches until she found the right one. "Excuse me, Mr. Van Dyke?" she said when there was a pause in the conversation he was having with an older man. "I'm Emerson Lindsor." There was no recognition on his face, but why would there be? She forged ahead. "I wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your insights on digging in." It was the name of his book review podcast. "You often express ideas that end up shaping my own writing. I'd be stuck more often if it weren't for those nuggets you share." She tried very hard to keep from cringing at the word nuggets. It didn't seem like the kind of word a serious author should use in a conversation with a critic of Luther's caliber, but it had popped out. "It's kind of you to say so." He turned his full attention on her now. He was about 15 years older than her, but striking in his classic Scandinavian looks, like a middle-aged Viggo Mortensen. She waited for him to ask what she wrote, a common question at writer gatherings, but instead he gave her a dazzling smile and asked, "Which episode have you liked best so far? And call me Luther." "When you made the case for the essential function of literary theory in college programs." His expression went from a look of practiced charm to slight surprise. "Really? That one seemed to have been fairly controversial to a number of my listeners. I'd begun to wonder if perhaps I'd gotten it wrong." "Oh, no," she said, touching the sleeve of his jacket lightly to reassure him. "It reflects what I see in the superficial analysis from my literature survey class." "You teach as well?" He skimmed her head to toe, as if surprised that this colorful sundress-wearing woman had an academic career. She knew she should have stuck with her own wardrobe. "I do, at a small liberal arts college." "I'd love to hear your thoughts on new historicism. Would you care to join me for dinner?" She almost said yes until she realized she'd already made plans. She couldn't cancel a dinner that she'd specifically scheduled so she could apologize, even for an opportunity to talk to one of the foremost critical theorists currently publishing. Could she? But her hesitation was enough to close a door on the opportunity, as Luther's expression tightened and he murmured, "Another time, then," before turning back to the other man he'd been talking to. It would definitely be wrong to cancel on Aidan, and she didn't want to anyway. But this moment from Luther was rapidly tipping from a missed opportunity to a borderline social disaster, and she needed to fix it quickly. "Sorry," she said, sliding into his conversation as the other man paused for a moment. "I love to discuss new historicism, but I'm already committed to dinner elsewhere." And then she did the one thing that she hated to do. "It's a shame. I would have loved to tell my mother I'd compared critical theory notes with Luther Van Dyke. She admires your work." She had his attention again. "Your mother?" His tone was quizzical. She let him make the connection. "You said your last name was Lindsor? Is Ariana Lindsor your mother? You've heard of her." She knew he had. He'd been the one to call her mother the greatest literary voice of her generation. "Of course. I'd love to hear how she's doing. It's a shame you have dinner plans, but I like to close my evening with some Macallan single malt. If you find yourself in the direction of the bar, perhaps you'll join me?" Emma rarely drank. Maybe a glass of wine now and then, but she knew better than to turn down the opportunity again, so she smiled. "I'm sure I'll see you there." She was afraid to linger in case it turned into awkward lurking, so she smiled and excused herself before she fled for her room. Maggie glanced up from her laptop as she walked in. That was a fascinating keynote, wasn't it? "A lot to think about," Emma agreed. "It looked like an equally fascinating conversation you were having with Aidan. What was that all about?" "Nothing." "Liar. It looked very cozy, and you put on a pretty dress for him." "I did not put on—" She broke off. She kinda had put on a pretty dress for him, but not the way Maggie meant it. "Uh-huh." Maggie's tone was knowing. "We were talking about his book. It's good, right?" "Yes, and I want to finish reading it, so bye." And then she hustled into her room and opened up her tablet to take the white-knuckle ride through the end of the book. "Is that how it really went down?" Aidan looked up from his steak at her question. He'd tried to order chicken, but Emma had insisted she owed him a steak-level apology. Their meals were mostly done, and they'd been having an excellent discussion about Star Trek, about which Aidan was mostly wrong, and then moved on to discussing the afternoon keynote again. "Is that how what really went down?" he asked. "I finished your book this afternoon." He considered that for a minute. "Okay." She understood the lack of response. It was pretty much what she said when readers told her the same thing. What else could she say? There was no more vulnerable feeling in the world than asking, "Did you like it?" It was the kind of question that could put herself and the reader in an excruciatingly uncomfortable position with just 4 words. She hurried to clarify. "I really liked it." But nothing. "I really liked it." "Thank you, but I feel like there's something underneath your words somehow." "You think I'm being insincere?" It startled her because she'd absolutely meant it. "No, I think you liked it, but—" "No buts. I did wonder if that's how it all went down, that's all. Did it happen the way it wrapped up in your book? You based them on real cases, right?" "Not exactly. I do, but I also have to be careful that I don't leave myself open for libel lawsuits. For example, if someone is found not guilty, I can't write them as guilty unless they change enough details to make it hard to argue that it's their case I'm referencing. But yes, the novels are all based on cases I've actually worked, or that came through our office. But I only pick the ones where I think the outcome should have been different. Then I give it the outcome it should have had." "What's a bad outcome to you?" "Anytime a bad guy gets a lesser sentence than he deserved. Anytime a bad guy got a harsher sentence than he should have. The books are a chance to make it right." She nodded, but didn't answer. instead taking another bite of her dinner. He set down his fork and sighed. What? It was unnerving that he could read in her face all the things she wouldn't say, but it had been a good dinner so far, a great one, and she didn't want to ruin it with a criticism of his work. Nothing. Then she winced. She knew how that sounded. It's just that it all wrapped up so well. That's a problem? She shrugged. It's a creative choice. To write the world as you wish it was. But I think it's important for fiction to tell the truth. It was all a little too... She broke off, trying to find the least offensive way possible to finish the sentence. His look clearly challenged her to finish. Neat, she concluded. He didn't look upset. In real life, Gerald Jones got the minimum sentence. He'll be back on the streets in 12 years. What? That can't be right. Of course it's not right. But it is what happened. That feeling you have right now? What does it feel like? She searched for the words. Like the world suddenly filled with shadows that are invisible but malignant, and now I can feel them on my skin even though I can't see them. She flushed. It was a weird thing to say, but Aidan only nodded. Yeah, good metaphor. I felt so helpless when we had to cut deals like that, or when a defendant didn't get the sentencing they should have. If we couldn't do anything about it in the district attorney's office, what hope was there? He picked up his beer glass and drained the rest of it before he could continue. So that's when I started writing books and fixing the outcomes the way I thought they should be fixed. You heard my keynote. We have to write the truth in fiction too, and the truth is that Gerald Jones should have had the consequences I gave him in my novel. It was cathartic. She understood the impulse. She did. But in his book, the rest of the events had been so hard and dark. A community living in terror for a full month. A girl stripped of her family by one man's unfathomable evil. And then to be handed an ending tied up with a bow? It didn't feel right. It didn't feel true. You're looking like you still aren't buying it, he said. His tone was casual, as if he had only a passing curiosity in her response, but he didn't look at her, instead fiddling with his now empty glass, tracing the rivulets of condensation down its sides. His focus on following each drop told her more than he'd probably meant to say about how much her answer meant. She understood that too, waiting for someone to deliver a verdict on work that you'd poured everything into. I think you have a powerful gift for story. She reached out to touch his hand. She meant it as a gesture of reassurance, but he turned his palm up and slid his fingers between hers, as if it were the kind of thing they'd done 1,000 times. The wave of sensation it sent through her palm and up to her scalp was entirely new for her, and she had to pause before she could continue. I guess I don't think life resolves that way. Sometimes justice isn't served. Sometimes life is unfair. There isn't always balance in the universe. Life is more ambiguous than that. I'm drawn to the tension in that ambiguity. Tension, he repeated, but not as if he were really hearing the word. He was feathering his thumb along her finger, and a wave of goosebumps rose along her arm at the touch. He smiled and kept up the light stroke as a second wave of goosebumps followed the first. Your book did that well. You read my book? Finished it this morning. Suddenly she wanted to withdraw her hand from his, bury both of her hands in her lap, and then curl in a little. Become a smaller target. It was her usual reaction to feeling exposed, and the way she wished she could spend every author event. In the fetal position without making any eye contact with the audience. That was the behavior of a crazy person, but she did start to draw her hand away to push her hair back, an excuse to become self-contained again. Aidan tightened his fingers around hers just for a second, and she knew it was a request to stay, not a demand. So she left her hand in his. "You have a powerful gift with words," he paraphrased back to her, his voice quiet, the sincerity clear. She was shocked to discover she couldn't speak for a moment around the thick knot that formed in her throat. Her mother had read her book and said it was a creditable first effort. David had read her book and spoken of her potential, and she could hear clearly in the subtext that she had fallen short of his bar for quality. But here was Aidan, telling her she had a powerful gift. She squeezed her eyes shut. "I can hear a but in your voice too. I guess it's only fair to listen to yours since I made you listen to mine." "It's okay," he said. "I'm not trying to make you feel bad." She set her fork down. "Now you have to tell me. Just say it. I can handle it." Aidan shifted in his chair. "I hear you saying that, but your body language reminds me more of the victims I put on the witness stand, waiting for the defense attorney's cross-examination." "Just say it. Really. I tell my students all the time that the only way they'll grow as writers is by learning to accept criticism, but only when it's right. Maybe I'll hear what you have to say and decide you're right and get better. But maybe you won't know what you're talking about at all. How am I supposed to back down from a challenge like that? You're not. Fine." He paused, perhaps gathering his thoughts. "You have an extraordinary ability to paint a picture with words. I could see perfectly each scene you described, and I had distinct emotional reactions to being there. Like this mood would come over me. I don't know how to explain it, and I'm hoping you can tell me how you do it because that's a tool I need for my own writing. But..." A faint smile flickered over her lips at the word and disappeared. "Those were my feelings. How I would feel as Aidan in that scene. I wasn't always sure how Miranda felt about it. Miranda was the main character in that book. There's always a distance from her." She didn't answer, only slid her hand from his and picked up her fork to poke at her food a few times. Finally, she looked up. "Say that first part again. The part about how I have an extraordinary gift with words." The corner of his mouth turned up. "And you're going to ignore the rest?" "Basically." "Fair enough. Since I think you're dead wrong about my endings. Gotta give people what they want and all that. And real life isn't like that." He studied her, smiling. "I think we should get out of here. Go for a walk. Talk about this some more. What do you say? Walk down by the lake with me?" "I'd like that." He signaled for the server to bring the check. When she tried to pay, he smiled and drew the bill away from her. "You can crucify me as a sexist if you want, but I don't think I'll ever feel okay with letting a woman do that on a date." "A date?" she repeated. "That's what this feels like to me." She liked that he said it so plainly, without any undertones of fishing for reassurance. "Me too. Besides, my overly neat endings make me a lot of money. It's my pleasure to cover the bill." He grinned at her as he threw down some cash before rising and holding out his hand to help her to her feet. She was halfway up when an older woman approached and said, "Excuse me," to Aidan. Emma, not sure what to do, sat down again. "You're Aidan Maxwell, aren't you?" The woman looked to be in her 60s, her clothes so simple and well cut that Emma suspected they were probably very expensive. "I recognized you from your book cover. I wanted to tell you how much street justice meant to me. Melissa Ramirez was my granddaughter." Up to that point, Aidan's expression had been attentive but polite. Now his eyes darkened, and he turned his full attention on the woman. "I'm sorry." She nodded, struggling to speak for a moment. "I wish it had gone the way you wrote it. Thank you for giving me a better version to believe. Could I? She trailed off, but held up her arms and Aidan stepped into them, accepting the woman's embrace. She held on to him for a long moment before stepping away with a quiet thank you. As she turned to leave, Emma spotted the glint of tears in the woman's eyes as she hurried back to her table. When Aidan offered his hand again, she accepted it and rose, tugging it lightly to hold him in place when he moved to step back and give her space. They were only a few inches apart, and she had to tilt her head slightly to meet his eyes. "What was that about?" she asked quietly. "My second book. It was based on her granddaughter's case. In real life, the murderer got 25 years. In my book, he was killed in an alley by one of the clients he'd wronged. It was an ugly death. I'm not sorry I wrapped it up with a bow." She let go of his hand to rest hers lightly against his chest instead. "I'm not either. How could she be after seeing that woman's face?" She started to withdraw her hand, feeling suddenly self-conscious about touching him, aware of the intimacy of resting her hand so near his heart, but he captured it in his again and turned his head slightly to press a kiss into her palm. "Let's get out of here." It was a low murmur but a clear request. She nodded, speech failing her, a hot bolt of attraction shooting up from the spot his lips had brushed. Then he slid his hand around hers once more and guided her out of the restaurant. Chapter 10. She was killing him with those big eyes and soft-looking lips. He led them through the lobby toward the hotel's back exit, the one that led down to the lake. Soft lights lined the path and made it easy to navigate without dimming the half moon above them, or the stars peeking through the cloud cover. The lights ended where the path met the beach, and Emma's grip tightened around his as they stepped onto the sand. He had meant for them to continue their discussion without the clinking forks or watchful eyes. He was often recognized in public, and he didn't know if Emma had noticed that it was far more than the woman who'd spoken to them who'd been watching them. Emma had been so open and honest with him that he was afraid she would shut down if she realized how many glances kept drifting their way. Now that they were alone with only the glow of the hotel lights in the distance, he found he'd forgotten whatever it was they'd been discussing. He could only feel the heat where she had rested her hands against his chest in the restaurant, and he drew her to him, lost to anything else. She stepped into his arms willingly, and he took a moment to savor the way she fit there as he pressed a kiss against her forehead. "I didn't have any ulterior motives when I suggested this walk, but I think I do now." Her answer was to slide her arms up his chest and tug at the open edges of his collar, gently, but with the clear intent of bringing his lips closer to hers. He closed the distance, brushing a kiss over her lips, which opened sweetly beneath his. He reached up to cradle her face in his hands, intent on deepening their connection, when the soft buzz of his wristwatch thrummed and startled her into breaking away and stepping back. He muttered a soft curse and held it up for her to see. "Stupid Apple Watch," he said. "It's just an email alert." "Is that the time?" she asked. She sounded worried, and now he wanted to rip the watch from his arm and toss it in the lake. "Do you need to be somewhere?" She glanced toward the hotel, and in the soft fall of the moonlight he could see how torn she felt. No matter how much he wanted to disappear into another kiss with her, a part of her was already gone, brought back to earth by his stupid watch. "I want to be here," she said, barely more than a whisper. "But you need to be somewhere else," he finished. She hesitated, then nodded. "No problem. I'll walk you back." Their return was quiet, the spell broken. In the lobby, he smiled and said, "Thanks for dinner." "Thanks for accepting my apology." "Sure." He slid his hands into his pockets, trying to remember the last time he'd felt this awkward. He jerked his head vaguely in the direction of the elevators. I should go now. Night, Emerson. As he walked off, she called his name. He turned and she smiled. My friends call me Emma, and thanks for the conversation. Your brain is pretty all right. He laughed and continued to the elevator. Of course that would be the compliment she paid him. And somehow he liked her understated way of saying it more than he'd ever liked any of the cooing he'd gotten from other women. He kicked around his room for an hour, flipping through the cable channels but finding no games on. He tried a documentary that failed to hold his interest. He grabbed his laptop and tried reading through the words he'd written earlier, but his mind kept wandering to Emerson. Emma. She'd said to call her Emma. He didn't think everyone got that privilege, and that's exactly what it felt like. A privilege. He growled and set the laptop aside. There was no use trying to work or even relax when his head was full of her, of the smart things she said, of the way she'd felt pressed against him and the way he could sense an underlying hunger that might have infused their kiss had it gone any longer. It was probably for the best his stupid watch had gone off. It buzzed lightly against his wrist again as a text came in. He frowned and unstrapped it, still mad at it, and tossed it on the coffee table. Then he scooped it up to check the text. It might be one of the boys, and he made a point of always being available to them. The message was from one of them, but nothing urgent, just Jared telling him that Jamal Ingram's book was lit. He smiled. He'd have to see if Jamal wanted to grab a beer sometime and pick his brain about other ways he could reach these boys. Aidan had a good rapport with them, but he definitely didn't have his finger on the pulse of what teenagers were into these days. A cold beer sounded good right now, he realized. He climbed off the sofa and wandered down to the hotel bar, scanning the room to see if he recognized anyone. Writers were notorious for haunting bars. He stopped cold when he spotted Emma sitting at a table for two with the tall blonde man from earlier. So that was her other obligation. He was about to retreat, not wanting to look like he was checking up on her, when Gary waved at him and rose from his table to walk over and greet him. "Buy you a beer?" Gary asked. "Maybe not. I might have changed my mind. It's more crowded in here than I expected." Gary gave him the universal smirk for "you've got to be kidding me." "You thought you'd find an empty hotel bar at a conference full of writers? They're all downing shots like it's the cure for writer's block." Aidan grinned. "Good point." Casually, he nodded his head toward the corner where Emma and her friend sat. "That's a face I don't know." Gary followed his gaze, a knowing smile coming over his face. "Emerson Lindsor. Ariana Lindsor's daughter and a good writer herself. Got a bright future ahead of her if she can ever finish her second book. Does drinking whiskey actually help you writers produce? Maybe I should send over a bottle of whiskey." "I know Emerson. I meant the other guy." "Ah, Luther Van Dyke. He's delivering the keynote tomorrow." Aidan knew Van Dyke's name mainly because too many of his writer friends had an unnatural fear of him, convinced that he would make or break their careers in a single review. And unfortunately, in some cases, they were right. Aidan didn't have to worry about him. Van Dyke didn't read genre fiction, just the kind of arty or nihilistic stuff that regular people hated and brainiacs loved. The only thing Aidan currently liked less than those books was the way Luther was leaning toward Emma, his hand resting on her arm. And the only thing Aidan liked less than that was the clawing competitive feeling it gave him. That was a bogus macho response, one he'd seen land too many men in hot water for letting the feeling overwhelm them. "So, buy you that drink?" Gary prompted him. Actually, I think I'll take a rain check. Just realized there's some research I probably need to do. Gary made a shooing motion with his hands. I'm never going to argue with our top-earning writer when he says he wants to work. Aidan slipped out, feeling conflicted that Emma hadn't noticed him. Was he thankful because he would have felt stupid that she'd known he'd seen her out with another man? Or irritated because she hadn't sensed him even though he had suddenly developed a sixth sense for when she was in her room? All he knew when he closed the door to his hotel room a little too hard a few minutes later was that he didn't like the way he felt. So what was he going to do about it? Chapter 11. Emma showed up for Luther's keynote in plenty of time to get a good seat near the front. She'd spent about an hour with him at the bar last night while he went through 3 fingers of scotch, and she nursed a glass of wine. She had hoped to talk to him about how he approached teaching, both to glean some tips for her own writing, but also approaches she could try in her classes. Even more importantly, she'd hoped to make enough of an impression on him that he'd ask to see her work, and then fix it. She had failed on the first count. Their conversation had mostly been about her mother and her mother's literary friends. People she knew well from listening in when they'd come to pay homage to her mother over the years. He'd pressed her for details of the visitors, and Emma had trotted out the most impressive names she could remember seeing in their Massachusetts home. It was a party trick she hated, but since that was the card she'd played to get his attention, she could hardly blame him for following up. On the second count, making an impression, she hoped she'd fared better. He seemed to find her stories interesting, and though he'd gotten more buzz as the night went on, she hoped he'd enjoyed their conversation enough to talk to her again. This time about literature and teaching, and fixing her novel. At the very least, she'd be able to take note of his keynote delivery, and maybe pick up some pointers for her own university lectures. She glanced around the patio for him, but he hadn't yet arrived. She pulled out a notebook and pen so she would be ready when he did. It wasn't cool to take notes at stuff like this, but she didn't care. She wanted to retain as much as possible. Maggie took the seat beside her and shook her head at the notebook. "He's not even a writer," she said. "If George Saunders or someone was talking, I'd be taking notes too. But a critic? You're so keyed up, you look like you're about to fall off your seat. Just listen and any good stuff will stick. He has a masterful insight into the way a reader's mind works, so yes, I'm going to take notes, just like I'm always nagging my students to do." But Luther wasn't the reason Emma crackled with enough nervous energy to power the hotel's electrical grid. It was the memory of the evening before she'd gone to meet Luther. The Aidan part of the night. The Aidan by the lake beneath the half-sleepy moon part of the night. The very good kiss part of the night. It was astonishing how quickly the world had shrunk down to the single point of heat that was her and Aidan. And the soft slide of his lips. The second his watch had buzzed, she'd felt disappointment. But then, right after, almost a greater sense of relief. They'd been connected for only a few seconds, and yet she'd never managed to disappear from herself so completely, to have every thought disappear, to be so intensely inside the experience instead of inside her own head. But she was very much in her head now, and she'd run a dozen different scenarios about how it might play out when she saw Aidan today. Now she kept an eye out for him, not wanting to be caught unawares, while she ran the opening line she'd chosen through her mind again. "Hi." It sounded simple, but she'd thought of all the other possibilities before settling on it. "Long time no see." Cliched. Clichés were only for writers with impoverished imaginations. "I had a great time last night." Boring. And unworthy of someone who dealt in words. But also, maybe it was unintentionally flirtatious? And did she want to be flirtatious? She didn't know. The debate in her head had gone on so long that she got sick of herself and settled on hi. It was succinct, spare. It made the point. All marks of a good writer. She scanned the patio again, craning her head to see if Aidan had slipped into the back without her noticing. A deep, warm voice said, "Hi," from her other side, and she squeaked and twisted to find him settling into the empty seat beside her. He wore a shirt the same green as the trees rimming the lake, and he hadn't shaved yet. She'd thought he was attractive when he was clean cut, but the 5 o'clock shadow made her mouth go dry. She swallowed hard. When she felt a soft nudge from Maggie, she realized she hadn't answered him yet. What had she meant to say? Oh, yeah. Hi. That shouldn't have been so hard to remember given how many times she'd rehearsed it. But now what? She couldn't think of a thing. He glanced at her notebook and pen. Excited for this keynote? Yes, I'm a big fan of his podcast. I'm hoping to pick up some ideas for teaching. He only nodded, but a look of distaste had flashed over his face before he composed it again. You don't like him? She asked. I don't know him. In the few times they'd spent together, she had noticed how carefully he watched situations and people, the way he assessed them. She bet it had to do with his lawyer days, when he'd learned to read witnesses and juries. I think you have an opinion of him anyway. He shrugged. I haven't met him. I'll keep it to myself. Get any writing done this morning? She let him switch the subject, and they chatted with Maggie about how much work they'd been able to do during the retreats so far. A couple minutes later, Gary Resnick walked in with Luther right behind him, and the agency president welcomed everyone and introduced Luther. Emma listened to his credentials again with renewed awe. She'd known he was a heavyweight in the literary world, but she grew even more impressed by the sheer number of genius writers and editors who had praised him as incisive, searingly truthful, and from the particularly hard-to-please editor of the Paris Review, an unmatched genius in uncovering truths writers didn't even know they were telling, both the excruciating and the sublime. She shot a look at Aidan after that one, but while he wore a polite listening expression, he didn't seem bowled over. Well, he would see. Then Luther himself rose to take the podium, and for the next 40 minutes, she scribbled like mad, trying to capture every bit of his wisdom. And there was so much of it. He talked about the shape of stories, their necessity to human condition, and their moral imperative to tell unflinching truths. She thought she heard a soft snort from Aidan at this, but she didn't want to stop jotting even to take a quick glance. When Luther concluded, Aidan clapped, but it was the same kind of clap Emma gave when she went to parties in friends' homes, and their children insisted on performing an impromptu skit or dance routine. It didn't matter. Luther had shown the same brilliance that marked his podcast, and she brimmed with ideas for retooling her literature lectures. When the applause died down, Aidan got to his feet. Can I treat you to some free cheese? He nodded toward the mid-afternoon buffet. Before she could answer, Luther walked up. Emerson, so glad you could attend. Aidan took a step back. I just remembered an email I owe my agent. I better take care of that. If I don't see you later, it was good talking to you. You too, Emma said, watching him for a second as he left, walking right past his agent he was supposedly going to email. She would have loved to ask Maggie what she thought that was all about, but Luther touched her arm and smiled down at her. Did you enjoy my talk? So much, she said. Appreciated your remarks, Luther, Maggie said. I need to get back to my manuscript, if you two will excuse me. Of course, he said. Anything in particular that resonated with you? He asked Emma as Maggie also walked away. I'd love to talk to you more about your insights on post-structuralism. Sure. Over dinner? She thought she and Aidan would get dinner, since it was the last night before the retreat ended, but his goodbye had sounded weirdly final. That sounds great, she told Luther. And it was. It was a far different kind of dinner than she'd had with Aidan. Luther talked and she soaked it all in, making mental notes and wishing that it wasn't the height of gaucheness for her to write it all down at the table. Every statement he made was a gem, and she shaped and reshaped her next semester's lectures as he spoke. By the time she went to bed, her head was buzzing with all kinds of new ideas and a full list of new novels and critics she needed to read. But beneath the excitement, there was a faint sour note, too, because there hadn't been a trace of Aidan the whole evening. No effort to connect a final time before they left. No suggestion for seeing each other again when they returned to Whidbey Island. When she packed her bag the next morning, she yanked the zipper closed extra hard and decided that she didn't really care about Aidan's silence. That kiss had been nothing, really. Nothing short of magical. She plopped on the bed with a sigh. The thing was, they spent at least half of their conversations either fighting or apologizing to each other. No amount of kissing would fix that. Although she'd kind of wanted the chance to find out. She hopped up from the bed. Whatever, she said aloud to the room. Whatever. She poked her head through the door. Maggie? Ready. When they got on the road back to Maggie's house, they spent the 4-hour drive gossiping about the industry insider stuff Maggie had coaxed out of Valeria. But only after Emma convinced Maggie there was less than nothing to say about Aidan. She might have believed it herself if it weren't for the number of times he kept coming to mind during the following week. She'd turned in her grades and begun reworking her syllabus before the new semester started the following week. She bookmarked dozens of links to reviews by the tiny handful of other critics Luther respected. She could see why he did. They were brilliant men, but the more she read of their intelligent analyses of books, the less she wanted to dive back into her own novel. Here and there it had sentences, ideas, images that made her proud, but there was a huge gap between what she had written so far and the kind of genius these critics rightly expected from the books that would win their praise and the praise of people like them. Like her mother. Almost as if thinking of her had summoned her, Ariana Lindsor called. "How was your retreat, sweetheart?" Ariana asked after giving Emma a long rundown of all the events she'd been to over the last week. 2 lectures, a signing panel, and, of course, her own classes. She taught 2 graduate seminars at Columbia. Because, of course, she taught at Columbia. It was the most renowned MFA program for writers in the country. In truth, the one at the University of Iowa turned out far more award-winning authors, but Ariana Lindsor wasn't going to live in Iowa. Not for love or money. So Emma heard the list of Ariana's literary adventures over several minutes before her mother finally wound down and asked, "And how was your retreat?" "It was great." "Did you get any further with your book?" Her mother always asked her this question, and Emma hated it every time. Not in terms of pages, but I had some conversations and heard some speeches that were thought-provoking. I think I'll be able to find some of the layers in this story now. She knew no such thing, of course, but she wasn't about to admit that to her mother. I'm surprised, but happy for you. I thought this would be full of those genre writers. I think I've decided that the more garish the cover is, the more contrived the story will be, and the higher it will climb on the bestseller lists. I hope you're not going to convert to any of that tacky, canned plotting advice that litters the internet. I swear I have to beat it out of at least one student every term. Actually, the one that really sunk in for me was from Luther Van Dyke. There was a pause. I had no idea he would be there. Now his ideas carry some weight. He asked about you. Really? Tell me about your conversation. Emma complied, knowing what her mother really wanted was to hear the parts concerning her. It was a relief when she found a place to end the call and get back to her curriculum redesign. She was so consumed by it that she barely even noticed that Aidan hadn't reached out. But she wished she didn't notice at all. By Friday morning, she had a challenging new outline to present to her incoming classes the following week. She waited for a sense of accomplishment to wash over her, but instead, she had a feeling that reminded her of the time her grandmother had given Emma her one and only chocolate Easter bunny. Ariana Lindsor didn't believe in commercial holidays, and Emma had bitten into it expecting a rich chocolate treat and been startled that it was hollow inside. She looked at the new syllabus on her laptop screen. Every piece of it was there. Every day clearly outlined, every reading assignment in the right place. She should feel warm and satisfied, not empty. Maybe she simply needed to dive back into fiction. She curled up in the armchair in her tiny living room to read the Swedish crime novel Luther had recommended. But for 2 hours, she had to fight to keep her attention on it. Something about it wasn't landing right with her. Maybe it was because she knew that the killer would be uncovered in the end. The justice would be hollow, not as satisfying as... Well, never mind whose thriller had given her a thrilling payoff. She sat straight up in the chair and tossed the book aside. She knew it wasn't the less than satisfying book that was causing her restlessness, the sense of something missing. The problem was her writing, or the lack of it, really. The only thing that was worse than drafting pages that were below standard was not drafting at all. She didn't feel right when she didn't write at least a few times a week. Write to feel right. It was something one of her mentors at Wellesley had said. Right. Right to feel right. Even if her words were somehow all wrong as they had been more and more lately, nothing but writing anyway would fix the rattling feeling inside her. She packed up her laptop before she could think about it too much more, about how her writing would fall far short of the mark that the critics she'd just packed her syllabus with would demand for truly great literature. She slipped the Swedish novel into her laptop bag, too. Maybe she'd read it during her brain breaks, or when she got stuck on an image in her own work. It would be a good multitasking to try to figure out what Luther had loved about this one, since he'd be discussing it in his next podcast. She drove to her coffee shop and set up at her favorite table. Already she felt better for being out of her house, and she ordered the happy afternoon tea Haley had recommended to her last time. She pulled up her manuscript, drank half her tea, blinked at the last page she'd written 3 times, and had cursed it twice beneath her breath when the door to the coffee shop opened. This wasn't unusual. At least 3 other customers had come in already. But something in the air felt different. A charge to the molecules that told her who she would see standing there when she looked up. Aidan. He had a backpack slung over a shoulder and his eyes trained on her, like he'd simply been waiting for her to spot him. When she met his gaze, he smiled and crossed to her. "Hi, how have you been?" "Good," she said, trying to figure out why he was here. She had the distinct feeling it was because of her. "I'm glad you're here. I've been in here every morning since Monday, hoping to see you." Emma would need to find words for the feeling this sent through her chest, but at the moment she had none. It was a fluttery sensation that was both warm like a blanket and electric like a static shock. "That surprises me." "Not as much as it surprises me. May I?" He placed his hand on the chair opposite her and pulled it out when she gave him a slight nod. It's usually better to sit for confessions. Confessions? What in the world? Chapter 12. Emma looked at him like he'd offered her a bomb, not a confession. He hurried to explain himself. I'm sorry I was a jerk at the end of the weekend. I don't know how to explain this, but... He almost said she brought out a jealous side of him that he didn't know he had, but immediately stopped himself. His emotions and reactions were not her responsibility. At all. I was caught off guard by how well we connected. I took some space to think it through, but I didn't realize that's what I was doing. I was in a mood I didn't understand until I figured out that... He stopped again, not sure what to say here. Figured out what? She prompted him. I don't know, he sighed. Nothing, maybe, except that I don't always know myself as well as I think I do. That's all. She looked no less confused, and he didn't blame her. He also didn't know what else to say, so the silence between them grew strained. Finally, she said, Do you think it's weird that we spend so many of our conversations apologizing to each other? It's better than not apologizing, right? A slow smile spread across her face. Good point. Anyway, I'm glad I finally caught you today. I'd started to worry that I had ruined this place for you after I showed up the last time. No, it's fine. I've just been either on campus or holed up in my house trying to get ready for classes to start next week. She hesitated, then said, You could have texted. I wouldn't have minded. Except I don't have your number. A startled look followed by realization crossed her face. They'd never exchanged information. I even tried to get your info through the agency, but Gary flatly refused, saying that was a privacy breach. And good for him. That's just common sense, even though he knows me. So then I emailed Valeria to see if she'd ask you if you were willing to be put in touch, but she never answered. I didn't hear from her, Emma said. I was beginning to feel like a stalker. So you thought showing up where I might be would make it better? But another smile tugged at her mouth as she asked, Let this prove to you that I'd go to the ends of the earth to find you and confess to being a tool. She laughed, and it wiped out the last bit of tension he'd been holding in his shoulders as he relaxed into the sound. Give me your phone. She held out her hand, and he unlocked it and gave it to her. She tapped a few keys, and then her own phone buzzed. There! Now we've got each other's numbers. You don't have to lurk around here anymore. He glanced around it. I'm finding I like it. Somehow the blackness in my mind is much louder in the quiet of my own house. How's your writing going today? He asked. Not great, but it hasn't gone great in, I don't know, years. So same old, same old. Why do you think that is? She tilted her head and studied him. You have a prosecutor tone. Did you know that? It comes out when you're trying to figure something out. He groaned. Residual job hazard. Sorry. It's okay, and it's not a mystery. I have this perfectionism thing. I have this ideal for how I want a scene to feel, and I can feel the huge gap between what I write and where I want it to be instead. I get really tired of living in that gap. They say admitting you have a problem is the first step. At least you know why you're blocked. I don't have the faintest idea. Where do you think the perfectionism comes from? Is it a personality thing like being shy or funny? Maybe a little, but mine's obvious. Just read my mother's second memoir, Mother in the Void, for a complete guide to me. That's what perfectionism looks like, and that's who raised me. He took out a pen to note the title, and she waved him off. I wasn't being literal. Don't read it. And I'm tired of talking about my block, much less thinking about it. What about you? Why are you blocked? Not sure, he said, setting the pen down. I haven't dealt with this before. I don't understand the bad guy in this book. To really make him scary, you have to show the aspects of a character that would draw other people to him. Kind of that idea of the charming sociopath. Then you have to figure out what he cares about losing so that you can take it away and truly make him suffer. It's what gives the most satisfying ending, watching him suffer in the worst possible way, and that's always at some emotional level. But this guy, he's cold. Nothing matters to him. I can't figure out how to get justice for this victim, even when I have total control of the story. He pressed his hands into his eyes as if it would stop the replay of the killer's face in his mind. The cold expression that had chilled him every day of the trial in the courtroom. That sounds hard, she said. Are you at the point that you have to know? No, I'm in the first act of the book. Maybe write it as it happened instead of worrying about how to make it come out right. He shook his head. The problem is that this case left the family devastated. They've never recovered. I have to punish this bad guy in a way that gives them what they needed, because in real life, that didn't happen. Sometimes I tell my students to write until they find the answer. If you write it as it happened, the answers might appear. Have you noticed that before? That you think you're saying one thing, but the story takes over and something else entirely happens. Instead of answering, he tapped a few keys on his laptop and then turned it to face her. As she focused on it, her mouth fell slightly open. He knew it looked crazy. This is my outline. Every single tension point, turn, theme, character beats, it's all here. So no, not much takes over. This is nonfiction with a thin veneer of fiction laid on top of it. Good image, she said with a slight nod. The quiet approval in that felt like winning an objection in a courtroom. But I still think you should try it. He considered it. It was totally opposite of how he usually worked, but what did he have to lose at this point? All right, he said. But let's make it a game. How about for the next chapter you just write your story, the things that happen, and don't write a single metaphor? He smiled at the skeptical look on her face. You can put a placeholder for any metaphors you have to put in later. A placeholder? Yeah, like, okay, instead of writing the metaphor, you write some word that's easy to search and replace later, like bazooka. Then you don't stop the forward momentum of your story. It's an interesting strategy, except I write about bazookas a lot, so I'd get confused about which ones I meant to use and which ones were placeholders. Fine, then use volcano. Do you write about volcanoes a lot? More than you'd think, she murmured. I'm not helping you anymore. She grinned at him. I get your point, though. All right, instead of stalling at every metaphor, I'll put the word armadillo instead of a metaphor, on the condition that you write one whole chapter based on an event that isn't in your outline. Make up a scene where we see an ordinary day in the killer's life. Figure out how he's living it. An ordinary day? There's no tension in that. Only if you do it wrong. Some of the most ordinary moments are actually our most fraught if we're looking at them closely. You're on, he said. How about we each work on it for an hour and report to the other? He nodded, and she set a timer, then turned to her manuscript. He didn't know what she was working on exactly, but after a minute or two, she typed out a word, and when he looked up at the sound of her keys, she gave a small smile and mouthed the word armadillo. He grinned, took a deep breath, clicked close the document that held his story brain, his outline, and opened a new blank document instead. What did a conscienceless killer do on an ordinary day? Maybe he bought groceries? And without letting himself think about it too hard, he started the first sentence of this creative exercise. Donovan Whitaker strode through the sliding doors with the confidence of a man who knew they would open at his appearance. And of course they would, because that's what automatic grocery store doors always did. The thing was, he walked through every door like that, and all of them opened too. The literal and the metaphorical ones. That was interesting. Even the way this guy walked into a grocery store said something about his personality. Curious now, he followed Donovan Whitaker through the store, fascinated as he experienced it through his character's eyes. He'd lost track of time when a quiet beeping broke in from Emma's phone. "Has it been an hour already?" She shook her head. "I just knew that was going to be a torturous hour, so I figured we better check in after a half hour to see how it's going. Was that as hard for you as it was for me?" "Not at all." But he didn't want to make her feel bad, so he said, "Yes, definitely." "Bull." But her tone was mild. "I can hear you typing, you know." "I was just typing Aidan Maxwell is an insufferable braggart 1,000,000 times." "Weird. Samesies." She didn't even look embarrassed by his teasing, and he liked that. "But I think we've each earned a 15-minute brain break. Can I get you more tea?" She shook her head and slid a novel from her bag. "Is it going to seem so rude if I read for the next 15 minutes while you're sitting right here?" Nah. It was an announcement that she was comfortable with him, even if she didn't recognize it. "I'm going to grab some more coffee and check the box scores." When he returned to his seat with his drink, she was reading, her brow furrowed. This was different from her thinking furrow. It was her upset furrow. He'd seen it directed at him often enough to recognize it. He wanted to reach over and smooth it out even though he knew he hadn't put it there this time. He glanced at her book cover. It was a Swedish crime thriller by an author he was scheduled to appear with at a huge publishing conference in New York the following month. When she turned a page, sighed, and shifted her gaze to stare at something invisible in the distance, he quietly cleared his throat. "Do you not like the book?" he asked. She shook her head. "Not as much as I hoped. Luther recommended it to me, but it's not grabbing me even though I'm really trying." "I never try to like a book. I figure it's the book's job to get me to like it. And if I don't, I leave it and move on. He's reviewing it on his podcast in a week or two. I want to see what Luther sees in it." Aidan tried not to tense at this. She owed him nothing, and she could mention Luther's name all she wanted. Yet he couldn't refrain from probing to see where her feelings toward the other man stood. "You guys are pretty tight, huh?" He had her full attention now, and she regarded him as though he'd asked if she were an alien. "Not at all. I just met him at the retreat." "Oh, my fault. I saw you two at the bar one night when I went down to get a beer. I guess I read the body language wrong." He was careful to say it with casual interest. He didn't want the slightest hint of accusation in his tone, because he didn't feel accusatory. If anything, now he was confused. "There's no body language to read," she said. "We were discussing some common acquaintances, a bit of literary theory, things like that." He studied her. She honestly believed what she was saying. So now what? Did he clue her in that there was definitely body language to read when he'd observed them? He had no idea how to communicate that without sounding like he'd been spying on her. It was just the way he read every room. Old prosecutor instincts again. "Is it possible that his interest in you was a little more than academic?" She gave him a flatly incredulous look. "So that would be a no." "That would definitely be a no. The man is old enough to be my father." Aidan shrugged. Luther was significantly older than Emma, but not that old. He'd have to have started pretty young for that to be true. He's got at least 10 years on me. 15 if it's a day, he muttered. What? He sighed. I don't know how to say this without it coming out wrong, but any ADA becomes an expert in body language. We study it from the judge to the jury to the defendants and everyone in between. Luther was definitely not there for the academic conversation. Her expression closed against him as surely as if she'd slammed a physical door. Are you suggesting his only interest in me would be physical? I'll have you know that some people actually respect me for my mind. He held up his hands in surrender. Heck no. I've already run up against that sharp mind of yours. I absolutely think that people respect you for it. I think Luther was angling for a different kind of connection. She'd relaxed a bit until that last sentence. Now she tensed again. You've got him wrong. He's just a bigger nerd than I am for literature and deconstruction. There was no way that Luther had leaned toward her and kept touching her because he loved what she had to say about literary theory. But Aidan said, You're probably right. I only glanced that way. I wasn't exactly studying the situation. That was because he hadn't needed to. That glance had given him a perfect snapshot of the dynamic. If you had, you'd have seen it for what it was. He didn't bother repeating that he had. Sorry, I didn't mean to press on a bruise. Hey, he said, his expression brightening. That was a good metaphor. She wagged her finger at him, and it made him feel like one of her students. Good in that it expresses an idea well, bad in that it's been said before. A lot. What? I just thought of it. Low-hanging fruit. He scowled at her. Then he dropped it. Fine. It did feel a little too easy to come up with. Are you done mansplaining me? Can we get back to finish our writing assignments? I didn't mansplain you. I hate mansplaining. Both of their tones were light, but he sensed that she meant it as much as he did. What you did is the literal definition of mansplaining. You told me as a woman that I was wrong about what my experience was with another man because you're claiming to be a bigger expert. But I'm a bigger expert in being a woman. Yeah, but... And then he clamped his mouth shut. He was a bigger expert on picking up a predatory vibe, but she was right. Any contradiction from him would sound like he was invalidating her perceptions and feelings. Okay, I'm sorry. You were there. I was only passing through, trying to figure out why you left me in the middle of an incredible kiss to hang out in a bar with that guy. She studied him, her expression calm. You're jealous. No, just suddenly deeply insecure about certain abilities I've never had a reason to doubt. She dropped his gaze for a second to close her book. You still don't have any reason to doubt. The hint of shyness in her words surprised him. The constant puzzle of her delighted him. He could never predict how she would react next, and yet each reaction was so perfectly her when it came. If you say so. Mainly, he really wanted her to say so again. I do. She picked up her phone to set a timer for them. Ready to finish the other half of this challenge? But Aidan had started packing up his laptop, already focused on a different challenge. Figuring out Emerson Lindsor. Are we not doing this now? She asked. You can if you want to. I'm going to go home to do it, and then I'll text you and let you know how it went. She looked at him in some confusion, then gave him a quiet, okay. I don't want to scare you with how much cursing I'm going to do while I work through the rest of this assignment, Professor. It won him a reluctant smile, but it wasn't the truth. He was going to go home to read her mother's memoir immediately. Emma had practically offered it up as the key to understanding her, and though her tone had been a touch derisive toward the book, he sensed there was more truth to that statement than she even recognized. So he would take that key and use it, because he suddenly had a strong desire to understand everything about the way she worked. Maybe if he figured her out, she'd quit preoccupying his thoughts, because he was beginning to worry she was permanently lodged there. Chapter 13. Emma didn't understand Aidan, not even a little bit. She didn't ever share her writing spaces, not with Maggie, not with anybody, not since David. And the first time she was willing to, Aidan up and walked out. Had she offended him with her accusation of mansplaining? He'd taken it in stride, apologizing as if he meant it. They'd even moved on to some flirty talk about the kiss they'd shared. Emma wasn't a natural flirt, but that moment had felt good between them. A sense of invitation and remembered connection in the words. She didn't think she'd imagined it. Well, she couldn't do anything about it now, so she might as well get to work and at least finish her half of the challenge, regardless of whether Aidan did or not. That had a little to do with hating to back down from a challenge, but to her surprise, it had even more to do with the way the writing had flowed for the first half hour. She wanted to see what happened when she got more of the story down and littered her manuscript with armadillos as she went. The answer, she discovered 2 hours later, was that she had a far better idea of what Victoria was up to than she'd had for the last month. Maybe even since she'd started the book. She packed up her stuff, left a fat tip for the baristas who had put up with her hogging the table, and headed home. Who cared if Aidan had walked out halfway through the challenge? It had done more for her than she could ever have guessed. She was done trying to figure out him and his abrupt departures. She'd already gotten to who needs a guy with moods like that by the time she walked through her front door when a text came in. "It's Aidan. That was an eye-opening chapter. Let's talk about it?" "What?" She couldn't keep up. "I thought you were upset with me." Instead of texting her back, he called. "Why would you think I was mad at you?" "You left in kind of a..." She wanted to say snit, but didn't think he'd appreciate it, so she finished with, "mood." "Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't think about how that would look to you. I don't think we're doing so great at not making every conversation we have an apology. I can't think of anything you need to apologize to me for, but go ahead if you want to." That made her smile. "No, this is all you. I'm sorry for making you think I left because I was mad. I had this idea I needed to chase down. That's all." "Got it. So you want to talk about this writing challenge now?" "I'm not a phone talker. Let's get together, maybe over dinner? How's your schedule look next week?" Next week? She thought he'd want to compare notes soon, and she deflated the tiniest bit. "It's pretty open. Maybe not Wednesday. Maggie and I like to, we have a thing every week." She wasn't going to confess to him that they got together to watch one of the trashiest dating reality shows on TV. Em? She realized her attention had wandered. "Sorry, what was that? What were you about to say? You and Maggie like to what?" "We just have a show we like to watch together. It's a standing date between us." "I'm a TV junkie. Sports mostly. But I like a good scripted show too. I study the pacing and all that. Watch how they're wrapping stuff up in an hour. Guess the writer brain never turns off, huh?" "Yeah." "What show is it? I could use something new in my rotation." She drew a blank and couldn't think of a good fake-out. "The, medical one." ER New York? What if he watched it too? She panicked, trying to think how to get out of the tiny corner she'd painted herself into. No, the other one? She didn't mean for it to come out as a question. Huh. I don't see any other medical ones on the program guide. You don't remember the title? Ugh, fine, Mr. District Attorney. It's not a medical show. It's eligible. Happy now? That met a long silence. A painfully long silence. He cleared his throat. If he doesn't pick Sarah H., then he's an idiot. Don't judge me for... Wait, what? You watch it? My mom and sisters are obsessed. I get looped in on the family group texts. But can we pretend that I didn't confess to watching it? If we can pretend that I didn't confess either. But he should definitely pick Sarah H. I have no idea what show you're talking about. So, what would you think about coming over here for dinner? There? Like, your house? Yeah. But it's fine if you don't. We can meet at a restaurant or something. I thought it might be easier at my place. Her heart tripped the tiniest bit. With our laptops and stuff. Her heart resumed its normal rhythm. Oh, right. A working dinner. No, your place is fine. Great. How about... He paused, and she heard pages rustling. Monday? She agreed, and they hung up, a text arriving a few seconds later with his address. She spent the rest of the weekend forcing herself to finish the Swedish crime novel, often rereading sentences when her mind wandered, ultimately tossing the book at the wall when she reached the end and the victim got answers but no justice. Ugh. She also worked on her own manuscript, dropping a dozen more armadillos as she followed Victoria's story, sheer curiosity driving her forward as she forced her mind to ignore how poor the writing was. She'd never separated story from writing before. They were bound up in her mind, but Victoria, it seemed, had things she wanted to do and was ready to do them once Emma pulled the metaphors out of her way. As she packed up her laptop to head over to Aidan's on Monday night, she hoped that he was finding as much value in this challenge as she was, but she didn't see how he possibly could. She drove over in a state of, well, not nerves exactly. She tried to give the feeling that tingled through her a name, but that was the best she could come up with. Tingle. A specific Aidan-induced tingle that skimmed along her nerve endings and curled through her stomach, playful and charged all at once. When she reached the turnoff for his place, she slowed, curious about the kind of house he would choose. 3 weeks ago, she would have guessed something excessively manly, either a rustic-looking cabin or one of the steel and glass abominations that people who didn't understand Whitby sometimes built. Now, she wasn't so sure. He had planes and angles to his personality that were more complicated than that. He lived on a narrow road lined with houses that sat nestled close together, and she was surprised to find the house at the number he'd given her was a modest but graciously proportioned Scandinavian-style farmhouse, a nod to the Nordic settlers of Whitby's past. She pulled into the driveway and his front door opened to reveal him standing there with a dish towel slung over his shoulder, his feet bare. She looked down at her own outfit, glad she'd erred on the side of casual. She'd picked dark, slim jeans and a soft cream sweater. She pulled the key from the ignition and scooped up her laptop bag, climbing from the car and heading toward him with a smile. It grew wider as she caught the scent of something warm and garlicky wafting through the open door behind him. "Smells amazing," she said. "Crab. Do you like crab? Do you associate with people who don't like crab? That should probably be a general policy." "Couldn't agree more. Come in." He stepped back to let her pass. "You can set your stuff on the couch." The house was older, big-boned and comfortable with exposed beams and wooden floors. It was a comfortable place, not a showy one with the front door opening into a small entryway that branched off into a great room, with a leather sofa and large TV on one side, and an undecorated dining room table on the other. It had a table and chairs, but no place settings, and she wondered if it meant they would be eating elsewhere in the house. She set her laptop bag on the sofa he indicated, then followed him toward the kitchen, where buttery notes and the sweet scent of cooked crab joined the garlic. He'd also boiled a large pot of corn to go with it, and his kitchen table was set, complete with newspaper for a tablecloth and plastic bibs. I know, it's very sophisticated. He held up one of the plastic bibs. I catch my own crabs and I buy these bibs in bulk. I just got these out of the trap an hour ago. He gestured toward the bay, easily visible through the windows that served as the kitchen's back wall. The view of the Puget Sound was arresting, and she walked over to admire it, the first faint blush of sunset beginning in the sky. The water was nearly black, calm tonight without the usual Pacific breeze stirring it up. This is beautiful. Thanks. It's more house than I need, but I couldn't resist that view. I'll show you where I work when it's clear outside a little later. A lot of times I just sit here, though. Something about looking out that way clears my head. That's how I feel, she said. There's a cafe on Madrona I love because of their view, but I feel bad camping out there for hours because their tables turn over much faster than Mugsy's. Dinner is served. I'm proudest of the bread. Made it from scratch. He set 2 crocks of melted drawn butter on the table, followed by 2 plates of corn, garlic bread knots, and a large Dungeness crab each. He'd already set out the shell crackers and picks for the legs, and once he held out her seat in a display of old-fashioned manners that felt completely unforced, they each dug into their dinners with loud cracks and laughs at the bits of crab and juice that flew, no matter how careful they each tried to be. That was delicious, she said as he rose to take their plates. Let me help you with that. But he waved her down before she could reach for a single dish. You're my guest. Why don't you go out on the deck and enjoy the view some more? You might see a gray whale. I've seen a couple this week. French doors opened onto the deck, so she took his suggestion and stepped outside. The sunset had deepened into pinks and oranges, and the sound had grown pewter. The soft lap of the water where it met the shore 20 yards from his open deck lulled her into an almost meditative state, and she jumped when he opened the door to join her. Sorry, he said. It's okay. I zoned out a little. Happens to me all the time. Instead of filling her in on the finer points of the property or commenting on the view, he gestured to the Adirondack chairs near the edge of the deck. They each took a seat and fell into silence, simply watching the sun set. It wasn't until the colors had deepened the entire sky into a deep purple smudge that an involuntary shiver made her realize how cool it had gotten. Aidan bounded to his feet and held out a hand. Let's get inside where it's warmer. When she stood, he didn't let go of her hand. She didn't want him to. In the doorway, he stopped and pulled her to face him, tangling his other hand with hers. I'm glad you came over, he said. She tilted her head to meet his eyes, sure she would see her own desire reflected there. She did for a moment. Then something else flickered through his, an emotion she couldn't name, and his gaze darkened for the briefest instant before he lifted one of her hands to his lips and pressed a kiss in the palm before releasing her, to turn and hold the door open for her again. She passed him without comment, but she'd rather have taken a minute to stand on the deck and puzzle through his behavior. He'd wanted to kiss her. She was sure of it. And that look in his eye had almost been concern? Was that it? She wasn't sure and didn't want to ask. Even if she had wanted to, he excused himself with a murmured, "Be back in a second," and left the kitchen while she stood, unsure what to do, the view through the windows now gone in the reflection of the kitchen lights on the glass. No dishes to clean or food to put away. He returned carrying her computer bag and his worn backpack. Crooking his head at the table, he asked, "Shall we?" The mood had changed distinctly in their charged moment at the door, and she didn't know what it had switched to or how to reset it. She accepted the bag he extended to her and set it on the table, pulling out her laptop as he did the same with his, quietly booting hers up and waiting for him to speak so that she knew how to play the situation. Tension crept through her neck and shoulders. This was too reminiscent of David. She'd become adept at reading and managing his moods, choosing the words to say that would soothe or cajole him back to equilibrium. But she'd grown to resent it. One of her biggest regrets of that relationship was that she hadn't broken it off the first time she'd addressed his moods with him, and he'd minimized her concerns, telling her she was reading too much into his quiet. Instead, he dumped her when he found someone, another student in their MFA class, who he'd said was a better intellectual match for him. The girl had been so quiet in their seminars that all Emma had known of her was her poetry, which was so dense and difficult for Emma to understand that she'd wondered more than once how the other woman had even landed a place in the program. She didn't like this mercurial mood shift of Aidan's, and as the tension spread up to her throat and out toward her fingers, she reached for her screen to close the laptop before it even finished booting up. She wouldn't do this again. Wouldn't sit and wait out a dark mood that wasn't her fault. It also wasn't her responsibility to fix. Just as she curled her fingertips around the screen to shut it, Aidan spoke up. No hint of the shadow that had fluttered through his eyes only minutes before. "I can't believe your crazy idea worked." She paused and met his gaze. His tone was warm, his face relaxed. "What crazy idea?" "To write about the bad guy on an ordinary day. I finished that chapter when I got home the other day, and I've written 3 more since then." Curious in spite of herself, she let go of the screen. "What did you find out?" "How the world looks to a guy who moves through it like a predator. He sees everything as an opportunity or a trap, and the opportunities are purely about what advantage it gives him in his hunt." Another shiver rippled through her, this one having nothing to do with the temperature. Sounds awful. Yeah, but it got me to thinking about how he got that way. What kind of experience shapes someone into that? There are some people who believe a person can be born a sociopath. I don't. That doesn't make sense to me, that humans are born good or evil. I think we're blank slates. Something makes them that way. I went back through my old notes on that case, trying to find answers. She leaned forward, now outright intrigued. "Did you find any?" "No." He smiled at her expression. "You look like I just popped your balloon." That's how I felt, kind of. Whatever shaped this guy, he buried it deep. He's the closest I've ever come to thinking someone could be born without a conscience. But that's the advantage of writing stuff that's based on true stories, rather than outright true crime novels. I can give him reasons that make sense to me, and then I can figure out how to punish him for it in the way it will make him suffer most. That's dark. Not as dark as the things this man did. His expression closed again, and for a minute he seemed to slip far away. This time it didn't feel like a mood, but she sat quietly, unsure whether he needed saving from his thoughts. Finally, he blinked and looked at her again. "It's hard sometimes to think about these cases." "Why do you choose to write about them?" "Because it's even harder for the people who are left behind, the ones who lose a daughter or a sibling or a parent to violence." He cleared his throat. "Hey, sorry. I didn't mean to drag you out to my house on the dark water to talk to you about the worst parts of human nature. So, how did your side of the challenge go?" She leaned back in her chair, trying to find the best way to explain it to him. It was fun. Fun? Guess it didn't have the same effect of turning your writing inside out. He sounded uncomfortable. She wondered if he regretted sharing now. She gave him a slight shake of her head. I don't think you understand what a big deal fun is for me. That's never a word I use to describe my process. Necessary? Yes. Difficult? Challenging? Yes. But not fun. In my own way, I think it turned me inside out as much as it did for you. I got pages written in hours that would normally take me weeks. They're not great pages either. And that feels all right. I've never felt all right about not great pages. She wished she could make him understand that what seemed like a small thing to him was a tectonic shift to her. His expression changed again. It surprised her how easy he was to read. He'd seemed so bulletproof during their first few run-ins, smug and condescending. But a regular wash of emotion flowed across his face any time she studied him. She couldn't always interpret it, but if there was one thing he wasn't, it was expressionless. This time, the look was the same one she'd seen before he retreated into the house instead of kissing her. I think I need to confess something. He reached into his backpack and dug a book out, setting it on the table between them. I read that this weekend. Mother in the Void. Everything inside of her turned still. Why? Because you said it was the key to understanding you. Twin emotions competed inside of her. A feeling of exposure that made her want to pack up and leave, pulling her dignity and secrets around herself, and a simultaneous rush of pleasure that he'd wanted to understand her. She wasn't sure which would win out as she watched him in silence, not sure what she wanted to say. Do you? She finally asked. Understand me? He gave the tiniest wince. No. This only gave me your mother's version of you. It handed me another piece to understand you, but no, I don't think it explains you. She hadn't known she needed specific words from him until he gave her those, and they fit exactly right. I don't think I'm much of a mystery. I do. Your layers have layers. It's okay. I'm a patient man. Each one has been interesting so far. I'd like to see more. Why? It was the first question that jumped to mind. We're so different in every way. Yes, we write, but we write so differently. Instead of answering her right away, he leaned back and studied her. Are you wishing you hadn't come here tonight? No. She didn't hesitate because it was true. But I'm not sure why I did. He tapped her mother's memoir. I don't know how to say this without sounding completely obnoxious. That hasn't stopped you in the past, she said, and he laughed. That's true. I shouldn't have cut you off. What were you going to say? Curiosity had won out over her dread at hearing whatever it was he thought he'd learned about her. I wanted to ask you about a scene your mom talked about. She'd found you reading a book she didn't approve of, and she described taking the book from your hands, talking to you about how life is too short for anything less than beauty and pain and art, that escapism was a drug for people who couldn't face reality. Emma clasped her hands in front of her and drew a breath before nodding. What book was it? That startled her gaze back to his. It wasn't the question she'd expected, and it turned her cheeks warm. I don't really remember. He leaned forward a little, his eyes scanning her face. Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that's true. That's not a real objection. But he didn't answer, so she sighed. It was a Nora Roberts novel. She waited for him to laugh, but he didn't. Which one? She thought back. Something about Northern Lights. I remember that one. I thought it was pretty good, he said. You read it? Yeah. It came out when I was working one of my first cases in the DA's office, a low-level petty theft thing. But I remember waiting for my case to be called and glancing around the courtroom, and no less than 6 women had that book in their hands. I was curious, so I got it and read it. And you liked it? He shrugged. A big city cop pulled into a small-town murder mystery? What's not to like? But it was a romance. I thought it was a pretty good trick that I kept wanting to turn the pages just to find out what was going to happen next. Also, he added softly, I like romance. Heat suddenly curled in her stomach, and she cleared her throat. Yeah, well, Ariana Lindsor didn't have the same opinion. How could Ariana Lindsor have an opinion if she hadn't read the book? Because it's the same opinion she had for all genre fiction. She felt like it flinched too much from real life to be art. When I was in middle school and my friends were all reading the series of unfortunate events for their independent reading assignments, she made sure I had a classic in my hands. Great Expectations. Far from the madding crowd. His nose crinkled. It was distractingly attractive. Not just classics, but the most boring classics. I grew to love them, she said. When you consider what they were saying and the time they were saying it in, I think they're fresh and interesting, but also timeless. And I think those were just the genre fiction of their time, especially Great Expectations. She didn't want to argue about it. Anyway, it worked out. It gave me a strong foundation going into my prep school and kept me competitive for the colleges I wanted to go to. It even helped me land my job at Standish College. But isn't it possible that it stifled your love of reading just a little? She stared at him, wondering if he'd heard a word she'd said. I just described how it led to my whole professional life being in literature. That's not what I mean. I meant... He scrubbed his hand through his hair, squeezing his eyes shut before opening them and dropping his hand. His hair stood up in a few places now, and she wanted to lean over and smooth them. Take that crime novel you were reading the other day, or any book I've heard you talk about, including mine. You always talk in terms of taking them apart, trying to figure out their place among the greats, holding them up to the dead classics that formed your tastes, trying to see where they fit. When was the last time you read a story purely for the pleasure of it? He hadn't given the word pleasure any particular emphasis, but hearing it from him sent a small spark of electricity dancing down her spine. I like reading, all the time. Even your book. He grinned. But when was the last time you got lost in a book? It's been a long time, she admitted. I'm not trying to judge your mom, because I don't even know her. I'm sure her intentions were good when she steered you away from genre fiction, but to me, it's like someone telling a child not to dance because there are chores to do. There's room for both things. She was doing her best, Emma said, stung into defending her. You may not mean to judge her, but that's exactly what you're doing. Not her as a person, just her decision to impose her tastes on you. Isn't that what all parents do? Teach their values to their children? Sure, but I loved baseball, and my dad's an engineer who would much rather talk about metal ductility than sports. And he still drove me to every practice and showed up for every game, even when we both knew that I was never going to be better than barely making my high school team. He didn't care. If I loved doing it, that's all it took for him to support it. Emma's mother hadn't really been like that. Hadn't been like that at all. Her support had been unequivocal, so long as Emma chose pursuits that followed a trajectory pleasing to Ariana. My mom wanted the best for me. Of course she did. But did she understand you well enough to know what that was? Or did she assume that what was best for her was also best for you? The conversation was wearing her out. I don't want to talk about my mother. I don't blame you. But from where I'm sitting, after reading this memoir and knowing you, I think maybe you're still—" He trailed off, looking uneasy. "Still what?" she asked through her suddenly tight jaw. "I think it's okay to step out of what Ariana Lindsor wants and decide what Emerson Lindsor wants. I see where you're trying to go with this, and I'll admit that my mother has strong opinions, but you're acting like I need to be saved from her. And I don't. At all. Can I just ask a couple more questions? No." Being psychoanalyzed by a master cross-examiner felt about as much fun as her last dental cleaning. And yet, yes. There was a flutter of satisfaction deep down inside of her that she couldn't ignore, a satisfaction that once again he was daring to praise Ariana Lindsor as anything less than brilliant and perfect. "Your mom lives in New York, right? Why do you live at literally the most opposite point in the country you could possibly live from her? There's moving to the West Coast, but then you took it a step further and moved to an island that was even farther away than the edge of the continent." Her lips twitched. "I did sort of want my own space. What's the other question?" "How did your dad feel about what you read?" The question was so unexpected that it stopped her breath for a second. She drew another one to steady herself before she answered. "My mother wrote that he died after a fall from a ladder when he was trying to retrieve a book from a top shelf in our 2-story library. That's not what happened." She'd never told anyone this before. "He was throwing a frisbee with me in the yard. It went on the roof. He went up to get it and fell off. Traumatic brain injury. That's how he died." Aidan's eyes softened, and he pulled his chair around the table so that he sat next to her. She angled so they were facing each other. He was close enough that she could have easily reached out to touch his knee. He leaned forward, resting his arms on his thighs. "Do you feel like it was your fault?" She shook her head. "No, I've never felt that way. But in a way, I think my mom always blamed me that he didn't have a more interesting death. Not even that he died, just that he died in such an ordinary way." He reached out and took her hand, lacing his fingers through hers and running his thumb lightly across the knuckles. "How much of what she says in there is made up?" "Either not very much or a whole lot, depending on how you look at it. A lot of the details are massaged, like the story of how my dad died. He died from a fall, all the sadness is real, but the exact nature of the fall isn't what she said it was. She did that with a lot of things. Sounds like it's 80% true and the rest is varnish." Good way to put it. "Then it also sounds like she's not just asking you to live up to a high standard. It's a high standard that even she doesn't keep in her personal life." "No, it's not that." The sense of frustration she always felt when words failed her was intruding now. She doesn't live a lie. She just lives a revised version of her actual life. And she's been trying to revise you into something different. There's nothing wrong with fixing a rough draft. Except haven't you ever seen other writers get critiqued to the point where they take the input but it wipes out their natural voice? I get what you're saying, but that's not what happened here. My mother has just always pushed me to be my best version of myself. Or her best version of yourself. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. He had a talent for picking those kinds of topics. She deflected, something she'd become an expert at with her mother. Should we talk about your own neurotic need to do exactly what she does in your own work? He straightened almost with a jolt, and she withdrew her hand from his. After reading her memoir, I'm pretty sure I can say with 100% certainty that I'm nothing like your mom. I wouldn't be so sure. You take the cases that don't go the way you wanted them to, then turn them into a better version that satisfies you. How is that different? I'm writing fiction, and I'm calling it fiction. not pretending it's the truth. You're writing fiction based on the truth and revising real life for the ending you want. He got up and walked to his cupboard for a couple of glasses, filling one at the sink. Water? She shook her head. He drank the whole glass, and she sensed a pent-up energy, like his mind was racing independent of any of the actions he was taking. Finally, he set the glass down. How do we always end up here? In an argument? He lifted one shoulder as an acknowledgement. I don't know. She reached for her laptop, closing it in preparation to pack it up. That doesn't mean I want you to leave. I think I'm done being filleted like a fish for the evening. I'm sorry. I hate that you're leaving. This isn't how I imagined tonight going at all. What can I say to change your mind? 2 seconds before, she would have said there was nothing, but now she wondered where he had wanted the night to go instead. She had no desire to find out at the cost of having to endure more poking around in her psychological profile. But there was one thing that might change her mind. If you spill your guts so they're as exposed as my own fish guts are right now, I'll consider it. I also did not expect so much talk of dead fish. She reached for her laptop bag, but he held up his hands. Don't. Please. And with a deep breath, he met her eyes. Challenge accepted. Chapter 14. Aidan set his glass on the counter and crossed his arms. Go ahead. Shoot. It's not that easy. Emma shifted in her seat, but he noticed she had let go of her computer bag. The immediate risk of her leaving had passed. You think me standing here and telling you to dig around into my dustiest corners is easy? She wrinkled her nose at him. Dust sounds dry. I want juicy stuff. You sound mercenary. I've had an uncomfortable 30 minutes. I'm in the mood for payback. He shook his head. The words every guy wants to hear when he's on the verge of opening up to a woman. She gave him a slight smile, but he could sense that she had shifted from teasing towards something more serious. I do have a couple of questions. He returned to his seat. They were close again, and he leaned back and stretched his legs so they rested next to her, allowing him to be even closer while still giving her space. Go ahead. Why does it bother you so much that my mother's opinion matters to me? Don't most people feel that way about their parents? Sure, I do. Except I'm not sure most parents make their kids work as hard to earn their approval as your mother does. She has high standards, not a cruel streak. But either way, you're still not answering why my mother's opinion of me matters so much to you. He clasped his hands behind his head and stared up at the ceiling for a while before returning his gaze to hers. He wasn't trying to avoid the question. In fact, he was poking around in his mind looking for an answer. It's a great question. I don't know. Her eyebrow went up. I didn't realize that was an option when I was being interrogated, or I wouldn't have known anything either. Try harder. That won a reluctant smile from him. You'd have made an excellent prosecutor. You're avoiding the question. His smile grew wider. And you're making my point. All right, he said, sitting up a little straighter. Why does it bother me that you care about your mother's opinion? I think it's because you care about her opinion in the same way you care about Luther Van Dyke's opinion. It's like you write everything with them in mind and delete it as soon as you write it because you think it's falling short of what they think is good. I don't think that's true, but I still don't get why it would upset you even if it was. How does it have anything to do with you at all? I think it's because I want you to like my work. He said it quickly because, much like jumping from a cliff, he had to do it full speed or lose his nerve. She blinked at him. Okay, but I can want their good opinion of my work and have my own opinion of your work. He shook his head. I don't think so. I think those are the voices in your head, the literary writers and critics who shape how you feel about books. And they would hate what I write, and so you'll hate what I write. That matters to you? Yeah. He thrust his hands through his hair. He hadn't thought this was going to be a fish gut moment for him the way it had been for her, but he could sense it coming now. My ex-wife hated that I wrote. She hated that I wasn't as driven or ambitious as she was, and she thought my writing was embarrassing. Emma leaned forward to touch his knee for a second. He was glad it was only a slight brush. It was taking all he had not to jump from the chair and escape to the deck and a cool evening breeze. And silence. Is that why you divorced her? Emma asked. He looked somewhere past her shoulder, not really seeing. No, it's why she divorced me. She wanted someone who would change the world with her. She said all I did was change real-life endings. He felt more than saw her flinch. That sounds a lot like what I've said. He only nodded. It was true. Is that what this is about? She pointed between them. Getting me to like your work like I'm a proxy for your ex-wife? No, I mean, maybe at first. Not even that. It was more like it felt like you hated what I did for the same reasons she did. And I get so tired of people telling me that my work doesn't have value. My ex, my critics. I think I've somehow gotten into my head that if you like what I do, then I'm proving them all wrong. Then what? He wasn't sure what she was asking him, and she must have read his confusion because she elaborated. Then what happens if I like your work? You move on, satisfied with an achievement unlocked? Maybe before. But now it's something different. I feel like I have some things to learn from you. I don't think this story, this bad guy, this situation is going to tolerate being fixed the way it has in books past. I don't know how to be okay with that. But this is what you did in your book. Your character just accepts things as they are, no neat bow at the end. How could you be okay with that? That's like asking how I can be okay with real life. Do I have a choice? That's how it is. I lost my person when my dad died. He's the one who got me while my mother lived this brilliant and far-removed life. We were homebodies, content to orbit around her any time she returned from living her life as a famous writer. My dad was a professor too, but in accounting. So when I lost him, suddenly it's just me and my glittery, fierce, but not nurturing mother. No siblings, no anybody. Was I supposed to say, no, I don't like this, I refuse to play? I guess people do that, but they're usually the ones running away from life, or maybe being institutionalized. Living real life isn't a choice. You just do it. Do your books make you happy? There's no plural. I've only written one. With another one trying to find its way out. Do they make you happy? Only hacks are ever content with their work. There's always a way to make a book better. That's not what I mean. I understand the temptation of living in permanent revisions, tweaking and retweaking. I mean, do you go on this journey with your characters and feel happy about where they end up? Those aren't the kinds of books I write, remember? So that's a no. She dropped her head as if she were exhausted by the conversation and mumbled to her lap. Once again, mine are more like real life. And you think real life isn't happy? She was just about the most uncooperative witness he'd ever had. I think it's never as uncomplicated as people try to make it. He reached over and touched her chin, gently lifting it so she would meet his eyes. For years, my career dealt with the ugliest parts of real life you can imagine. I get it. She reached up and touched his hand, then drew it down but laced her fingers through his, letting their joined hands rest on her knee. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to minimize that. I refuse to believe that it always has to go that way. There are decision points where we have a chance to turn things around. We can figure out how to give other people those opportunities. Is that why you volunteer? A prickle of heat spread across his cheekbones. The question embarrassed him. Yeah, I work with teenage boys who didn't get the chances I got, didn't have someone teaching them like my parents taught me. I'm trying to offer them a different fork in the road. Does it work? It has a few times. Time will tell how many of them stick with it, but so far it's encouraging. He shifted uncomfortably. Your character in your first novel. She ends the book living a half-life, right? She starts off thinking her life is on this shiny path, and then she ends feeling like it's much less straightforward. It's like she doesn't believe things will ever be uncomplicated again, like there's always going to be this interior grayness. Does that make sense? She gave him a small smile. I don't think you're as bad at metaphors as you think you are. I'm going to ask the million-dollar question here for every writer. Would you rather win all the literary awards, or would you rather hit the bestseller list? I know that's supposed to be an easy way to identify whether you're more interested in the money or the fame, but I think it's a more complicated question than that. He smiled. Of course you do. She gave his fingers a light squeeze, and it made him want to reach over and haul her into his lap, to kiss her the way he'd meant to out on the deck. But he'd held back because it had felt dishonest to let her open up to him physically, without telling her that he'd read that memoir and seen more of her than she'd offered to share, and the same feeling crept over him again. My answer will surprise you, I think, she said. I'd rather be on the bestseller lists, not because I want the money, but because I want people to read what I write. And that's one way to know they're reading you. But then you'd love it if your book had shiny award stickers all over it too? She laughed. Exactly. Because then it would mean that everyone thinks I'm as good as... your mother? As I want to be. But he sensed he'd been closer to the mark than she wanted him to be. He twined his free fingers with hers, and now they both sat, hands clasped, arms on knees, as they leaned toward each other. I have another idea. There was a long pause. She bit her lip, and it made him want to do the same thing to it. What is it? Her voice had acquired a slight huskiness. He swallowed hard and ordered his mind back to the business at hand. A new challenge. A writing one. Writing? She blinked at him like she was trying to understand what the word meant. Yeah. The first one worked well, right? She straightened and her hands slipped from his. He could almost see her thinking switch from the attraction that hummed between them to the more practical thought of writing. He regretted it, but it was necessary. There was no point in having amazing chemistry with her if they couldn't connect in other ways. It was how they always ended up owing each other apologies, and there had to be a way to fix that. A writing challenge. The huskiness had melted out of her voice, and now a bright note of curiosity had crept in. What is it? What if we each wrote a thorough outline of the rest of each other's novel? More like a synopsis with complete paragraphs, and did it in our own style. What if I imagined yours in the style of mine, and you did the same thing? It was her turn to shift uneasily. I don't know. It takes me forever to write even a couple of pages as it is, and Valeria is impatient for me to get her a new novel. I don't think I have the time to go on that long of a detour just because. Then don't. And don't think of it as a detour. Let's each commit to wrapping up each other's novel in 5 pages. We won't have time to get bogged down at the line level, but if it's 5 single-spaced pages, it'll give us plenty of time to do a pretty detailed sketch of how we think each other's book should end. That's what we're talking here. A sketch, not a marble sculpture. But what's the value? I don't know. That's what I love about it. All I know is that I found a new level after our last challenge, and I'm the kind of guy who likes to push." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Is that skepticism on your face?" Her expression changed to something an awful lot like, "Duh. I figured you would be the first person to accuse me of being too pushy," he said. "Only about some things." He had an inkling he knew what she meant. She was put out that he hadn't kissed her earlier, but the devil in him wanted her to say it. "I don't know what you're referring to." Whatever he thought would happen, it wasn't the sudden wicked glint in her eyes. She rose and leaned over him, forcing him to lean back against his chair to keep watching her. She placed her hands on his shoulders as if to keep him there, but she didn't have to worry. The jaws of life couldn't have gotten him out of that chair as she lowered her mouth to his and settled onto his lap. When she kissed him, there was none of the tentative exploration that had marked the beginning of their first kiss by the lake. She was picking up where they had left off, and he was happy to let her. Except for one thing. He reached around her, and as she set her clever mouth to work, he unbuckled the strap of his stupid watch and tossed it on the table, not once breaking their connection. But he felt her smile, and then he quit thinking about anything else as he slid his hands into her hair and deepened the kiss, getting lost in the heat that hijacked all his rational thought. She was incredible. There weren't enough metaphors to capture her taste, her touch, her smell. She was sugar and jasmine and silk. When she finally broke away, it was only to rest her forehead against his. The breath she drew was shaky. "Wow." It was all he could say. That was bad for a guy in the word business. He didn't care, letting his eyes fall closed as he let her rich brown hair slide through his fingers. After a minute, she straightened and returned to her chair. "I can be pushy too." "That just went to the top of the list as your best quality." "Challenge accepted." He wrinkled his forehead. "What?" "Your writing challenge. I accept." He shook his head to clear it, as if that were a thing that ever worked. "Right, writing challenge." 5 pages and we finish each other's stories in a detailed synopsis? Yes. It means we have to trade what we each have now. How do you feel about that? I don't normally let anyone see my unrevised work, but it can't be any worse than your unrevised work. She flashed him a grin. I'll risk it. He gestured up and down the length of his body. This is me taking the high road. Take a mental picture, because it almost never happens. Somehow, I don't believe you. He held up a warning finger. Don't go spreading any rumors about how I sometimes do the right thing. I'll deny it. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, the bad boy of publishing, complete with leather biker jacket. Got it. Wait, are you mocking my leather jacket again? She only answered him with a fake innocent smile. Just so you know, I got that jacket from a biker whose grandson I helped out of a legal jam. I earned that jacket. Of course you did. Talk about someone with layers. She shook her head. It's irritating because now I have one less thing to make fun of. I'm running out. Do you keep your suit of shining armor lying around here too? I'm not showing it to you. You've lost your armor viewing privileges. She leaned toward him and ran her finger lightly down his arm. I bet I can win them back. He slipped out of his chair and escaped behind the kitchen island again. Stay back, witch woman. I'm trying to think. Although thinking looked far less interesting than seeing where the mischievous expression on her face might lead them. We should set a deadline for this challenge. How about next weekend? Oh, wait, he said before she could even agree. I have the publisher's showcase in New York next weekend. That won't work. I'll be there too. Really? And then he wanted to kick himself for his surprised tone. The event was the biggest in the book industry every year, full of hundreds of publishers all pushing their upcoming releases to bookstores and library buyers, trying to convince them that they each had the next guaranteed hit on their hands. Generally, only authors with high-profile projects were brought in for appearances by their publishers, and only if their books were already available as advanced reader copies complete with a cover design. "I just meant that I didn't know you had a book ready." "I don't," she said. "But my mother asked me to come as her guest. She's releasing her first essay collection this summer, and she got a huge advance. So her publisher expects her to show up and smile for the purchasing agents." "That's great. You have to let me take you to my favorite New York restaurant. It's this out-of-the-way place, but you wouldn't believe what they can do with fresh fish." For the first time since their earlier tense moments, her lips lost their curve and her eyes took on a shadowed look. It wasn't regret. It was more like she had put up her guard again. "Why?" "I don't think I'll be able to do that," she said, and he wasn't surprised. He'd sensed the rejection coming when her expression shifted. "I'm there less than 2 days, and I've already got more commitments than I know how to keep." "Your mother is keeping you hopping?" She lifted a shoulder like she was agreeing, but it wasn't an actual answer, and his instincts told him she was hiding something. Why would she need to hide anything from him? Unless... I guess Luther Van Dyke will be there? Seems like the exact kind of guy some of these publishers would want to ingratiate themselves to. He'll be there. So is that one of the commitments you need to keep? Jealousy twisted his gut again, and he hated it. He had no claim on Emma, no right to begrudge how she spent her time, no right to accept that she would make any time for him. You say that like it's an accusation. Yes, I'll be seeing Luther. It's not a date, but even if it were... He held up his hands to stave off the rebuke he knew he deserved. I know. It's none of my business. I get that. But there's something about that guy. Are you sure he doesn't see it as a date? Are you kidding? You said it yourself. He's got at least 15 years on me. He shook his head. I'm not trying to tell you how you should do things. At all. But I have to say one more time that he reads as interested in you for non-academic reasons. You're ridiculous, she said, rising and putting her laptop away with movements so deliberate it could only mean she was angry. For your information, he invited me to observe one of his college lectures. But, of course, why would a critic of Luther's caliber be interested in the opinion of a colleague in academia? Surely he's just trying to get me into bed. How did I never think of that? A look of extreme frustration crossed her face as she slid her computer into her bag. I wish I had a briefcase lid to slam right now. This is very unsatisfying. Whoa, hey, I'm sorry. I must have misread the situation. He hadn't. He'd bet on it. I think you have smart things to say about writing and literature. I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. He hesitated to tell her the truth about how it made him feel to imagine her with Luther. For any woman with half an instinct, premature jealousy would be a bright red flag. I guess it's my own insecurities and a knee-jerk dislike of the literary tastemakers. It wasn't enough to change her mood. She slung her laptop bag over her shoulder and pushed in her chair. This is why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you'd read it wrong. I'm not Luther's. I'm not yours. I'm not even my mother's. I'll make my own decisions about where I go and who I spend my time with. Thank you for a delicious dinner, but I need to go home now. He nodded reluctantly and stepped around the island to lead her back to the front door. He rested his hand on the knob and turned to face her before opening it. I understand if you're not into it now, but I'd still like to do that challenge. I think I could learn a lot from getting your fingerprints all over my work. If I send you my manuscript, will you look at it?" She studied him for several seconds, a prosecutor's trick he recognized. She wanted him to squirm, and it was working. He fought the urge to shift from foot to foot. "I never back down from a challenge." She nodded at the door handle and he opened it, stepping aside as she glided out. He watched her drive off, then returned to his own laptop and started a search on Luther Van Dyke. Regardless of what Emma said, something didn't feel right about that guy. His instincts never lied, and it was time to find out what they were trying to tell him. Chapter 15. The noise rising from the exhibition floor of the Javits Center was unbelievable. The clamor of a couple of thousand conversations happening at once engulfed Emma in a sound cloud that vibrated with atonality, as if a Philip Glass and Rachmaninoff composition had given birth to a noise baby. She skirted past a group of loud book vloggers jockeying in line for the most buzzed-about YA fantasy release of the expo, desperate to get one of the limited advance copies the publisher would be handing out. Once she stepped into the lobby space beyond the exhibit hall doors, the noise dropped by at least half. Still, at this point, she would find 34th Street quieter by contrast. She'd seen the display Aidan's publisher had created for his next book from a distance. It was huge, done in shades of red, black, and gray. She pressed her satchel closer to her side. It was the one Maggie had given her, and in it were Aidan's manuscript pages. She'd printed them out, finding it easier somehow to work with the pages when she held them in her hand. She wasn't sure if she would ever feel like she fully experienced a story if she read it on a screen. She'd stopped by the events center only to scope out where her mother's showcase would be the next morning. She wanted to make sure she knew how much time to give herself so that she could arrive in enough time to secure a front row seat, and she didn't want to lose time tomorrow wandering aimlessly trying to find it. Now she was headed to the NYU campus for Luther's lecture. She glanced down at her outfit, making sure it was professional. She would have fussed over it anyway, but Aidan's insinuations had added another layer of worry. It was insulting that he didn't think Luther would have a professional interest in her, but she still chose something as understated as possible. An oversized cream sweater and pair of comfortable slacks and loafers. On the barest chance that Aidan was right, there was no way Luther would interpret her outfit as flirtatious. It took her almost 30 minutes to get to the college campus, but not too long to locate Luther's lecture hall, since she'd made a point of walking the campus on Google Earth to make sure she knew her way. She sat near the back and watched as the room filled slowly, then more quickly as the start time approached. Luther entered at 1 minute before the start time and went straight to the podium, setting up his laptop, syncing it quickly, and opening his lecture slides exactly at 11 o'clock. He glanced around the room as if he were searching for someone, and when his eyes landed on her, he smiled. "Good morning. Before we begin, I want to note the presence of Professor Lindsor. She is observing from Standish College to study what good pedagogy looks like at an elite level." He immediately turned his attention to his slides, and she was glad, or he would have seen her bristle. He'd misrepresented her reasons for being there. The education at NYU might be ivy-covered, but it didn't make it better than what she offered her students at Standish. What was more, she was here because he'd invited her to attend his lectures on post-structuralism, so they could compare notes and discuss it afterward. Not so he could teach her how to teach. She forced herself to stifle her irritation and concentrate on his lecture. At the very least, she would be able to hold her own in a conversation with him when they discussed it after. It was a creditable lecture. He made good points, thoughtfully organized, well-supported, and full of engaging examples. but having just finished the first week of classes with her new syllabus, she could honestly say it was on par with anything she did in her own classes. When class ended, the students filed out, a handful stopping to speak with him. As the last ones left, she made her way down to the lecture floor. "Emma." He smiled widely and reached for both of her hands to pull her in for a kiss on each cheek in his European style. "Did you enjoy the lecture today?" She wanted to say it was adequate, but there wasn't anything groundbreaking. Instead, she said, "You have an engaging lecture style. How could I not?" He hadn't let go of her hands. Sometimes, when she wasn't sure how to interpret whether the way a man was behaving toward her was appropriate or not, she used a simple test. Would the man treat other males the same way? And she had a hard time believing that Luther Van Dyke would keep holding a male colleague's hands. She slipped hers out on the pretext of adjusting her satchel strap. "I liked what you had to say about Bloom's interpretation of Didion's perspective on the role of aging women. His analysis doesn't account for the lack of intersectional feminism in her work, no matter how much I might love her turn of phrase." Yes. How's the expo going so far?" he asked, reeking of manic desperation from people trying to see and be seen. She smiled. "Speaking of turns of phrase, that's a good one. Maybe you should take up writing fiction too." "No, my gift is to take it apart, not put it together." "Is your schedule packed this evening? I have to go keep office hours at the moment, but I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this. I get tired of boring academics. You're a far funnier and more interesting academic." Was this a lead-in to suggest a date? It was borderline flirtatious, but if he was going to flirt with her, complimenting her mind was the way to do it. And if it was a date that Luther was suggesting, it didn't mean Aidan was right, that Luther's interest in her was unseemly. It didn't matter either way. She had a bulletproof excuse not to find out. "I'm supposed to have dinner with my mother." "That's even more perfect," he said. "I'd love for you both to be my guests at Aquavit. It's my favorite restaurant, childhood and all that." Emma did know it, but only by reputation. It had multiple Michelin stars for its Scandinavian-inspired food, and it was a generous offer. She suspected her mother wouldn't mind a slight adjustment to their plans. As if he was afraid she would decline, Luther rested his hand on her arm. "Please say yes. I'm starved for an intellectual match. I'll be put out if you make me eat alone." She had intended to say yes anyway, but his light joke served to remind her that there was a power dynamic at play here, and Luther had the greater power. She didn't want to risk offending him if he was going to hold it against her and refuse to consult on her manuscript. "That would be lovely," she told Luther. But it felt less lovely than it would have without the pressure he'd applied. "Excellent," Luther replied, and after they set a time and he made her promise she and her mother would come, he excused himself. It wasn't exactly the kind of attention women who were truly harassed complained of, but it brought Aidan's warning to mind anyway. Was this the opening gambit in a seduction plan of Luther's? It couldn't be. Not if he was inviting her mother. She brushed Aidan's caution away. His law career had made him cynical. Emma called her mother as she walked back to the subway station, unsurprised when Ariana said yes to the change in dinner plans. "Luther Van Dyke and Aquavit? Why would I mind, sweetheart?" Her laugh had trilled across the line in response to Emma's request. Of course her mother wouldn't turn down 5-star dining with the high-profile critic. Emma just wished that she could be sure there wasn't almost some relief mixed into it for her mother, that she wouldn't be forced to maintain a slightly strained conversation one-on-one with Emma for one whole meal. She had meant to return to the Javits Center and peruse the new releases, or to work on her lectures for the following week in her hotel room. Instead, she Googled the most famous bookstore in New York, the Strand, and spent the afternoon there instead. She roamed the stacks and found herself settling in with the picture books for nearly 3 hours, flipping through pages and reading dozens of stories from the hilarious to the heartwarming. When the same sales associate walked past her for the 4th time looking increasingly perturbed, Emma picked the book that had charmed her most and carried it to the register. It was the story of a little pink pig who wanted to be a ballerina, and she wasn't entirely sure she could explain why she bought it. She'd never wanted to be a dancer, but there was something about the way the little pig yearned for it so fiercely that Emma recognized, and she would honor that yearning with a place on her shelf. Just somewhere her mother wouldn't see it, not that she'd ever come to visit her on Whitby. She walked several city blocks, soaking in the energy and color of the people and store windows around her. She loved New York more with every visit, but it didn't call to her the way it seemed to call to other writers who viewed it almost as an outward manifestation of their soul. The problem, she decided, was that in New York, everything came at you at once. All the senses stimulated at the same time, all the thoughts competing with each other. There was no end to the many directions it could send her thoughts at once, but Emma preferred the quiet of her Pacific Northwest island. The way she could take as much time on any single thought or feeling as she wanted, without the next stimulation setting off a new round of thoughts and feelings. By the time she made her way back to the hotel, she'd left herself little time to dress in a simple black cocktail dress before she knocked on her mother's door across the hall. Ariana had her own apartment in the city, but she'd made the publisher spring for her hotel room, so she could avoid the hassle of crossing town to get to the expo center. Maybe other mothers and daughters would have shared a room, but Ariana had insisted on paying for a separate room for Emma, on the grounds that she needed space to decompress, and even her daughter exacted a mental tax. "No offense, sweetheart," she'd added. "It's everyone. Not just you." Ariana opened her door to reveal she'd chosen a tasteful navy sheath dress. She looked perfectly elegant, but seeing her made Emma wish she were back in Maggie's coral sundress for some reason. A dress totally ill-suited to dinner at Aquavit. "Are you nervous for your showcase tomorrow?" Emma asked as they slipped into a taxi. She knew the answer. Ariana never shunned the spotlight. But she also knew it would keep her mother talking with little need for her input, and it did. Ariana wound up with, "I'll be so interested to hear what Luther thinks of the essay collection," as they climbed out in front of the restaurant. "He's read it?" Emma asked. Even she hadn't seen it yet. "No, but I'm sure I can convince him it's just the type of thing he should review." Of course. It wasn't just a 5-star meal that Ariana had come for. She so often gave the impression of being the queen bee that Emma forgot she might be interested in such pedestrian things as professional networking. They gave their names to the maitre d', who immediately escorted them to the table where Luther waited. It wasn't in one of the power positions in the dining room, but then again, a table at Aquavit at all was the sign of clout. He held out Ariana's chair as the waiter did the same for Emma, and when they were all seated with thick linen napkins settled in their laps and their wine choices made, Luther turned his full attention to Ariana. "Forgive me for saying so, but you are striking," he said. "Photographs don't do you justice." "You're kind to say so," Ariana replied. And while the words were gracious, Emma heard the underlying satisfaction in her mother's voice. She would never admit to how much time and money she spent on beauty treatments, but her beauty mattered to her. Emma couldn't have cared less how much time her mother invested in holding on to her youth. It was Ariana pretending that it was effortless that bothered her. It was more evidence of the tendency Aidan had criticized in her mother's writing. the need to massage the details, offering her beauty to the world without acknowledging the price. From that opening exchange, Emma might as well have been invisible for the rest of the night. And further, watching Luther with her mother made Aidan's accusations look more absurd by the minute, because it couldn't have been more obvious that Luther wasn't interested in seducing Emma. He was intent on seducing her mother. Emma slipped into her silent observer mode, the space she went when she was filing away a situation for future writing so she could return to it and examine it again from every angle. Almost right away, Luther found little ways to touch her mother's hand, or work in compliments about her work or her earrings or her knowledge of Europe. At first, Emma thought her mother was only playing along so that she could suggest Luther review her book, but Luther brought it up right away. "I was delighted when your publisher sent me an ARC of Singing Down Sorrow," he said. An ARC was an advanced reader copy, sent out to critics well in advance of publication so there was time for them to read and publish reviews when it was released. "I look forward to reviewing it for New York Book Review." The flirting should have tapered off at that point, but Ariana was soon finding reasons to touch Luther's sleeve or to laugh at things that barely deserved smiles. Maybe she was trying to ensure that the review was good? But no. Halfway through the main course, Luther offered Ariana a bite of his cod, and as her mother accepted it and his fork slid from her lips, Emma was ready to wave her white napkin in the air in surrender. Except she couldn't look away. The scene unfolding before her was both repugnant and compelling, but that try-a-bite move left no doubt in her mind. She excused herself from the table with a polite smile, and in the quiet of the elegant restroom, she dampened a paper towel nicer than her bath towels and pressed it against her throat and the back of her neck, trying to process the scene she'd left behind. Luther wanted her mother. She couldn't think much past that, or it would have made her vaguely ill. What she mainly felt now was stupid. Aidan had been right. Luther was using her, but not to get her into bed. Rather, he'd been trying to get to her mother. It made sense. She ran a calculation in her head, and if she guessed his age right, he was only 10 years younger than Ariana. And her mother had the kind of mystique that made plenty of other men take notice in the past. Her elegant beauty and cutting wit were exactly the kind of thing Emma would expect a man like Luther to fall for. How foolish she had been to think that he'd ever been interested in her theories on intersectional feminism and modern literature. She'd had one thing to offer, and he was well on his way to getting it. Ariana Lindsor. For the rest of dinner, she only spoke when directly spoken to, and that was most often by the waiter. When he came to offer dessert, Emma declined before her mother or Luther could answer. "I hope you won't think it's rude of me to excuse myself, but I don't think a dessert would sit well with me right now. Would you be offended if I begged off to go nurse this headache?" she asked Luther. "Deeply offended, but I'll forgive anything if your mother will stay and enjoy it with me." He kept his eyes on Ariana. "Of course. Emerson won't mind going back without me, will you?" Not in the least. And that was the absolute truth. When she slipped into her hotel room a half hour later, she leaned back against the door and replayed the lowlights of her evening. When had she turned so stupid that she would sit without comment while the man who used her to get to her mother proceeded to put the moves on Ariana? For an entire evening. She went to bed mad and woke up just as angry. She brushed her teeth as if they'd personally offended her, spit like it was landing on Luther's name, and dressed with the jerky movements of someone who wished she were punching her clothes instead of putting them on. She didn't tap on her mother's door before heading out to the Javits Center. She wasn't mad at Ariana. Her mother hadn't done anything wrong. This was 100% Luther's doing, But that was exactly who her mother would want to talk about, and Emma wasn't in the mood. She'd already begun wandering the expo floor when her mother texted. "Where are you?" "Came to get a front row seat for your big moment," she answered. She was far earlier than she needed to be for that. Ariana Lindsor was that rare combination of critical darling and a commercial success, but she wouldn't draw the kinds of crowds Aidan did. But she didn't want to think about Aidan or Ariana. She didn't want to think about anything at all. She wanted to drown out all the thinking entirely until she had to sit and smile through her mother's showcase. And the only thing she could use to drown out her thoughts was other words, more compelling words. Words that made a story that would push everything else out. And not her own story. Her own story had never succeeded in doing that. She glanced at each of the booths she passed, examining their offerings for something she could read while she waited for her mother's event. The booth signings in the morning were for new authors, or authors with a lower profile. Publishing people like to stay up late drinking into the night, so the splashier releases were saved for late morning and beyond, when the crowd inside would swell. She stopped and looked at any booths without an author present, not wanting the awkward moment that came from reading their cover and then declining a free copy if it didn't suit her mood. One booth in particular drew her, displaying several covers with a literary sensibility. She picked up each one, reading the back blurbs and then returning them to their pile in quick succession, until one snagged her attention so thoroughly it might as well have been accompanied by the sound of a needle scratching a record. "What if it's all real?" asked the caption on the back. She frowned. What if what was all real? A quick look at the cover didn't tell her much. There was a painting of a tree, slightly stylized against a deep blue background. The title was The True Story of Sleeping Beauty. Was this fantasy? But that's not what the word real implied, and it didn't have the usual fantasy elements on the cover. She turned it over to finish reading the description. When Aurora de Silva contracts a mysterious virus, she falls deep into a coma. But while she appears lifeless to the world outside, the world inside her mind becomes more real, more terrifying, and also more beautiful than any of her waking moments. She plunges deeper into it to discover the secrets of this strange world inside her. But the neurologist who is tending to her realizes that the virus isn't random, and the life of the beautiful woman lying in the hospital bed is at risk of a far worse fate than death. This wasn't her kind of book at all, and yet she suddenly wanted to read it. A woman wearing a lanyard emblazoned with the publisher's name walked around the front of the booth and regarded her with surprise. "May I help you? Are these fair game?" "Help yourself. I edited that one. It's remarkable." "Thank you." Emma turned to leave, and the editor called after her. "If you like it, tell a friend. That book deserves more love than it's getting." Emma hurried to a seat for her mother's event, choosing a spot on the third row near the end, even though she was the first person there. She opened the book and dove in, riveted from the first page. The author's ideas were complex, her language rich, but her pacing as fast as Aidan's. By chapter 4, Emma looked up to discover that the seats around her had begun to fill. She checked her watch. 15 minutes. Her mother would appear right on time and not a second before. She set an alarm on her watch to go off in 13 minutes, enough time to put the book away before her mother saw her with it and demanded to know what she was reading. Not that she owed her mother any explanations, but her mother wouldn't let up until she knew what Emma's nose was buried in, and she'd have an opinion about it even if Emma refused to take the bait. By the time her alarm warned her to put the book away, all the seats had filled with a few people even standing against the back wall. That would please Ariana, who entered from a side door and settled into her seat on the dais exactly at 11 o'clock. "Welcome," said the man who was with her. He introduced himself as a professor of literature at Columbia and then read the long list of her mother's successes while she smiled graciously. She performed well for the audience, using his softball questions as a launch pad for sparkling anecdotes and a few carefully jerked tears. He asked her to read a bit from one of the essays in the collection, and she chose an excerpt about aging women and their relationship with desire. Emma didn't love having to sit still for that and glanced around for Luther, sure that her mother would only have chosen that reading if he were there. She spotted him on the 5th row. How grand! When the showcase concluded 45 minutes later, the audience applauded enthusiastically, and a line immediately formed as a small crew of harried-looking interns rolled in a cart of books for her mother to sign. Emma used it as an opportunity to slip away. So long as she was back before the line ended completely, Ariana wouldn't miss her. She'd run across the street to the cafe and read for another hour in peace and relative quiet. She scooped up her purse and turned, smacking right into a hard chest. She knew who it was without looking, but she stepped back to peer up at him anyway as he studied her arms. Aidan. Hi. Is it stupid that I thought I'd have run into you before this? Not literally. He jerked his head in the direction of the main expo floor. It's packed again. She didn't want to feel flattered that he'd been keeping an eye out for her. The knowledge spread out from her chest and fizzed along her nerve endings anyway. She smiled at him, a real one, even though she'd meant to be perfectly polite but not warm the next time she saw him. What are you doing here? I thought your event was over yesterday. It was. I came to see you. She glanced through the double doors to the churning crowd outside, and the fizzing turned to buzzing. You came down here just to see me? Yeah. He didn't seem to know what to say after that. Finally, he nodded toward her mother. She was impressive. She didn't mean to betray anything with her face, least of all her mother, but his gaze sharpened. Something wrong? No. Just then, her mother smiled up at a handsome older man who handed her a book, and it reminded Emma of their long, awkward dinner. She turned to Aidan and admitted, You were right, you know. Oh, good. About what? Luther. He had a seduction plan. I knew it, he interrupted. If she'd thought his gaze was sharp before, it was piercing now. I've been doing some investigating. He's bad news, picking up much younger women, promising them he can further their careers, and then dropping them once he sleeps with them. She stared at him, her insides going as flat as a neglected soda. You did it again. Did what again? Assumed a man like Luther couldn't have a professional interest in me. And he was right. She wasn't even mad at Aidan. Luther's behavior wasn't Aidan's fault. But neither did she feel like standing there listening to his I told you so. She would stick with her original plan. Free morning of reading in the coffee shop, with everything else shut out, most especially Ariana and Aidan. She took a deep breath. You were right. Luther was using me, but only to get to my mother. And I don't mean professionally. I really can't think too hard about that. Plus, it's been an emotionally exhausting couple of days, so I don't think I can do this, she gestured between the two of them, on top of everything else. That's not your fault. I'm just worn out. This expo has been a reminder that I don't write anything that anyone wants to read, and I don't teach anything that anyone wants to discuss. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a breather until I need to come back and meet my mother. And then she walked off, aware that she had left him with his mouth hanging half open. She stopped a few yards away and turned. It really shouldn't be this hard between us. If this was a metaphor, I'd quit forcing it. It's probably time we did the same thing. Forget the writing challenge. You don't have to read my manuscript. Have a safe flight back." This time she walked away without a backward glance. She didn't want to see the look of agreement in his eyes. Chapter 16. What just happened? He stared after Emma, unsure what he should do. His instinct was to run after her, offer to buy her a cup of coffee and listen. But it looked like her instinct was to retreat completely. When he felt that way, the last thing he wanted was someone trying to cheer him up. He'd watched her as the room had filled before her mother's showcase. Emma had been so absorbed in the book she was reading that he didn't want to interrupt her. Her face had been relaxed, then tight with worry, then soft with wonder. He'd seen that tight expression a lot, the relaxed expression a few times, and once that look of wonder, right after they'd kissed. He'd never felt jealousy over a book before, but he did now. Not as a writer, but as a man who wanted to earn the full range of Emma's emotions. What was the book? It had a distinctive cover. He pulled a ball cap low on his forehead. People would definitely recognize him here, and he didn't want to be distracted from his new mission. It took almost 15 minutes before he spotted the cover for the book Emma had buried her nose in. It was called The Real Story of Sleeping Beauty. Reading the back deepened his confusion and curiosity. This was definitely not what he would have pegged Emma for reading. It sounded like the kind of book Ariana Lindsor had shamed her right out of reading in her childhood. He slipped the copy from the pile with a nod at the employee working the booth, then returned to his hotel where he stretched out on his bed to read. He didn't move for 4 hours straight when he realized his neck was killing him and he needed to stretch. He wasn't done yet, but he set the book aside, eyeing its cover as he did. Now he understood the expressions that had flashed across Emma's face this morning as he'd watched her. The author hooked him in the first chapter through a combination of humor, tight pacing, and gorgeous words, and pulled him deep into the story within a matter of pages. It had been a long time since he'd read anything that grabbed him so completely, even though it was utterly unlike anything he usually read. Maybe even because it was unlike anything he usually read. He grabbed his phone and tweeted a link to his 100,000 Twitter followers with a succinct, "Buy this. Now. It's incredible." He ordered up a room service meal and snatched up the book, moving to the sofa to read the rest, pausing only to scarf the hamburger delivered to his door before he finished the story. Then it ended. And he was sorry to close it. Very sorry. He leaned back in the chair, resting the book on his chest, and stared at the ceiling. Emma's words echoed through his head. "I don't write anything that anyone wants to read." That sadness had clung to him as he'd raced through the novel to see what had animated Emma so shortly before he'd caught her in her moment of doubt. Except it hadn't sounded like a moment. Her words had carried the weight of a heavy realization. Only Emma was dead wrong. He knew because he'd read her new manuscript already. He pushed the fantasy book aside and went looking for his laptop. He hadn't tackled their challenge yet because he'd wanted to let her words sit, to think about how close she was to nailing this story, but also what piece he felt was missing. But after seeing her today, after watching her reading something she'd obviously loved in the moments where she'd been unguarded, he'd figured it out. And now he had something to say about it. He worked on his synopsis for the rest of the night, so late that it almost made him miss his early call for the hired car his publisher had sent to take him to the airport the next morning. He worked on it on the plane. He worked on it at home. He worked on it for 3 days, trying to give Emma the 5 pages they'd agreed to, but pages that told her everything she needed to know. and there were so many things he wanted to tell her. He worked on it like he never had anything before. He ignored his own manuscript. He agonized over words and phrases, searching for exactly the right ones, too swept up in perfecting it to dwell on the irony of becoming the kind of writer he always teased Emma about being. He poured in more logic and more passion than he ever had to any of his closing arguments for court, to any of his own stories, to anything, period. Then, when he had everything in place, he hit send. He hoped it was enough, because he had given it everything he had. Chapter 17. Emma's phone lit up with her mother's number for the 8th time, or maybe the 12th. She didn't know, and right now, she didn't care. She would care again, eventually. But she hit ignore as she had with all the calls she'd gotten since yesterday, when she hadn't gone back to her mother's showcase. Her mother would be calling to demand an explanation and an apology. Emma had texted her yesterday afternoon to congratulate her on a great crowd and to let her know she was flying out early. She texted her again when she landed at SeaTac to let her mother know she'd arrived safely. Other than that, Emma had refused to engage. She lived in a village called Clinton, and she wandered from her house to Brighton Beach Road and made her way onto the beach. The breeze blowing off the water felt good on the unusually warm June day. It reflected the state of her mind. Calm, cool, clear. So clear. She'd been feeling that way since the previous morning when she'd stepped back into the Javits Center to return to her mother's showcase after her book signing. Emma had stopped short in the main entrance, watching the surging crowds, picking out where they gathered. Most especially, she paid attention to where the book bloggers and YouTubers gathered. They were the ones who were there for the pure love of story, not the publishing professionals trying to guess what would be the next big thing. If the executives wanted to know, they only needed to follow the YouTubers. Instead of heading back to join her mother, she meandered through the crowds, noticing who made up the clusters at each booth, eavesdropping and making mental notes about turns of phrase she liked, conflicts that interested her. It wasn't long before a clear pattern emerged. The large crowds gathered around the books that offered escape, while the books with award stickers drew the anemic clusters of editors and critics. What struck her most was the difference in the energy between the two groups. She didn't believe in auras or anything like that, but if she did, the crowds of fans would have had a bright, happy orange glow, and the critical darlings would have had a lifeless gray. As she watched the same thing play out again and again, she realized that she didn't want what her mother had. A legion of admirers who admired her truth-telling, so long as real life was dressed up and manipulated the way only Ariana Lindsor could. There was a poem one of her college professors used to quote from Emily Dickinson about telling the truth but telling it slant. Her mother told a slant and called it the truth. But fiction could be true in its feelings, in its themes, in its relatability. And the books that people related to were the ones they crowded around here. Books that guaranteed a happy ending so long as the reader was ready to stick it out through all the obstacles the characters faced to earn that ending. Earned endings. That was it. That was what she had loved about reading when she was younger. For so long now, her reading had been all about who created the most morally ambiguous, emotionally complex characters and dilemmas. They were rarely stories about people getting the good things they deserved, only the bad ones. She missed it when the good guys and girls could win. She clutched the copy of the Sleeping Beauty novel against her chest for a brief second. She was already so in love with this character in an uncomplicated way that she didn't remember feeling since, well, it had been years. She was desperate to find out how the heroine would get out of her latest disaster, how she would triumph. Because she would triumph, and Emma couldn't wait to watch her do it. She passed another small knot of publishers. You could always tell them by their business suits, and their subdued gestures and lower voices. So professional, so thoughtful, so boring. She stepped outside of the flow of traffic, nearly against a wall, and surveyed as much of the exhibition hall as she could see. All of it was suddenly so clear to her. She felt like one of Maggie's characters out in nature with their sudden epiphanies about life and its meaning. She wrote gray fiction for gray people, and she didn't want to anymore. Once the realization had struck her, she couldn't stay still. She'd hurried from the Javits Center to her hotel, letting the truth break over her. She didn't want to be part of the cold, cannibalistic literary world. She wanted to write for the people who loved and celebrated stories. She wanted to write for the reader she would have been if her mother hadn't shamed her out of loving genre fiction. She wanted to write for the reader she had rediscovered in herself when she disappeared into the pages of the fantasy book she dared to open that morning. She didn't want to be a fantasy writer, but she now had a fantasy of being the writer who readers clamored over because they loved a character she'd created as much as she did. Inside her hotel room, an anxiousness took over. The thought of returning to the expo made her insides feel like her allergic reaction to peanuts. She wanted to leave. Leave the hotel, leave New York, and most especially, leave her mother and her inevitable disapproval behind. Her suitcase was on her bed and filling fast, almost like her hands were thinking for her, telling her what her brain and heart really wanted: an escape. A seagull wheeled by and called, his rough song bringing her back to the present as she blinked out over the water. Last time she'd stood out by the sound, Aidan had almost kissed her. Aidan. Aidan was the last thing she wanted to think about, or really the only thing she wanted to think about. But she'd made a mess of that, and she had no idea what to do about it. Maybe she needed to go home and write. She needed to write about writing, figure out what her story had been trying to tell her it needed all this time. And then she needed to figure out what her heart had been trying to tell her about Aidan. She suspected she knew the answer, but as the quote on her high school AP composition classroom wall said, "Why we write. How will you know what you think until you see what you say?" It sounded crazy to non-writers, but if she approached a blank page with total honesty, what poured out was often the truth. She would never publish her personal truth for public consumption the way her mother did, but it tumbled from her fingers when she let it. She flexed them and rolled her shoulders before picking up her pace to a march toward home. She had work to do. First, she would tackle her story, write her own synopsis for it if she imagined a world in which it could tie up neatly with a bow. Because suddenly, she really wanted it to. She wanted to believe in forgiveness and redemption and grace and happy endings. Then she would start a new document and tell herself the truth about Aidan. She'd done him so wrong. She'd taken all her insecurities out on him again and again, and he'd been patient every time. Maybe as she worked through why, she'd also discover the how to fix it, how to do better. 5 pages, she told herself, as she sat in front of the laptop and flexed her fingers again. These weren't pages that needed metaphors and perfect verbs. These were 5 pages that just needed to reveal the plot points, to reveal what Victoria wanted and needed. Without having to slave over each word, just trying to find the shape of the story, she should be able to complete all 5 pages in an afternoon. She set her hands on the keyboard and started. Victoria is... She blinked at the screen. After a few minutes, she set her hands back in her lap when she realized no more words would come. Up to this point, the character of Victoria had spent a lot of time reacting to what happened around her. Emma didn't like Victoria, she realized. Victoria didn't make things happen. But why not? What held her back? A lie. Her fingers twitched. Victoria believed a lie about herself. She believed that she had no control over her life. Why did she believe that? Emma tapped the keyboard. Because... Victoria believed she had no control over her life because her father had died when she was young, even though she had tried to be the perfect child as a bargain with God to save her father's life. But he had died anyway, and that meant that no amount of effort, not even wishing with her whole soul and behaving perfectly, could affect the way things would unfold anyway. So why bother? Find a good enough job, a good enough man, take whatever life handed her and just make do. Oh, Victoria. Emma patted the laptop as if it were Victoria's head, and then her fingers flew. The only thing that would fix Victoria was a desire so strong that it overcame her fundamental belief that she had no control over her life. What did Victoria want? She wanted to save her grandmother's home, the one she'd wandered through so many writing days ago, sniffing black currants. Well, the black currants would have to go because no one knew what black currants smelled like. But Victoria suddenly wanted to do everything in her power to make sure that the house itself stayed. The synopsis wasn't the work of an afternoon. It took 2 full days, even without a single fancy metaphor. As Emma worked on the bones of the plot, she'd write Victoria into a corner and realize she needed to back out and find another direction for the story. Over and over, Emma ran into story walls, and over she found ways through them or over them or around them. 2 hours past dinner time on the second day. Countless hours into the writing, she typed the final period and sat back to stare at the screen. She'd done it. She'd found the story. And Victoria had quit believing the lie about herself. She'd made things happen. And when Emma eventually wrote the story she'd outlined in the synopsis, Victoria would end up living in her grandmother's old farmhouse, restoring it with patience and love, all with the help of a good man beside her. The man who had seen through her defenses to who she really was and loved her anyway. And maybe that fictional man of Victoria's would look quite a bit like Aidan. Aidan. It was his writing challenge that had sparked her breakthrough. She should at least let him know. She opened her email to tell him, but his name was already in her inbox as if she'd conjured him simply by thinking. The subject line read, "Your synopsis." Wait, what? Had she somehow emailed it to him without realizing it? She was so confused. She clicked open his message. "Hi, Emma. I'm sorry things went wrong. Again. I think you're right that it shouldn't be so hard between us. I feel like I see a version of us together where it isn't like this, where it's easy and good. But I don't know how to get there. I don't know how we always end up so off track. I'm sorry." There it is again, those words. But I've meant them every time I said them, and I mean them now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you think that I don't believe a critic like Van Dyke would be interested in your work. I just don't think he's the one who can fix your story. You can. You're so close. Is it possible you don't see it clearly because you've written more of yourself into it than you think? I don't want to presume anything here, but Victoria reminds me of you. She lost her father early in life, and with it she lost her sense of control. Something like a gasp escaped Emma. Victoria wasn't her. Was she? But of course she was. It was so obvious that Emma felt a flush of embarrassment for not realizing how much of herself she'd been putting on the page. She returned to the email. The thing is, you didn't give Victoria the best parts of yourself. The only thing that has seemed beyond your control in real life is this story. But everything else? Emma, you're amazing. You've moved across the country away from your mother, found yourself a job that makes you happy, gotten an agent and book deal with one of the most prestigious agencies in the business, and forged connections with people in an effort to improve your work, not to get you a better deal, not to get you publicity, but to make the work better. And lady, you can write. I think you are dead wrong that you don't write books people will want to read. I imagine what this book would be like if Victoria had all the best parts of you, in addition to her fears and insecurities. Then I use that to finish our synopsis challenge. It's my way of showing I'm sorry. I hope it helps. I don't have your gift with words, but I do understand stories. This one just needed more Emma in it. Everything is better that way. Yours, Aidan. Yours. She said it aloud. Was that just a polite way to end an email? Mine, she repeated. It sent a wave of heat washing over her. Mine. What did it mean to Aidan to have more Emma in a story? She almost fumbled in her eagerness to find out, opening the synopsis he attached to read through it. By page 4, she had her hands pressed to her cheeks. And by page 5, as he wound toward the inevitable conclusion, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she sensed where he was going with it. He'd written a final scene where Victoria was living in her grandmother's old farmhouse, restoring it with patience and love, all with the help of a good man beside her, the man who had seen through her defenses to who she really was and loved her anyway. A man who reminded her an awful lot of Aidan. A laugh sob escaped her. Aidan saw her. He understood her. And he thought he owed her an apology for a trivial misunderstanding, one that had happened because she'd been in the gray fog of publishing, of trying to figure out what would please Ariana Lindsor and the critics her mother respected. Emma was done with that. She could only hope that Aidan wasn't done with her. Her fingers flew back to her keyboard. For 2 days straight, she'd managed to find all the right words. Now she hoped that the magic would last just a little bit longer. Chapter 18. He stared at the message on his screen. She'd texted him. Got your email. Will respond later. That was it. No, got your email and loved it. Not even a got your email and hated it. And no hint when later might be. It was Tuesday night. He'd only finished slaving over his email and sent it to her an hour ago. Had she read his synopsis already? Did this mean she hadn't, but she would? He had no idea what else he was supposed to do but wait. He spent Wednesday morning writing, still fighting through the thicket of his story, still with no clear sense of how to give Mara Lanzini a victory, not when there had been none in real life. He spent Wednesday afternoon at the youth center. Jamal Ingram had agreed to come in and do a reading with the boys, then work on free verse poems with them. By the time he and Aidan left, Aidan was exhausted by how hard it was to carry the weight of the disclosures the boys had made in their writing with Jamal, but also excited by the way a few of them had opened up who hadn't before. As he and Jamal walked to the parking lot, Aidan's phone rang and he snatched it from his pocket like he was a cowboy in a showdown. Jamal laughed. That's either your agent or your girl. Only 2 things that will send me from my phone that fast. Aidan had been inseparable from his phone as he waited to hear from Emma. He opened it and smiled. It's neither, he said, handing the phone to Jamal. It was a text from Isaac, one of the kids they just left behind in the center. That Jamal dude is a beast, it read. Jamal laughed. That means they liked me. In case you need a translation. I didn't even need a text. I could tell by watching them. Let me know if you ever want to come down again. Actually, man, I'd like to make this a regular thing. Cool? Cool. He held out his hand for a shake, but Jamal bypassed it and gave him a bro hug before jumping in his red Mazda and heading off. Aidan stopped by the little market nearest him to grab some steak to grill, then went to work on dinner in his kitchen. He kept the French doors open so he could listen to the lapping water and birds outside, even though it reminded him of standing out there and almost kissing Emma. He ate his dinner in a quiet that sounded deeper than it ever had before. It had been that way ever since Emma came for dinner. He wasn't hungry anymore, so he covered his half-eaten steak, stored it in the fridge, and wandered into his living room to collapse on his sofa and stare at his ceiling while he waited for later. He must have fallen asleep because when his phone buzzed, the light falling across his face was early morning sun coming through his east windows. He struggled upright and swiped open his phone, his heart giving a single extra hard slam against his ribcage when he saw Emma's name. She'd emailed him. He opened it and dove in. Hi, Aidan. The only one who should be apologizing here is me. I have jumped to so many conclusions about you, and every single one of them has been wrong. I'm sorry, and I mean it, with all my heart. I'm sorry I said that what you do is formulaic. I'm sorry that I said you weren't working hard in telling these kinds of stories, and for suggesting that your value as a writer hinged on perfect metaphors. What you do is so important. You write stories about justice that make people believe there is some fairness in the universe, that evil can't walk unchecked. I know your lead detective is a blonde woman, but honestly, she is also the best parts of you. Smart, fair, and determined to stand for those who need defending. Like you tried to do for me with Luther, even when we were both wrong about what he wanted. I think that's why you're struggling with this story. There was no justice for Mara after something so heinous, and you're trying to find a way to make it right. It's that white knight inside you that you can't hide even under a leather biker jacket. The thing is, there are different kinds of victories. The greatest tragedy in this story would be if her family didn't find a way to press forward, to keep the spirit of Mara alive. So, what if your story, Mara, had a daughter? And what if you end the story the way it happened in real life, but you give readers an epilogue where we see that daughter years in the future, around the same age as Mara when she died, and the reader finds out that the future Donovan Whitaker tried to kill lives on in her daughter? Because that's a powerful victory. To stand after a tragedy, still whole, still fighting. I know it's not the neat bow with Whitaker getting exactly what he deserves, but real life isn't like that. And yet, we can still hope, right? That's what I figured out with Victoria's story. I wrote a synopsis for it too, and when I read yours, it ended exactly the same way I decided to end it. I think I believe in real-life happy endings now. Is it possible for you and me to have one when I've kept getting in the way of us even beginning? You're a masterful storyteller, Aidan. Do you think we can write a better story about us if your co-author is willing to listen this time? Yours, Emma. Yours, he repeated out loud. He wondered if she meant it the way he had when he'd signed his email to her. Because the way he'd meant it was as the literal truth. He'd fallen completely under her spell. He opened the attached file and read her synopsis, admiring the emotional nuance she'd infused even into the clinical format of a synopsis. And when he read the outline for the epilogue she'd suggested, the hair rose on the back of his neck. She was right. She'd found the solution. She could write great stories, not just great sentences. And she wanted them, him and Emma, to have a better story. He checked his watch. It was early. He'd have enough time for a shower and change, but then it was time to start their new chapter. An hour later, he pulled into the parking lot of Muggsy's, already half full with the cars of people anxious for their early morning hit of caffeine before they headed to the ferry and off to their 9-to-5 lives. He doubted Emma would be inside, if she even came in today at all, but he didn't need her to be there for this part of his plan. He grinned when he spotted the barista who had been working the day of his first encounter with Emma in the cafe. After a $20 tip to buy some extra time for a long conversation with her, he tipped Haley another $20 and headed back home. Haley had been too smart to tell him whether Emma came in on Thursdays, but when he'd explained what he wanted, she smiled and told him he probably shouldn't wander too far from home around noon. He'd written his message on a cardboard sleeve and handed it to her, then hurried back to his place to get ready. 3 hours later, he stood in his garage, drenched in sweat, covered in sawdust, and proud as could be of the new desk he'd built. He pulled it around the side of the house and onto his screened-in sun porch, nestling it into the corner opposite his own desk, but with both of them overlooking the view of the Sound. He looked at his watch again. It was almost noon. He took his second shower of the day, then settled into one of his deck chairs and waited. It reminded him of his former life and the excruciating wait for a judge to hand down a ruling. Only this was one of the times where his gut said he might have won his case. A light tap on the French door sounded behind him, and he turned as Emma stepped through, wearing a slight smile and holding a to-go cup of tea in her hand. "Hi," he said, suddenly at a loss for better words. She read from the label, "Keeman Chinese black tea with rose petals." She took a sip and eyed him over the brim. "Haley says she calls this love potion number 9. Heat rose up his neck. "She didn't tell me the name of it. I told her that I wanted to get you flowers. Rose petals sounded right." Emma nodded and turned the sleeve to read his writing on the other side. "I've always wanted a co-author. I found us a workspace. Come find me on my deck." "So, I'm here about the workspace." He didn't miss the smile that was trying to creep out. He gave her a solemn nod. "Understood. Follow me." Slipping past her in the doorway, he hesitated for a second, hungry to skip to the ending of this scene, the one he could almost taste as his eyes fixed on her lips, and she let her smile out this time. It was a heady combination of shyness and invitation, and it took everything he had to lead her inside and then to the sun porch. He opened the door and waved her inside, watching her carefully as her eyes traveled from his well-used desk to the brand-new unpainted one in the other corner. "That's yours," he said. "I'll paint it whatever color you want." He stepped closer to her and reached for her waist, pulling her closer. "I know you like writing at the cafe, and I know you have your own place. But writing is such a part of who you are, and I want you to have space here if you need it too. Maybe sometimes we could work here? I promise to keep the coffee hot and my keyboard quiet." She rested her hands against his chest and smiled up at him. "I want to write our story with you. But is it okay if I already know the ending? Only if it ends like this." Then he leaned down and kissed her, and just like it did every time she touched him, the world disappeared. She was soft and warm, melting and twining around him, and as he deepened the kiss, her soft purr wrung an answering growl from him. He never wanted this to end. Almost as if she read his thoughts, she drew back enough to peer up at him, a new smile on her lips. "What if we never write the end?" "You're brilliant," he said, and then he pulled her tight for another kiss. Epilogue. "Mrs. Maxwell?" Aidan said, nudging Emma's foot where it rested at the end of her deck chair, the warm June sun streaming down on her. "Yes, Mr. Maxwell?" "I just got knocked off the top of the New York Times bestseller list." "I'm sorry, Aidan, but at least you got to hold that spot for 4 months straight. You're one of a handful of authors who has ever done that. That's so good, honey." "I'm not upset." He tried hard to keep a straight face. She sat up a little straighter. "You're not, which doesn't surprise me. But you sound happy about it? That surprises me." He handed her a newspaper, folded over to show the book list. "Check out the new #1. Emma Maxwell." She blinked at it, then up at her grinning husband, then back at the list. "But my book came out a month ago. How is it on the list now?" Usually if a book was going to hit the list, it debuted there and then fell off after a few weeks. "Oh, Reese?" Reese. The popular actress and lifestyle guru had tweeted about it 2 weeks before. "I expected a bump in book sales, but I had no idea her endorsement was that powerful." "I think it's only a little about that," he said, settling on the chaise beside her and smiling. "I think her nudge got people to pick it up, and then I think a whole bunch read it right away and then told a whole bunch more people to buy it too. Congratulations, sweetheart." Her eyes moved from him to her name on the list, then back again, her face expression dazed. "Last time I had a book out, I was Emerson Lindsor. And now Emma Maxwell is lighting the literary world on fire. I'm so proud of you. Thousands of people are falling in love with Victoria, the same way I did with you." She traced her name in the newspaper again, but her eyes seemed to be looking past the letters. "Speaking of congratulations and expecting bumps..." She glanced at him through her lashes and waited. He stared at her, slightly confused, until suddenly he got it. His eyebrows flew up and he rested his hand on her abdomen. "Really?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the seagulls overhead. "Really," she said. "Looks like we'll have a new release this winter." Aidan immediately stretched out beside her and began talking to the Maxwell sequel. "Hi, little one," he said to her belly, not minding at all when Emma laughed. He smiled up at her. "Now this is the best thing we've ever made." And Emma's smile said that she agreed. This has been Just One Word, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Andrea Coomer.